Oh, rip. Rip. What's up? How is life going, guys?
Can I say something? Can I say something? And it's I really like that these people did this, but I gotta be honest, with my experience in life with people like Ethan, the only thing that ever knocks them out of their fucking spiraling is the rod. It's the stick. It's not the carrot.
Okay, Chief.
Like he feels like he's bullying you. He feels like he's hurting you. He's not going to stop until he's bleeding out of the corner of his mouth. And I get it. I want to be empathetic. Like, I understand the value of empathy. I understand the value of trying to reach out to someone. But somebody like Ethan, he needs to see some stars before he's going to fucking back down. You know? And so I just would not do this. Like, and I know that a lot of them have since come out and said, well, that didn't work, because they legitimately tried. And so I don't think that they were wrong to try this. It's just with people like Ethan Klein, until he feels the pressure, he's not going to stop.
It's so insane to me how safe these people feel, just like making violent threats, I guess. Based, I guess. Okay. Yeah, you didn't think he's mad that he didn't get on the content cop? He feels personally slighted. Rip.
Well, guys, it took a while, but after 4 months, 2025 has officially had its first apocalyptic-level VTuber drama that has caused an industry-wide disaster. This is about one of the biggest independent VTubers on the planet and how for years, while pretending to be her friend, tried to take away opportunities and suppress the success of an even bigger independent VTuber by the name of Bao. This all started when a very well-renowned artist within the VTuber community published this document titled "Terminating My Work with Cinder." This document is such a bombshell filled to the brim with proof that it's currently sitting at almost 3 million views, and it hasn't even been up for 24 hours.
Damn.
That artist wasn't the only one. There are multiple documents with a lot of proof published by multiple people, including Bao, who usually stays away from drama. And as time goes on, more and more people are coming out with their side of the story. You have to understand, this doesn't just involve Bao, this involves multiple very successful VTubers being backstabbed by that person. And that is barely scraping the surface here. Not to mention that her apology was one of the worst I've seen in recent memory. To say that this is apocalyptic is an understatement. The entire VTuber community is shook to its core. So what the hell is going on? Well, you already know the drill. Let's talk about it.
Okay.
So as I mentioned, the VTuber at the center of this controversy is Cinder, but she didn't always go by that name. She actually started off in 2020 as a YouTuber by the name of Tashi.mp3, making a variety of different ASMR RP videos, like "You're such a good boy for me" ASMR
Manipulation and
RP.
gaslighting, two-faced
A year later, on
backstabbing,
June
lying,
2021,
and bad
she would
employer.
Sack, who is her animator, also quote tweeted the document Bao posted and said, "Feel free to read if you want. Go show love and support to both Nano and Bao, though," and linked a Google document that recounted his experiences in this entire situation. So Sack starts this document off with, "This is going to be very unorganized, but I'll try and keep this brief since I don't really think that they, Red specifically, deserve any more of my attention after hearing what they have said about me and also how working with them was." So he specifies again that he wanted to go anonymous and in-house, not because Bao forced him to, but because he wanted to. He wanted to focus on his own channel while not worrying about having to be commissioned by other people. Then he addresses what Redacted told Nanolis about him, where he says her editor met us at TwitchCon and was saying that he'd love to work with us, practically jumping through hoops to get something planned. Sack says, "When me and Cinder initially discussed working on a music video project at TwitchCon, everything was fine and friendly. However, the part that is stated as practically jumped through hoops is, well, a bit of an overstatement to say the least, since they had asked me a significant amount of times trying to get me to work with them after I told them no multiple times, and I only said yes because they offered double pay."
Okay, I don't care. Sorry, I
We are
tried.
so far past the point of using security and information breach as a justification to delete these apps. It's never going to get banned.
Do you have any more information on the May 6th debate about a ticket on the day it was announced, but rumors that Andrew dropped out? I haven't received any emails. Apparently Andrew dropped out. I don't know why. I talked to him, I guess. I don't know if he's addressing his stream or not, but I'll be there. Apparently I'm going to debate the audience or something. I don't know.
I 100% agree with that, actually.
But the argument,
Period.
I disagree. I just don't stop selling.
After you win your legal cringe, you need to reach out to more tangential communities. We need more peers to fight against the Dean Withers and Hassans that are soiling the left. Maybe, dude, that's, once this is all over, oh my god. This is, it's very, we'll get there. Ask me in 6 months. Well, hopefully not that long, but Jesus.
Celebrating.
What?
I disagree.
What? Hi guys, I'm Naima and I'm a leftist.
My name is Adam, and I'm a liberal.
Hi guys, I'm Naima and I'm a
Oh.
leftist.
My name is Adam, and I'm a liberal.
My name's Noelle, and I'm a conservative.
I'm Aldo.
I'm a leftist.
My name.
She was the one from last time, right? We talked to her, yeah. I'll talk to Z, I think, on Wednesday. Holy shit, chill the fuck out. We have a talk set up for Wednesday. Calm the fuck down. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ.
My name is Adam, and I'm a liberal.
My name's Noelle, and I'm a conservative.
I'm Aldo, and I'm MAGA.
Welcome to episode 2 of the Roundtable discussion. Are you guys excited?
Yeah, let's do it.
Autism destroys families. More importantly, it destroys our greatest resource, which are our children. These are kids who, many of them were fully functional and regressed because of some environmental exposure into autism when they're 2 years old. And these are kids who will never play baseball. They'll never write a poem. They'll never go out on a date. Many of them will never use a toilet unassisted. And we have to recognize we are doing this to our children.
Is he confusing autism with cerebral palsy? Why can't autistic children play baseball?
Is autism preventable? 3, 2, 1.
How? I'm pretty sure even medical researchers don't have a great understanding of all the collections of things or what like autism necessarily even is or implies, or if it's one thing or multiple things. What is this? Okay, good luck. What?
There's absolutely zero research substantiating the idea that autism is caused by any sort of vaccine or any sort of environmental factor. All research, in fact, points to the idea that we've gotten better at detecting autism over the past 100 years. So you guys know like the correlation causation fallacy, right? A lot of people look at these charts and think that because autism is increased, it's directly due to medicine, when in fact, because of medicine, we've gotten better at detecting these things, and that's why we see higher numbers.
Yeah, I'm not even like 100%, sure that autism, is caused.
Have you seen the reaction to the AOC town hall and her taking a photo with someone holding a hostage poster? I looked around Reddit and it's super blackpilling. One of the most subhuman, degenerate things about the pro-Palestinian movement and protesters, and it's one of the reasons that should give you pause to ever support those people, was the fact that they were running around cities tearing down posters of hostages. That type of behavior is some of the most insane and unhinged shit I have ever seen in my entire life. So that wouldn't surprise me at all.
Caused by vaccines or something like that, but I think the idea that environmental factors
people got mad at her taking
can't
photos.
have a significant impact on the development of a child after birth is questionable at best. I mean, we know that there are significant and important milestones in the development of children, and that many factors, I think including environmental, can have an impact on that. I mean, do you think that environmental factors can have an impact on the development of a child in any regard?
Oh, absolutely, of course, but that's a way different question than can environmental factors directly lead to a child having autism and apparently not being able to pay taxes or use a toilet. We can first of all just agree that what RFK Jr. said there was not really accurate regarding autistic people.
I think it was accurate. You know, when I grew up, my parents used to tell me that if somebody says something about you and it doesn't apply, then you have nothing to worry about. And when I hear that, I think to disregard that is an insult to the families that do have children with severe autism. I have people with autism in my family, and RFK was not talking about my family members. My family members are people that can pay taxes, do have a job, can live a successful and leading life. And I didn't find it insulting because he wasn't talking about those people. He's talking about people with autism that it takes the entire family to take care of them. There are people out there with autism that it's so severe that they can't live a successful and a productive life. And so I think to completely disregard that and to say, well, not all autistic kids are like that, and all autistic kids are the same, everybody's the same, I think it's insulting.
That's what he's saying.
I do think, I mean, I think can all agree that autism is a spectrum. I mean, medically, it's pretty much an agreement that autism is a spectrum, and it ranges in terms of high functioning to lower functioning kiddos, right?
For sure.
The issue is that RFK is not acknowledging that spectrum. He's saying that all kids with autism, he doesn't acknowledge that spectrum. He just defines autism as children who can't play baseball or use the bathroom.
Where did he say that?
I disagree.
Just now.
Yeah, so he was making...
He was saying with this, again, I took it as he's talking about the people that do have those problems.
But he didn't say lower functioning autistic children.
Posters of hostages do nothing except virtue signal how just the war is. It's overwhelmingly understandable why someone who thinks a genocide is happening would be off-put by the gay posters. It is justified to go to war to capture hostage, or to to free hostages, I guess. You shouldn't be taking hostages during war. Sorry, that's illegal. If you want to cry about genocide or war crime or whatever other retarded shit you want to say, you also have to acknowledge that hostage taking is also illegal. So
he was making a broad generalization.
Autistic children. So in the same way that you're saying it doesn't apply to your high-functioning family members, that's my issue with his statement, is that he doesn't delineate between higher functioning and lower functioning autistic people, and he doesn't acknowledge that it is a spectrum, and that there are thousands of autistic people who will be able to pay taxes, who will be able to have jobs. I've had teachers who have Asperger's who are on the spectrum, you know?
Yeah. Would you agree that there are families out there that do have family members with severe autism and it isn't a good situation?
Yes, there are people that exist with severe autism.
You know, I'm actually generally pro-vaccine, you know, especially for things like the measles. The problem that I see is that the vaccine schedule has gotten so out of control, and it seems like they keep adding more and more and more, and nobody's actually asking if it's making American public health
That's
any
what
better.
That's what we're talking about.
I think a lot of people are asking.
Our health secretary is asking that straight up. So
the measles is actually a great example. You know, quick question for you guys: can you get a single antigen measles vaccine in America?
I don't think so.
No.
No, the answer is no. And why is that? You can only get it in the form of MMR, MMRV, which is measles, mumps, rubella, and Viscerella, I think it's called. And so the question is, if the outbreak is bad of measles or these other diseases, why do we not have access to single antigen vaccines? Why do they only come in multi-vaccine doses? And I think we can look to recent events to find some of those answers. With COVID, for example, this is a virus that had a very low mortality rate. The people that died, 95% of them had pre-existing conditions, and yet the medical community said that everybody needs to get vaccinated, get all of these boosters, and the end result was that the people that otherwise would have died without the vaccine, at least most of them, a majority, would have died anyway and died. The people that were healthy didn't get affected. The people that didn't have these pre-existing conditions were fine. And the pharmaceutical companies made out with billions of dollars. And so I think in light of these things, we should actually question, you know, are these vaccines helping us, or are they benefiting the select few that are trying to sell us a cure in a bottle?
The select
few. I
few.
think today we've been so inculcated by the medical community that anytime we see a problem or a symptom, we want to slap a Band-Aid on that. And these pharmaceutical companies know that, and I think they're exploiting us. And so I am actually pro-vaccine, but I do think that it's gotten out of hand, and I think in light of recent events, it's reasonable to ask ourselves, is this benefiting American public health, or is it benefiting people that are trying to sell us a quick fix in a syringe?
Can I ask a question for you?
Yeah.
Do you know what the treatment is for measles?
Never mind.
For measles?
Yeah.
What is it? No, I don't know.
There is currently no treatment
Right.
for measles that is approved by the FDA. So part of it, going back to what you said about COVID, is not just for those who are immunosuppressant and need help, it's about increasing our herd immunity. So
I totally agree. I agree. And I think that we should have access to single antigen vaccines.
And then what I will say is, when you talk about, this being exploitative in terms of the medical community, one thing that you're not factoring in is that if people do not have a herd immunity and that more people are getting measles, mumps, rubella, COVID, then that's more money that can be taken from Americans in order to treat these illnesses.
Oh, yeah. I just cummed so many times. I've never in my entire life heard anybody else bring this argument up. I asked this so many times. People always say the evil pharmaceutical companies are trying to make money off of us, and that's why they do these vaccines. It's like, wouldn't there be more money in treating the disease? Because when I grew up, that was always the meme. There's more money in the treatment than there is in the cure, and that's why they don't even give us the prevention. And it's like, okay, well, here's a vaccine. Oh, you're still trying to make money off me. What the fuck?
Instead of preventing it before people get them.
But I think even in your question, it kind of goes back to the point of, we see these outbreaks as as the worst thing in the world. Like, outbreaks have always existed, and
yeah, it's always fucking scurvy and the bubonic plague. What is the point of that statement? It's always child rape. These things have always existed. Yeah, and
the reality is the best vaccine and the most efficacious vaccine has always been a healthy diet.
Wait, is this guy pro-disease? Is he taking the pro-diseases argument? I didn't even know there's a person that would do that. What the fuck?
Lifestyle and good exercise.
I think over 1 million people dying.
Wait, so
500 to 1,000 kids die of RSV and measles every single year, even vaccinated. And the problem that we see today, just like in COVID, is the media spins this, and they turn the camera to people that do have these pre-existing conditions and that do die, and they say that this is emblematic of the entire country.
But if we know that there are people,
you know that in the United States, like, most people have pre-existing conditions that are comorbidities with a ton of diseases, because obesity and heart disease or hypertension, high blood pressure, these are pre-existing conditions. Like, what does he think the average American's health is like?
Need to get a vaccine.
But if we know that there are people with pre-existing conditions,
that's why you need to get.
But if we know that there are
I don't
people,
agree with that.
if we know that there are people who have pre-existing conditions, and we can all increase our herd immunity by each getting the vaccine, so that people who have pre-existing conditions are not more exposed to the virus, why not do that? I mean, it's a shot.
Again, I'm for that. And what I'm saying is I think the pro-vaccine side is losing a lot of credibility and a lot of support from people like me when we say, hey, is adding all of these vaccines to the schedule, has it made...
She needs to ask a question. Okay, you're right. Okay, Chief. Okay, true. There's too many. Which vaccines would you get rid of? Which ones don't you like? And which ones would you keep? I hate these truisms. This happens with the government too, right? Like, don't we want to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse? I don't know. What the fuck do you mean when you say waste, fraud, and abuse? What does that mean to you? Can we get some qualifiers here? Like, when you say we have too many vaccines, okay, fine, we do. Which ones do you want to get rid of? We have too many? What are the inappropriate ones? Or are you just like saying we have too many of a thing? And if somebody says you have too many of a thing, you just have to automatically agree with it. What?
Our herd immunity any better?
Yes.
Have the outbreak
absolutely
gone down?
Wait, compared to when? What year do we want to compare it to? Because you said that somebody with a healthy diet can oftentimes go without a vaccine. Is that the
No,
information?
I never said that. I said the most efficacious vaccine.
So it's more effective than a vaccine if you just have a healthy diet.
I think on the macro, yes. I think on the macro, if everybody in this country did those things, we would be a healthier country.
Like, you want to fix all of these inequities in society with fucking welfare and affirmative action? That's totally unrealistic. Okay, fine. You're right. What do you want to do instead of vaccines? Well, if every single person in the United States just became healthy, we would be fine. Yeah, also, keep in mind this fucking retard earlier was like, we take way too many vaccines. And it's like, okay, well, what do you want to do? Well, first, the MMR vaccine, that should be 3 separate vaccines. Like, okay, dude. Whatever, man.
Then, if everybody stayed the same and everybody got vaccinated.
But why not do
100%.
both? Why can't you have a healthy diet and get vaccinated and increase our herd immunity?
We can, but I have a problem with people pushing more vaccines than are necessary.
But a measles vaccine is necessary.
Okay, then why can't we get a single antigen measles vaccine?
I'm sure that there's a reasonable explanation for that. But the thing is...
Also, if you're the one asking the question, have you never looked it up before? Because you could probably Google it. There's probably a reason why they combine these, right?
Well, hold on, but I want you to answer that. Why do you guys think that we should?
I don't know. Why do they usually combine it? You tell us. You're the vaccine skeptic guy. Certainly, you've gone online. Certainly, you've researched the rationale, right?
I really don't know why the
why
measles
not?
and 2 vaccines. I'm sure that there is a scientific. Okay, wait. What's your degree in? Do you have a degree?
I do.
And what?
It's not relevant.
Okay, so none
MBA.
of us have a relevant degree in medicine right now. So why are we questioning the experts and the insane amount of studies? I mean, we can go back to 1850 when Hawaii lost a third of their population to measles. You don't think they were healthy enough to outrun the measles there? You don't think their diet was good enough? You're sitting here saying that you can outrun any of these.
I never said that.
You're sitting here saying that the vaccine is oftentimes less effective than just having a healthy diet. History disagrees with you. All of the thousands of studies and the millions of people who have died throughout history completely disagree with you. Right now, we live in probably the most scientifically advanced time ever, right? And because of that, we have all kind of gone into this contract where we all agree that if we can get vaccinated, not everyone has to get vaccinated, then we can protect the most vulnerable of our population, have a more productive and healthy society across the globe. So I don't know, your argument is either that we go back to the 1850s or we go back to the standards of like countries that don't even have vaccines right now.
I think autism, there's nothing wrong with doing more research and figuring out if there's ways that we can reduce it. I definitely didn't pick red because I don't think that RFK should still investigate. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I do also agree with you guys in terms of the generalizations. I have a lot of people in my family who have autism from several different, varying degrees. Some are super severe, some are not that severe. I don't think he meant to be offensive or like super harmful, but I think that when you have a level of that big of a platform and that many people listening to you, misinformation is bound to be spread. And so I think it's really important, even if it is an issue of semantics, to be selective with your words.
Did you read that clip as him generalizing and acting like all autistic people are on the far end of the spectrum? Because that's how I read it.
No, that's how I read it too.
Yeah, it seemed like he was like just completely general. And you said earlier that essentially, I don't want to misremember what you said, but you said it's almost more offensive for us to assume that all autistic people are one way or another. That's not what we're saying. She made it clear that there's a spectrum. RFK Jr. seems to be focusing in on like the severe end of the spectrum. He seemed to think that like autistic people en masse can't pay taxes or use the toilet alone.
Or play baseball. Don't forget about baseball.
Or like comb their hair. I don't know. Obviously, we shouldn't be spreading that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're talking semantics. I think we all kind of agree that it is a spectrum and that the people on the severe end, it is, a problem. It's not good for anybody. But that, yeah, I mean, autistic people, it's on a spectrum and they can live, leading successful lives.
I just want to say, I think that like, in terms of RFK's connection to autism and vaccines, I just don't like the connection. My issue is that these are two separate issues. And to say that vaccines are causing autism is blatantly untrue.
Would you be okay with like just investigating like the possible
Truism, there it is. Shouldn't we just investigate? Shouldn't we just do more work? Shouldn't we just look into it? Do you think it hasn't been like quantify that? What do you mean by that?
causes though, even if it
has been investigated?
Yeah, I mean, it has been investigated.
Should
and
be
it
investigated
currently
more?
continues to be investigated, and I have no issue with that. I think that the issue is that he's spreading misinformation about vaccines in connection to autism, and that is driving down our herd immunity, and we've seen measles outbreaks since Trump and RFK have been in office, and that's my issue. It's that he's conflating two issues when he doesn't need to.
I want to maybe like leave it on a middle ground. I think we were reaching a middle ground with the single antigen vaccines, and as somebody that is generally pro-vaccine, I think it is worth looking into why we can't have more access to these single doses.
Like, people like this shouldn't be allowed in these conversations, right? This is a super prime example of bad faith engagement for like somebody who abuses the privilege of freedom of speech just to diarrhea into everybody's fucking brains, okay, with their verbal vomit, all right? If you have this question, you have this singular point that you've brought up about single antigen vaccines, and you can't even answer why there is a combined vaccine. If you don't even know the answer, you're not asking in good faith. You don't deserve to have any voice at all. Your mouth should be sit shut until you actually fucking read up on whatever the fuck it is you're trying to pretend to ask questions about. It's so fucking annoying that we have to waste oxygen and brain space listening to people like this. Like, just go look it up.
Why do you think that is?
Well, again, I think in light of what we've seen from the experts, and I want to trust the experts, but I think they lost a lot of credibility, especially when they pushed a vaccine that they explicitly knew was not as efficacious as they claimed it would be. Mm-hmm. And so I think that there are reasons to believe that there's a monetary incentive for pharmaceutical companies.
Can I ask a question about that?
You have to get a triple dose vaccine.
A monetary incentive? So do you think it would be cheaper to get all three individually? Is that 3 separate supply lines, 3 separate productions, 3 separate storage things, 3 separate, like, you think that would be cheaper?
you can't just get measles.
Wouldn't healthcare providers make more money from having people get 3 different vaccines for each thing?
I think that there's, I don't actually.
I have no idea, actually. I'm actually fucking retarded.
No, that's a
But
good
I mean,
question.
like, if you have to come back, like, instead of getting one vaccine that is, or one dose that's treating 3 different illnesses that has 3 different vaccines in it, that to me seems almost more cost effective. Like, they're losing money by giving people more vaccines instead of having them come back again and again and again.
Well, because if 90% of the population only wanted the measles vaccine, but now they have to get the triple dose, then the pharmaceutical companies are producing more of those doses than they otherwise would have if they were just producing doses for the people that.
But they're
wanted the
producing
vaccine.
more doses if they have to produce 3 different vaccines and every.
But my point is, they're only having to produce 3 vaccines because the people that only would want to get measles have to get the other 2. If you want to get vaccinated for just measles, and some parents say, well, I don't want the rubella, I don't want the varicella, I only want to get the measles, and the CDC says, well, you have to get these 3.
One of the standard childhood vaccines in the United States is the MMR vaccine, which produces immunity against measles, mumps, and rubella. These 3 infectious diseases have several things in common. They are all caused by viruses that can spread through coughing and sneezing. Individuals infected with measles, mumps, or rubella are contagious for several days before they show the classic outward signs, rash or swelling, or infection. Finally, many Americans once considered these diseases to be part of a normal childhood. Their danger was underestimated. We know that 2 of these illnesses, measles and rubella, can be very dangerous. Far from being a harmless rite of childhood, they're responsible for hundreds of thousands of fetal and child deaths each year. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Somebody linked me this. I read it. In the United States, they're prevented by a single combined vaccine. The combined vaccine is developed by Dr. Maurice Hillman. The combined vaccine is more convenient for patients, and this convenience actually saves lives. Fewer injections translate as fewer missed doses, and therefore more protection in a shorter time. The MMR vaccine saved millions worldwide. Okay, there you go. That was si.edu. I don't even know what school that is.
Putting parents in a position where they say, well, that's not what I want to do. And I don't think that public health is a good enough justification for infringing on people's individual liberties.
Public health?
Yeah.
You don't think public health is a good enough justification for infringing on people's... That's like
on people's individual liberties, no.
Okay, we're going to get into that on some other
people always
questions.
try to draw
I'm
this-
going to keep that argument in mind.
People always try to draw this dichotomy or make it a trade-off between public health and personal liberty, but I think they go hand in hand. I think having a safe, productive, healthy society means...
Also, in the United States of America, we have had like mandatory quarantines before. Also, the idea that public health is probably one of the few exceptions where it's okay to trample somebody's personal liberty. So, I mean...
that everybody, not everybody in that society, but at least the vast majority, that you should reach herd immunity when it comes to measles or anything like that. But can I ask a really quick question?
Well, but really quick, but people, we can reach herd immunity if we're giving people the option to take the vaccines they want. That's my point. And I would be on your side. I would be the first one to say,
what if
everybody
60% of people don't want to take the measles vaccine? Then we don't reach herd immunity, and then the most vulnerable population is that, and then we're back to 1850, where a third of Hawaii's population died, and years.
More options,
we're saving
because
money
giving
here.
people the options to take the single dose vaccine, don't you think that would increase the likelihood of people taking it?
Do you think we should give people the option to drink and drive?
I feel really dumb. If you're already getting a vaccine, why wouldn't you want to get vaccinated against all 3 viruses? Who's he advocating for? You feel really dumb. The reason why you feel dumb is because you're trying to evaluate the things that he's saying like an ordinary human. He's just trying to say he's anti-vaxxer. He's just an anti-vaxxer. He hates all vaccines. If one of these guys were to ask him right now, let's say that they separated all 3 vaccines into 3 separate ones, which one would you get? He would say none of them. He's lying. He's lying. He's just lying. This is all just bad. This is just a waste of time. This is what retards do that want to destroy public discourse. Is they ask retarded fucking questions like this constantly in order to slow down any actual conversation because they're too cowardly or because they know that their own position is untenable intellectually in front of other people that could challenge it. But that's the answer.
With no seatbelt on, or is there a public safety trade-off there?
I mean, that's basically how all laws are formed.
Is there a public?
Safety.
Should people be able to drink and drive?
Like, this guy doesn't know anything about the United States of America. He doesn't know anything about the Constitution. He doesn't know about legality. Like, public safety can't trample personal liberties. Compelling interests for public safety are one of the few times that you actually can trample public liberties. There's a whole standard of review based on how compelling an argument can be made on the side of a state in order to enact some kind of law that infringes on your personal liberties. When we talk about standards of review, like a strict scrutiny review for a thing that can trample on individual liberty. You know, it can survive this if you can make a compelling argument for why it ought to exist. Or the idea of a draft. The entire concept of the draft is against your personal liberty. Holy shit. Like, how much more infringing can the government be on your personal liberty for public safety, arguably, to raise a military? Like, this is such a it's
their own individual liberty, or is there a trade-off?
You got me. People
Is there a trade-off? Wait, is there
Oh,
any...
you got me. Oh, you got me. Oh, you got me. Oh.
drive because it's their own individual liberty, or is there a trade-off?
You got me. People
Is there a
should be able
trade-off?
to-
Wait, is there any study out there that shows? I'm not going to press you on the study, but are there studies that show that autism is caused by anything? Because the doctor who came up with the vaccine lie in the 90s had his license taken away. Everybody since then
By
has been
Big Pharma.
decredited. There's no proof that autism is caused by anything other than something that happens before you're born.
You know, like I said, I'm vaccinated. I'm pro-vaccine, but I'm also kind of a naturalist type of person, and I think that
He's speaking very carefully. I'm vaccinated. I'm pro-vaccine. He would say it's because he got vaccinated, not by his own choice. His parents vaccinated. Guaranteed.
the schedule that we've seen develop over the last 50 years.
So no studies, just clarifying. There are no studies showing that autism is caused by anything.
I don't have any off the top of my head, but I think that, again, it's worth looking into. The significant increase of chemicals that we're injecting into our bodies over the last 50 years, not just in the form of vaccines, but in the form of a lot of different factors. So I think it's worth looking into.
They're a gift from God. I think vaccines are a gift from God.
I agree that vaccines are a gift from God. Modern medicine is a gift from God. I studied biochem in college. Totally agree. But I also think that it's still worth investigating things. I think it's okay to look into certain types of medicines. I think that we've seen that throughout history. Like, there are certain drugs that were prescribed that weren't as efficient. So I don't think there's anything wrong with looking into them. But I do agree that there hasn't been any sufficient studies to say and make that claim.
Oh, okay.
Senator Chris Van Hollen has met with Kilmar Abrego Garcia in El Salvador. He's the man who was mistakenly deported there by the Trump administration. The U.S. Supreme Court has called on the administration to facilitate his return, but so far El Salvador's president and the Trump administration have refused to send him back.
Should the U.S. bring back the wrongly deported migrant from El Salvador? 3, 2,
1 no.
1.
Oh, 2 no's. Okay, based.
I don't think he should be brought back because 2 judges had confirmed that he had connections to MS-13. I personally think that MS-13 is abhorrent and morally apprehensible. They hurt children and women. They traffic,
Children
sex traffic
and women?
and children. Latin America, El Salvador was known as the murder capital of the world, one of the worst countries. Citizens of El Salvador couldn't even walk outside their homes without fearing for their lives. And the new president has completely allowed people to walk in freedom, to not be scared for their lives. So I think anyone in association with MS-13 should absolutely face the repercussions of their actions.
Adam, can I take this one real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so firstly, I do just want to say that Kilmar was never indicted or accused of a single crime in both the U.S. and in El Salvador. He has no gang relation, and he actually, when he was originally detained in the U.S. for entering the country illegally, he was given asylum because he was a target of MS-13, and they did not send him back to El Salvador because he was a target of MS-13.
I thought you said he didn't commit any crimes.
Yeah, he entered the country illegally.
Okay, but he was never in.
That's so bad faith. Oh, they always do this. They always do this where they're like, okay, which illegal immigrants or whatever do you want to start deporting first? I want to deport. Can we deport the fucking criminals at least? Okay, fine, sure. Gotcha. What do you mean? Gotcha. They're all criminals because they came in here illegally. Oh, you got me, bro. Fuck. Because that's definitely what you mean when you talk about scary criminals. That's definitely what you're implying there. Okay, nice. Good one.
Indicted of a crime.
Wait,
Well, hold on. But do you?
He entered the country illegally, but then was given
that a
asylum.
crime?
Wait, do you
entering
think...
the
You
country,
should have
fleeing
never
your
entered
country?
in the country illegally.
Wait, do you
There's
think-
a whole line of people trying to come into the country,
But he
and
was
you need
granted
to wait your turn.
asylum. He was granted asylum.
It was
He was
a
fleeing his country.
Let me ask, do you think if someone's here illegally, they should still get due process and constitution?
Like these guys need to go back. I just don't know if they realize how depraved and evil the people they're talking to are. You need to go back and you just need to say, hold on, should anybody ever be able to claim asylum? And they'll say no. Just hear that. Start there, because all of this is bullshit. This is all a waste of fucking time. Just say, should anybody be allowed to come to the United States for asylum? Well, I think they should stop in all the other countries first, and like, well, if they're coming here, I don't know, maybe if the UN start there instead of this bullshit.
Constitutional rights.
Absolutely, they should get due process. Sure.
Yeah,
and under federal immigration law, the process that he is entitled to is to be deported.
No,
but he
not.
wasn't deported.
There was a withholding order of removal in 2019 from a judge, and that withholding order of removal said he cannot be deported to one country in particular. That one country was El Salvador. Now, not only did the Trump administration come out and say it was an administrative error, right? They said that, but then the Supreme Court in a 9-0 ruling said that the U.S. has to facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia, not because they love MS-13. This is something I also want to get down. Do you guys think when I'm saying that Abrego deserves due process, do you think I'm defending MS-13, or do you think I'm defending the Constitution? Because your whole opening was like kind of like, did you think we were going to jump in and be like, wait a minute, no, MS-13
no,
is good?
I don't think you guys think MS-13 is bad. I mean, good, sorry. But also, there were 2 judges that said he did have affiliations with the gang.
No, this was...
those
Hold on,
two
really quick.
judges who-
That even the MS-13 thing is irrelevant. In that court order that you just cited, the Supreme Court, or later, did you read the entire thing?
I mean, the MS-13 thing is not...
He didn't read the entire thing, but he's about to quote whatever he heard his favorite conservative commentator say.
Not irrelevant, because the reason that the Trump administration is not bringing him back, even though they have admitted that it was an administrative error, is because they are saying that he has ties
And he's
to
not
MS-13.
MS-13. He's
when
not MS-13.
he was literally fleeing El Salvador because he was being persecuted by
So
MS-13.
again, crossing the border illegally is a crime under U.S. federal immigration law, and you are subject to deportation. In that Supreme Court
The 4-page one?
in the Supreme Court ruling that you just read, later in it, it said, with due regard to the deference owed by the executive branch conducting foreign affairs, they can't do anything. And so that basically says that the Supreme Court ruled that judges do not have any say over the executive branch's authorities over immigration laws.
Immigration judges are part of the...
Who is he copy pasting this from? Kill me, dude.
Executive branch.
Secondly,
immigration judges are a part of the executive branch.
The Supreme Court ruled...
Immigration judges are a part of the executive branch. So when the Supreme Court says that judges can't overrule the executive, that immigration judge from 2019 was a part of the executive branch. So your argument is completely moot.
So you're saying this judge is acting on behalf of the executive branch?
The
Yes.
immigration judges, are they a part of the...
Well, Boasberg isn't an immigration judge, right? Isn't he, he's a D.C. district, whatever, judge, right?
Judiciary? No, they're a part of the executive branch. So this is the executive branch saying that. And again, the Supreme Court, you want to ignore the other 4 pages of that ruling that say you have to facilitate him. It says your rights do not disappear at the border. It says if the U.S. deports you, they still have jurisdiction of where you are, especially if you're in CCOT.
It said that you had to facilitate, but they can't do anything.
Yeah, you have to facilitate, not effectuate. You have to facilitate, not effectuate. One of the coolest things, you see this in a lot of House episodes, is you can do brain surgery when people are awake. You don't have any actual pain sensation, I think, on the inside of your brain, because evolutionarily it doesn't really make sense you'd be able to feel pain there, because chances are if your brain is getting hit, you're probably dead anyway, right? So you can actually have forms of waking brain surgery where you have a person who's awake and you're probing different parts of the brain, and you can kind of see how they respond to different things. I think you can maybe even shut down speech centers, or you temporarily paralyze somebody depending on what you're fucking poking around at. One of the craziest things is you can take an ordinary, well-functioning human being. You can have the head stationary, you remove the back of the skull, and you can actually bring in, the turkey baster full of Trump cum, and you can just smash it right into the back of people's heads like this, and you can hear in real time. Maybe we should be more critical about vaccines, maybe that cause autism. You can hear every talking point, as they fucking fill them up with cum without even having to knock them out. You can hear all of the MAGA talking points come out, because there's no other explanation for how these people can all have the same retarded, fucking brainless talking points over and over and over again.
To have to make that the El Salvadorian government bring them back. So if they wanted to bring them back to America, the U.S. would have to facilitate it in that event. Now, if he got brought to the United States, the withholding order, which, by the way, it came out, I think, yesterday, that the withholding order in the last hearing said that he couldn't be deported to Guatemala for some reason. But let's pretend that the withholding order from El Salvador was real.
It is. The Supreme Court said it was real.
All right,
Please do not rewrite this.
If you brought him back,
you just cited the
he would be
Supreme Court.
deported immediately, because a withholding order and a deportation order are 2 separate things.
He would
so
not
you would
be.
have to.
No.
Yes, he.
No. The Supreme Court said that his rights do not disappear at the border, and that he should go through a trial just just as anybody else would have been. Also, when you guys want to cite these hearings where he was found to be MS-13, these were bond trials where a disgraced former cop who was fired that week said that he thinks Abrego Garcia is MS-13, and if that's enough evidence
But it wasn't just the cop.
If that's enough evidence to deport someone, I hope you never have a bond trial where someone makes up some BS about you.
But it wasn't
the problem with saying that anybody who steps foot over the line that is America and Mexico, or whatever the border is, that they get all of the rights that are entitled to American citizens.
No one said that.
No, but you do get deport.
Nobody said that, retard. Notice how as the MAGA cum seeps into the brain, it infects you, and you start to hallucinate talking points from the other side too. You start to hear things that nobody actually fucking said as well.
And I think under your worldview, everybody is essentially an undocumented citizen of America. And I really have a hard time believing that you would apply these same principles to any other country. If I cross into Mexico tomorrow and they deported me immediately, would you say that Mexico should give me due process?
We're not Mexican, you retarded fuck. We don't have an investment in Mexican laws. We're talking about U.S. laws, you fucking retard. What a stupid fucking statement.
Yes.
Wait, does Mexico have Article 5 of the Constitution, which says that not citizens, but persons? You know what Article 5 says?
So what you're saying is that everybody gets all of the rights under the Constitution. We have to apply our Constitution to everybody of the world.
No, in the U.S.
On your soil, in the United States.
In the U.S., Article 5 of the Constitution specifically says that all persons in the United States have due process. Now, the framers put persons rather than citizens, because it's not just citizens who deserve due process. All persons in the United States deserve due process. This has been upheld by multiple Supreme Court rulings. So what you're arguing for is creating a new class of people within America that have no due process whatsoever. What happens when you create a new class with no due process? You can justify putting anyone into that new class. What if I said that you were a gang member and I never gave you the chance to even defend yourself?
True.
Then boom, we deport you.
True.
And then I'm debating some MAGA person next month and they're like, oh, but Aldo was an MS-13 gang member. Like, you think that everybody should, obviously this is a bad example, but you get where I'm going, right? If you remove due process from one person, you can remove due process from anybody.
I think it's a great question. Let's talk about due process.
Sure.
Over the last 4 years on the Biden administration.
Oh, where was the due process when Biden brought in all the illegal immigrants? Where was the due process with that?
Upwards of 15 million illegal immigrants crossed into the
15 million
country. Now,
all
we
voted
have a
for
process
Hillary,
of
by the way.
And there are correct ways to do it, and there are incorrect ways to do it. Now, what you're saying is that those 15 million people, all of them deserve trials. All of them deserve our resources.
Not trials.
They deserve a hearing, right?
I mean, a hearing of some sort, but these can go quickly.
So 15 million people deserve trials. Now, we have another amendment in our Constitution, or a hearing. We have another amendment in our Constitution that guarantees the right of citizens to a speedy trial and that due process. And so the problem is when we're saying that everybody that crossed our border the wrong way, and I hope none of you are disputing that, they did it the wrong way,
sure,
that we have to now take our resources, which are paid for by the American people and are for the American people, now they have to wait because 15 million people decided overnight that they want to be Americans. That is not fair, and that does not respect the due process of American citizens. I went to the border at the height of the Joe Biden.
You do know that illegal immigrants also pay taxes, right? Like it's not
some of them.
No,
I think that's
and also
irrelevant,
some of them pay taxes, but also 3 and 5.
This is all irrelevant if we're going to talk about being irrelevant.
Some of them pay taxes, but 3 and 5 illegal immigrants are on taxpayer-funded welfare. They are a drain on the systems.
Can somebody link me that number? I'm curious where this comes from. In what welfare can you collect as an illegal immigrant? That 60% of them? What? Wait, what?
Upwards of $160 billion annually. These are FBI statistics.
You can rattle off facts, but the
FBI is collecting information about illegal immigrant welfare? Wait, what? Wait. Since when was that in the purview of the FBI?
On the systems, upwards of $160 billion annually. These are FBI statistics.
You can rattle off facts, but the Trump admin illegally deported
someone.
Let me finish. Sure, you can finish. Yeah.
And so when you're saying that these 15 million people, they woke up overnight, they said they want to be Americans, and now all of them deserve hearings, we have finite resources, and I hope you can say that that is going to put a strain on our systems that are for American citizens. I went to the border in 2022, and the border towns were overrun. You had CBP officers and sheriffs that used their own money to buy water because they didn't want to see kids dying, and they had to feed them their own water. And so the open borders advocates have successfully convinced a large portion of our country that open borders are compassionate. But it is the furthest thing from it. And there's a reason, let me finish, there's a reason that we have due process.
So long. You have to make it a conversation.
So you're right, there is due process.
You really have to make it a conversation, but we're not advocating for an open border. I think that you're conflating his argument of due process and advocacy for an open border policy. No one is advocating for an open border policy. What we are advocating for is that the Trump administration has openly claimed that they made an administrative error. Abrego Garcia has already been tried in 2019 and was found to be an asylum seeker and was allowed to stay in this country. So if you're going to just unilaterally, like, just they fucked up. They fucked up, and they have to bring him back. It's kind of the point. It was a fuck up, and he admitted it was a fuck up, but they won't bring him back, and that's creating this kind of slippery slope that the Trump administration can just deem anyone a member of MS-13. And we did this in the last middle ground with Mahmoud Khalil, who was deemed a terrorist because of his connection to pro-Palestinian organizations and was arrested without due process, even though he had also not committed a crime. So now this is the second instance of us seeing this in this country, and that's my fear.
Would you say that Mexico should get...
Whoops. Well, hi, what's up, babe?
Ahoy, what's poppin'?
Nothing much. How you doing?
Doing pretty all right here. Oh, here, let me turn my camera on. Yeah, how you been since the last time I saw you?
Just big chilling, you know? When did I see you last? Was it for the election stream?
Yeah, that was election night. Yeah. How has it been going over there? You been staying out of trouble?
No, but you know.
I mean, from like a content perspective, it seems like every day is the dumbest day in American history, doesn't it?
Yeah, it somehow has gotten... Yeah, I don't even... It's hard to put into words how fucking retarded everything is right now. like on its own, there's like 20 different things that could be, you know, like... administration breaking horrible things, but yeah. I mean, well, you see that they're going hard with the AI art, man. I think it's really artistic and beautiful. I mean, they just posted for May the 4th. Happy May the 4th, by the way. Yeah.
You know, that Trump with like these giant rockin' biceps and a red lightsaber, like.
Yeah, interesting color choice. I don't know why they are so on the nose sometimes, but you know. Whatever.
I feel like that right there to me almost represents, it's like the perfect encapsulation of the cognitive dissonance, because you have Trump with a red lightsaber, but in the post it says, like, to the radical left, you are not the rebellion, you are the empire. It's like, no, you have the red lightsaber.
And you literally are the empire. You are the administration right now, so I don't know what you mean. Yeah.
No. See, you're wrong. See, the deep state is not in power right now. The deep state is still. No,
somewhere.
wait. How does
you don't even try to? Yeah, it doesn't. There's no way to even make sense of it. Because somehow the deep state is still in power, or it was in power for Trump's first 4 years, but it's not in power anymore because he got to choose everybody. But sometimes it is in power. I think
it was in power with Biden, right? Biden was obviously the leader of the deep state.
Yes, but the deep state was also there when Biden was just running for office. Because remember, the FBI, the laptop from hell and all of that was the FBI that was trying to stop that was Trump's FBI, but that was controlled by the deep state, I think, not Trump. But now Trump controls the FBI, not the deep state.
Can you get Alex Jones on the line? I can't make heads or tails of this.
Yeah, I'm sure he's coming. Fuck, what was I gonna? Oh, Trump just gave an interview. I haven't watched it yet, but I saw clips from it. That somebody asked him, "What parts of do you think this is your economy yet, or is it Biden's economy?" And Trump says,
"Oh yeah,
I think the good parts of the economy are my economy, and the bad parts I think are Biden's economy." It's just like it
makes so much
nose.
sense. Perfect.
Yeah.
Wow, but yeah, I mean, how has like your streaming and content and debates, has that changed at all since Inauguration Day? And like, if so, how? I'm just curious. Has there been a vibe shift or like content shift?
I mean, for content, it's like it's exhausting because there's like at some point you can't really cover everything, you know. So there's just like how many times can you have, you know, like the next day of this is the worst thing ever. There are some people that kind of mean because Brian Tyler Cohen and it's not Adam Mockler. There's one other guy. I should remember his name. Oh, Luke Beasley, I think. And apparently, like every single YouTube title they have is like, "Now it's over for the Trump admin," or "Trump admin gets destroyed by this," or "This is the worst thing ever." And it's like every single like 2 days, and it's like, okay, yeah.
I mean, is it clickbait though?
Well, it's a lot. It's exhausting. That's the problem. And then you
are you complaining about their video titles, or are you like?
I'm not. It's just I'm saying it's hard to figure out like how do you even cover it when it's so crazy. Like we were already asking that question for the first Trump admin, and now it's even worse. It's like, what do you say or do?
Oh yeah, that was just round one back then.
Yeah, but that seems super tame compared to where we are now. So
it sure does. Yeah. So are things going like as you expected, worse than you expected? Has anything like surprised you or your audience?
No, I think that things are surprising.
Because you read Project 2025, right? Did you read through like all of it?
No, I didn't read any of it, actually. I didn't even, because I feel like most Americans don't care about policy. But I don't think that the big writing on the wall wasn't the Project 2025. The big writing on the wall was just understanding kind of like how Trump works and like what was going on and what he wanted to do and what he was going to change next time. And I think especially with Vance, I think Vance was a big foretelling, because one of the things that Trump wanted to do last time was steal the election, right? And he wasn't able to do that, largely because of Pence. Yeah. And like that was one of the things that Vance said coming in, where Vance was like, "Oh no, yeah, I would definitely do that for him." Yeah. So
sorry.
Yeah, so people have this like misconception. People have a lot of misconceptions, but people had a lot of misconceptions around Trump, that the first Trump economy was good and Trump knows what he's doing and he just says crazy stuff because he's a deal maker. And that might be like an okay, like casual take. But if you're following the politics, what was actually happening was that evil, horrible, bureaucratic deep state was just making sure like the country was actually running and not being fucking destroyed, okay, by Donald Trump.
You're right.
And now he's totally peeled apart or taken apart all of the safeguards on that. So I mean, it's more aggressive than I thought it would be. I think more aggressive than anybody thought it would be. But like, yeah, the writing was definitely on the wall for everything, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, they're flooding the zone, as they say.
Yeah.
They put so much dumb shit out there. I've been paying a lot of attention. So like, for a long time, I really didn't care too much about politics or get involved. I just kind of stuck with my video games, wanted to just fuck off. But it was actually when that Corey guy got killed at the rally, and after that, I was like, "Whoa, that's crazy." And then I think you popped up on like Twitter or something, and I saw you just like going off on people, and I was like, "What is actually going on in the U.S.?" And I'm like, I'm 30. I should probably start caring about politics now. So I've been really getting into it and just kind of like observing from afar.
Sure. Wait, where are you from again?
Yeah.
Are you Canadian?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm in Washington State.
Okay. You said what's going on in
you know
America,
what they say,
so...
West Coast, Best Coast, East Coast, Least Coast,
Well, I'm not a coastal elite. I'm in Miami, okay? We're not, it's not really the East Coast, although technically it is, but it's not really, but...
You've been adopted by Florida.
No, I've been adopted by Miami.
No?
Miami.
Oh, okay. Miami and Florida are two separate places.
They're very separate, for sure. Because if I said I was like up in Jacksonville or something, all right, that's the South, okay? That's different. All right, I'm in Miami. Miami is its own thing.
Yeah.
We're kind of similar
to
Orlando.
Are you a Dolphins fan then?
I love Dolphins, yeah.
The football team?
No.
No? Ah, man. Dork.
Yep.
Yeah, so like...
I only believe in one type of football, and that's college football. So, what am I
You're a college football guy?
No, but I used to be. I'm from Nebraska, so...
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, well, what I've noticed that people who are more like college football and not NFL, like they have more... Like they don't have NFL teams in states where most people are like college football fans, I've noticed from my own personal experience.
Sure.
Which makes sense.
What do you mean it makes sense?
Makes sense if you don't have an NFL team in your state, but you have college teams, you would probably...
You think that's the only reason why people would follow college football is because there's no NFL team there? I
think that's part of it. I think, yeah. You know, it's an inferior form of football.
Well, I don't know if I'd say it's inferior. Sometimes you like the team building. You like to see freshmen come on and whatever, your black shirts, your people that come on and they are with the team for 4 years. You get to watch them develop with the staff. You have your fun coach. You don't do this weird draft roulette every fucking year and shuffle new players around everywhere. And, the schedule is better. The schedule is better. The schedule's way better in college football. Every fucking
Really
game
true.
is essential, is the most important game. All of them. What do you like 12 games or whatever per season outside of playoffs or whatever? So, just saying.
For college, it's 12 games?
Isn't it?
I don't know. I don't really watch much college football.
Yeah,
but,
you wouldn't. That's because you just move to a city and pick whatever the football team is, and you're like, oh, this is my team now.
Well,
I don't watch any.
Dog, I was
I'm
born
sorry.
and raised here.
I'm just fucking. I don't watch any.
Seahawks
I don't watch sports ball anymore. Okay, I don't care.
sports
anyway.
ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So like,
It's
yeah,
not
I
red
kind of
shirts, it's
wanted
black
to pick
shirts, guys. Okay, we were Nazis in Nebraska. Sorry, God.
Oh yeah, I wanted to pick your brain on some stuff because like, I've been observing from afar, and like, I have a bunch of different topics that are on my mind, and I'm pretty much down for whatever. But like, obviously the recent Hassan Ethan Klein debate, like I haven't really watched any of that. I don't really know what's going on with it.
Mm-hmm.
But something that stands out to me is like, there's so much going on with the the regime. Why are people on the left still doing these like crippling purity tests? Like, shouldn't you guys be creating like a unified front and like setting aside your differences, because we're kind of in the process of becoming like, I don't know if we're in the process or already there, but it's like fascism and authoritarianism, I feel like, is a bigger deal than whatever differences they might have on Palestine and Israel.
Good question. Let me grab a Red Bull and I'll answer. Hold on 1 second.
Sure, no problem. How we doing, chat? I don't know. I'm kind of like new to all of this, so I don't know if maybe there's a bunch of stuff in context I'm missing out, but it just seems like a constant issue of the left is always like infighting, and then the right is always just complete total subservience to a greater authority figure.
Okay. I would broadly define liberalism as like the kind of like the Bill of Rights. You've got your, private property, freedom of speech. Government exists to protect that. Capitalism. Like, this is like, broadly speaking, these are like liberal ideas. Illiberal people or anti-liberal people, so like socialists or communists would be anti-liberal, or fascists, authoritarians, dictators, whatever, would be anti-liberal. These people will always hate the, broadly speaking, like liberalism. People like Hassan, or like the far left, people who identify as socialists, are anti-liberal. They will not support the Democratic Party or anything that's part of the liberal establishment of the United States. So part of the reason why there's so much...
Why?
Because they're not liberal. They don't like liberalism. They're anti-capitalist. They think that capitalism is inherently unethical or immoral, and their entire framework for analyzing the world is through that lens.
Okay, do they forget that we have a two-party system in this country?
Well, no, but they don't care. That's why they say that like they won't vote for the lesser of two evils, or, they don't care. Yeah, they just don't care.
That doesn't make any sense to me, right? It's like, you ever see Alien versus Predator, the first one?
Hell yeah, I did.
Hell yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Side note, that movie is like the perfect combination of dumb and awesome. It has like a great fucking movie, but there's moments in like media, movies, video games, TV shows where quotes really stick with me, and I feel like they say something greater than what is said within the context of the movie, right? Okay. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right? You remember that quote?
Yeah, that came from Alien vs. Predator, right? I think they were the first one to say that, yeah.
Well, I don't know if they were the first one to say that, but like...
I know what you mean, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. And so, like, it should be a fight of the lesser of two evils, right?
But they're not.
Or I
It's
don't
not
least-
they're not. They're not the enemy of my enemy. Their enemy is capitalism or liberalism broadly. Like that is their enemy, and all of it's more or less the same to them.
That's so dumb. Why? Like,
Well, they would tell you that it's dumb for you to think. You think there's a difference between the Democrats and the Republicans? Like, I mean, you can find literal clips of Hassan saying that there would be no difference between Kamala and Trump. But the reason why they say this is because they are both, broadly speaking, well, they're not actually, because Trump is a fucking dictator, but like part of the capitalist liberal world order.
Okay, but like, don't you think we have bigger issues to worry about than just like constant infighting, right?
It's not infighting to them. They're trying to get rid of liberals. They don't consider them part of the group. They're not on the same team, and they view any type of huge thing like this, any huge upset that's going on like right now, as an opportunity for them to accelerate the world into collapse, so that the rebuilding can be of like a new socialist utopia.
You think that's their end game?
Yeah, it sounds kind of meany, but I mean, this is kind of what happened, I think, with Lenin in the Russian Empire, and everybody, all the kind of like Marxists around the world kind of see that as like, once the system kind of collapses from capitalism, from the ashes you build a socialist utopia, basically.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It sounds meany, but if you really talk to any of the big thought leaders or whatever about this, like even your Hassan losers, like they'll say this, they'll say it pretty openly, yeah.
So essentially, there's like two sides of the political spectrum are like, yes, down with the current state of America being like the world's leading global superpower, essentially. Like, let's tear it all down and rebuild.
At least it's capitalist, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's stupid. I mean, I don't know. I guess like from an outsider's perspective, like, When I see some of the clips and I see the way that like Ethan and Hassan talk to each other, like part of me also wonders, like sometimes it's difficult to ascertain whether or not a content creator is like saying and doing things and like putting on a performance, at least in the realm of politics, right? It's like, is it always easy to see where the line is between I'm putting on a show for people and like, are you genuinely trying to get people to come together to have a productive conversation that can sway people's minds and get them to believe in what's best for the country and the world?
Well, that's a different conversation, but that has to do with it's something, again, I feel very strongly about. So politics, okay, is the practice of basically forcing your will onto other people. Politics is the practice of seizing power from the state, from the apparatus, right? That's what politics is, about securing political power. Most political streamers don't care about that. They're content creators, or you can say maybe agitators or whatever, but at the end of the day, politics is not something they're actually concerned about, but they wear the aesthetic of politics for making content and for making money. So Hassan is somebody who wears the aesthetic of politics for making content, as opposed to, say, like Nick Fuentes is somebody who's concerned with like securing political power. The difference between the two, right, is that one will try to build a political movement, or like Charlie Kirk will try to build a political movement, gain access to political leaders, build up their political party. Like people like Charlie Kirk are trying to gain, or they've gained and secured political power. A lot of online leftist content creators are just here to endlessly critique power and make content out of it under the guise of doing politics, but they're not actually practicing politics. They don't care to practice politics.
What can be done about that?
I mean, like, you're free to do what you want, but I wish that people would just realize that a little bit more.
Yeah, because it seems like we're in the midst of a battle for America's soul right now. And I feel like there's, at least from my perspective, I mean, if one was to do political content, right, you would ideally be promoting a sort of governance or lifestyle that would benefit Americans, right? Like if I were to do political content, I would want to feel like I'm helping to make the world a better place.
Yeah,
as
but their
opposed
way
to
of
like
doing
I'm
that,
doing this.
Their way of doing that is that they view the current system as being fundamentally evil, as opposed to Like it's inherently, intrinsically an evil system, and you trying to help people live better in it is just furthering the evil. It would be like saying, I have an 8-year-old who's getting abused by their parents, and you're like, okay, well, we're going to get this 8-year-old the best martial arts lessons ever, so he can minimize, his dad attacking him. That's how a leftist views you trying to patch the current system, and the leftists would say, well, maybe we should just remove the kid from the abusive household. Like, this is like a broken system. There's no reason to try to patch it.
So I guess then the goal would be to convince them that it is worth saving and improving. And it's also not entirely realistic to be like, oh, okay, yeah, 250 years of American capitalism. Well, let's just get rid of that and try something else, right?
I mean, realistic, maybe, but it doesn't matter as much also because remember, at the end of the day, these guys aren't concerned with securing political power. That's just not really what they care about that much. So...
And you do, because when I think I saw one clip on your channel, I think along a while ago, when like you got accosted by someone when you were doing like door-to-door knocking, and then like it was like some lady, and then every question she had for you answered with like pinpoint precision, and just kind of like it was really funny. But you're actually going out and doing the boots on the ground work, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would hope so.
You care about...
Yeah, but I mean, you don't necessarily have to do that either. It's just, but you just need to be kind of like at the very least, if you're telling people to vote for or supporting like a political party or something, like it doesn't have to be on the ground work. Now, I would argue if you've got a lot of money, because remember, these people always complain that like, oh, the Koch brothers and all these people have so much money and they, rig stuff. It's like, okay, well, why don't we rig stuff? We have a lot of money, no? Why don't we do something like Charlie Kirk does? So yeah, I would say I'm interested in I would say practicing politics, but
what I was saying is that you're also a content creator, right? You do debates, you do politics, but that's not all you do. So when looking at your actions as a whole, seeing you like just go out on the street like any other person would to try and make a difference says something about your intentions going further beyond sitting in your fucking computer chair complaining all day, right?
I mean, I would say so, yeah. But again, I would stress that like you can contribute in a lot of different ways. You don't have to go out and be like a real life activist. You don't have to go out and do these things in the real world. Like there's plenty of ways that you can contribute if you want to. So.
Yeah. Okay. I suppose that answers some of my. That answers a question I had been thinking of, because when you compare like the left and the right, like the left wing seems to be plagued with constant infighting and purity tests, and the right is plagued by just like complete total subservience and kneeling to authority and ruling by fear, intimidation, and ostracization.
Yeah, but look at the difference there, right? The difference is that both sides there are actually being incredibly effective at what they're doing. They just have different goals. Like when you talk about, well, the left is plagued with infighting because they like to infight. It's fun. They want to criticize. They want to make content out of it. They want to be activists. That's the goal. And infighting serves that goal. It serves it really well. It does all the things. And the right, you said that, they're trying to, what do you say? They're trying to get subservience and, whatever other stuff. All these things are to what? To further the political power that they seek. And they're very good at it. They're very effective at doing it. So both sides technically are doing the correct things. They just have very different goals. And I just wish people would be more aware of that so we could focus on the what I would argue are more worthy goals.
Yeah, well, I think the left would benefit more if they were able to establish a more unified front. What I'm gathering from this conversation is that that's not entirely realistic, and this might just be the nature of the left wing to fight and critique each other. But
no. Careful, because the difference between socialist left, like that left, versus like Democrats. Democrats should be able to provide a type of unified front. That should be possible. We should be able to provide a unified front. We should be able to run for elections and win. There's no reason why we can't. But a lot of people just gotten confused, and partially because it's intentional, right? And again, I know I sound really conspiratorial when I'm saying this, but I don't know how much of Ethan's stuff you've watched, whatever. Like Hassan literally says that his goal is to provide a radicalist funnel to people, to more radical anti-liberal spaces. Like he masquerades as a liberal, but he's not actually. He's a a Marxist-Leninist. But he says that openly. Like, he said that on shows openly. I don't know if you saw that clip on Ethernet. I'm just making that up. So that's part of where the confusion comes from. You don't get people that are trying to draft people away from Donald Trump on the far right. If anything, before Trump came into office, a lot of the far right just kind of like, they like grin and bear. They're like, Trump is not the Nazi that I want, but I think he'll get us a little bit further along to where, you know, we want to be. Like, they just like deal with it, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Well, also, one of the tactics I've noticed from the right, obviously, is threat of ostracization, and it makes sense when you consider that, like, the conservative mindset, at least generally speaking, and correct me if I'm wrong on anything, but the conservative mindset essentially boils down to in-group, out-group, us versus them. And when taken too far to the right, it turns into fascism of rules for thee, not for me. I'm the in-group, you're the out-group, right? And so that's why the threat of ostracization amongst conservatives is so prevalent, because they're being threatened with their place in the in-group, right? If you don't fall in line or, you know, do exactly as we're saying, if you don't follow the party mantras, then you're out, right? And then if you're out, then
I'd say
where
like
the
a
fuck
little
do they
bit.
go?
Although I would say to be careful, because technically everybody has their in-group, out-group. It's just the way that they orient that in-group, out-group is a little bit different sometimes. But I mean, like, everybody at the end of the day is big on in-group, out-group stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. But conservatives more so, right? That's why, like, anytime someone says something slightly critical about Trump, he's always jumping on the button to send a tweet to you know, talk shit, right?
True,
He
but I
uses
mean, like,
his-
on the left, you would argue that in-group, out-group stuff comes in the form of it comes in the form of like cancel culture, right? That was their variation of in-group, out-group, you know?
Yeah, true. But also, like the right seems more unified in a single group, and unwilling to push back, whereas the left seems more like even if I don't know, you're not accepted in like Hassan's space or whatever, like, you still have your space here. You still exist. That he can't. Nobody on the left can threaten you with ostracization, right? But like all the guys on the right who suck up to Elon and Trump, right? They have to keep doing that because it's all like one unified front.
Kind of.
Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying. It just, again,
Yeah.
I'm going to beat this in because it's hard to understand this point, but it seems like there is a unified front. But what's actually happening is they're both unified, but they're unified around different goals. So the right is unified. The right has a unified front, but the right is unified around securing political power, so they all support Donald Trump. The left is unified, but they are unified around like cultural issues that don't necessarily align with securing political power. So, for instance, the cancel culture thing is probably a good thing, like trans issues, right? Nobody on the left apparently would speak up and say like, hey, maybe this particular thing about trans athletes is like a little bit overboard. You know, when Gavin Newsom said it, everybody started writing articles about how Gavin Newsom is like a traitor to the left now. I think even the New York Times was posting op-eds about it. And it's like, Gavin Newsom's statements on that show were not that radical at all. They were totally fine. So the left does a lot of the in-group, out-group stuff, but the thing that they enforce the in-group, out-group opinion on just isn't related to securing political power.
Okay. Yeah. That makes more sense.
Sure. It's very fucking annoying, but
Yeah. I mean, you've clearly thought a lot about this.
I mean, I hope so. It's my that's what I do for work in my job. Yeah.
It's your job.
Yeah.
I was also curious about so how have debates been going for you? I haven't kept up with some of your content, so I haven't watched recently, but like overall, like has it been more or less the same, or has it been different in some ways?
Has what been more or less the same?
Your debates, like with people, have they changed at all since the inauguration?
I mean, I would say it looks like I think people started to avoid me a lot after the firefighter thing. A lot of conservatives got really triggered, but I think that a lot of people on the conservative side, ever since the Trump victory, I think basically just started avoiding all critical confrontation at all because they'd won the election and they didn't need to. And
Yeah.
I haven't seen that come back yet, and I think that that'll change around midterm time. That's just a thing that I hear anecdotally. I think that anecdotally, a lot of conservatives are also just like not capable of defending a lot of the Trump stuff, so they just don't talk about it as much.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, what do you mean? He tanked the economy, and it's gonna be great. You just wait and see. Just have a little faith, Arthur.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know when that's coming back.
Yeah.
The economy, yeah. But
so it's been. I suppose that makes sense, right? Because going into elections, that's when like the exchange of ideas, like, oh, who's going to be the better president? That's probably when it's most heated. So that makes sense that would kind of fall off a bit. Another question I had for you.
I think it's more that they know that a lot of the stuff that they're doing is completely and totally and wholly indefensible. So they do their best to just avoid fucking anything
just
related to
stick your head in the sand, kind of.
Basically, yeah.
Okay. So another question I had for you was, when you do debates or when you discuss ideas, what like mindset do you go into it with, and what are your intentions, either for yourself, for your opponent, your audiences, just like generally speaking, how would you describe your mindset and your intentions?
I mean, I always say that there's three different things. I think it's like there's people, it's people, policies, places. So it depends on who I debate, it depends on what I'm debating, and it depends on where I'm debating. All three of those things are going to have huge impacts on how I actually approach that conversation. If you give me an example, then I will walk through how I would assess that, I guess.
Like, do you adjust your approach depending on the person you're talking to? Like, if someone seems less malicious or more open to your ideas, do you still go like full throttle on them? Because
right,
you got to give me
an example, and I can talk you through it, I guess, how I would assess it.
Well, let's say you're speaking to someone and they seem receptive to your ideas, right?
Who is the person? Like, are they like a content creator, or are they?
Yeah. So or anyone, someone who is willing to concede something, because you've obviously had very heated debates in the past, but like how much of your tactics change based on the person?
Well, all of it's going to change. It's the problem is that like, what video games do you play?
Oh, I play a lot.
A lot
of FPS games. Yeah.
Oh, like it's kind of like you're asking me the questions like, how would you win a StarCraft 2 game? And it's like, well, it depends on the map, it depends on the matchup, and it depends on if I know the player, it depends on the player. Like, it's super variable. So like if a random mom wanted to have a debate with me about trans rights on stage for a college event, and that college event was called the Come Together Tour, right? Well, if it's a person with a kid and we're talking about trans stuff, I'm probably going to try to be empathetic. I'm probably going to try to relate on some parental level. And if it's a tour where like the express purpose is to have like good conversations, I'm probably going to try to be like pretty chill. I'll match energy, or even like just be less than them. If they go hard, I'll try to just like bring it back. And I'll try to like bring them over to my side, or bridge, or meet in the middle, I guess, as much as possible, since it's supposed to be like a like a connective thing, I guess. Like that would be my approach there. But if I was debating somebody on like the Fuck Trump tour, and it was like an online content creator who's known for being, super far right in a lot of their beliefs, then I'm going to ramp up the energy pretty significantly. I'm going to, regardless of the policy or the thing we're debating on, I'm going to try to argue my side almost as stringently as possible. My rhetorical tools are going to be a lot more aggressive. It's going to be more like trying to make the other person look like an idiot, trying to demonstrate, mastery of the topic, and to show that they don't know anything about it. Yeah, so all of these things will heavily impact the approach, I think, to the conversation.
Okay. Interesting. And then, sorry, I'm still a little sick, so if I start hawking up loogies, that's why.
You're good.
Yeah, so also when you debate, like, what is the best case outcome in your mind? Like, let's just say a typical conservative content creator, not super not like a huge fucking dick, but also not entirely reasonable. Like, do you also go into it with a perspective of like, I hope we both get something out of this conversation and come to some, even the slightest bit, come together on something to at least relate as humans, right?
I can't. I can't give any general overview. I just can't. You have to give me specific examples, because like, let's say I'm debating somebody who might come off as moderate, but in their own community they're extremist on every position. I don't want to share ground with them. I don't want to break bread with them, and I don't want to come to any middle ground at all with them, because I don't want the other side to have the impression that I'm co-signing anything or that I think they're more reasonable than they actually are. But let's say it's somebody who I believe is like genuinely kind of like a centristy type person, or maybe they fall in a little bit into some conservative memes, but they just don't know that much about politics, and their community is kind of like trending towards the far right, or trending towards the right. I'm probably not going to be as aggressive as that person, but I can't generalize any of this. It has to be, I would have to talk through an example to do it. I can't write any rules for it. Yeah. Or there are rules for it, but all of them, it's just going to depend so much on on the person, policy, and the platform. Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. Yeah, it's because sometimes I like when I watch clips of like Ethan and Hassan, it doesn't seem like either of them are trying to come to any sort of common agreement or understanding on something to either like deepen their understanding. But then again, like you said,
that type of conversation is basically never, ever, ever happening online. Deepening an understanding, that's going to be a that's like an intellectual pursuit moment. But online, for content creators, we're defending egos and we're defending ideologies, where most people are defending ideologies more than anything. And fact is an instrument of ideology, meaning the facts will be wielded or weaponized in a different way in service to the ideology, not the other way around. So like somebody like Hassan, whose primary focus is his ideology, is never going to be interested in some kind of thought-provoking intellectual pursuit, because if he finds something that contradicts the ideology, he's fucked. That just can never happen. That can't be the case.
Yeah. My personal politics, I've never really been like, oh, I'm part of this political party, like, oh, I'm a liberal or a Democrat or a Republican or a conservative, because I feel like I'm my own man, and attaching labels is sometimes an easy way for people to categorize you, throw you into a box, and say you're just like all the others in this group, and essentially like use that as a way to completely disregard whatever you might have to say. So like, there's another quote from Knights of the Old Republic 2. Anybody who's played that, this game had some fire philosophy, but there's a character that says, to believe in an idea is to be willing to betray it. What do you think that means?
To believe in an idea is to be willing to betray it.
Yeah.
It's going to depend on the type of idea that you believe in, but it sounds like
an ideal.
I understand, but it sounds like technically the quote is he's appealing to a higher ideal, but to believe in an idea is to be willing to betray it. Sounds like it means that if you have some intellectually honest engagement with your philosophy, then you should be willing to change your philosophy if there's either new information or if you've evaluated something differently or whatever, as a result of collecting data.
Bingo. Bingo. Yeah. So that's kind of how I look at the world. It's like, I saw a quote, it was either from Steve Bannon or someone else, who was saying something like, anybody can believe in the truth, but if you can convince someone to believe nonsense, then they will wear a political uniform for you. And the more people you have in that uniform, you can build an army. Basically, like, if you can convince people the stupidest things are true, and they're not thinking about what's true and what's not true, they're just blind adherents to your ideology, and therefore they're a soldier.
Okay. Yeah. That's Bannon is pretty smart politically, so
yeah.
Checks out.
That's just me like making sense of things, but I don't know. I guess I don't understand how people get so wrapped up in their political party that they end up discarding the truth, or like.
Well, it's their political parties are a little bit different, I would say, than ideology. And so you just have to be careful about who's defending what, because like Hassan won't necessarily be allegiant to a political party. Hassan's allegiance will be to an ideology of Marxist-Leninism, basically, yeah. But the ideology supersedes any kind of factual analysis of the world, yeah.
Yeah. I think, like, do you agree with that sentiment that, like, well, if you believe in something, you should be willing to betray it and discard it should some better argument come along, right? Everybody used to think the Earth was flat, and if I remember correctly, the first guy who was like, "Guys, I think it's round," I think that killed him. But like, that's an idea of, people that just blindly believed the Earth was flat, but then new evidence came around to change people's minds. Like, I think that's a good political perspective to have.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good perspective for life. You just have to be careful because people will view things. Sometimes people can view a willingness to change ideas as a weakness. So you have to be very careful how you present it, I guess. Like another person who I haven't, like Muslims, for instance, will use the argument that the Quran has never changed as one of their kind of owns against Christianity, who, kind of like swap out books in the Bible and shit because who the fuck knows. And, and Muslims will make that argument that, like, see, the fact that our shit's never changed actually makes it way better than yours. And for some people, like, those types of arguments are compelling, right? And, for other people, they'll be like, wait a second, this sounds like the worst argument you could make, So some people do view that unchanging and unwavering belief as like a ideological strength. Whereas other people
as like a building that stood for centuries versus a building that was renovated.
Yeah, potentially, yeah, something like that, yeah.
Okay. Kind of like an appeal to traditionalism. This is the way things are and have been, and it's worked, and it doesn't need to change. Okay. Yeah, you're an interesting guy to talk to, and
I hope so.
Yeah,
it's my job, right?
Well, I'm surprised by some of the answers and input, because it seems like a lot of these issues are much more intertwined and difficult to solve than just a small change in perspective of like, but guys, what if you just believed in things that are true? Like,
yeah, the problem is people. If you ever like do like kind of amateur investigations or like philosophy, you can start to figure this out real quick. Where I think Wittgenstein says this, and I'm saying this having never read it before. The idea that there are no problems in philosophy, there are just problems of language, and because language can be ambiguous, we trick ourselves into thinking that there's actually a really deep question being asked, when in reality we're just not using the correct words. So like when you say we should just believe in things that are true, it's the type of thing that every single person would agree with, but obviously the difficulty is, well, how do you define what is true? And, somebody might say, oh, well, things that we can directly witness are true. Okay, well, what does it mean to witness something? And what does it mean to witness something directly? Because, for instance, a lot of people in Washington state might say something like they've witnessed stuff related to illegal immigration into the United States at the border. And it's like, really? Have you? It's like, well, I've seen these news, right? So people will agree conceptually on a lot of things, but when you start to like ground it out in examples, or you start to ask people, what do you actually mean when you say this? Then you start to realize like, oh shit, we're on different planets here,
Yeah. I think so. I've been doing something sometimes in my spare time. Is I'll actually reach out and talk to some of my haters on Twitter. Mm-hmm. In some ways, it's a waste of time. Some might say, but it's also a way for me to like engage with a radically different perspective and try to at least understand where they're coming from or their reasoning behind things. And I feel like when ego is taken out of the equation, right? Because think about Twitter, for example. When you post a tweet, anybody can see it. Or when you do a debate, live, right? Mm-hmm. You're doing it live. You're not like recording this behind the scenes or something. But that like sort of public pressure of, people are watching you, don't fuck up, can really, I think, change how conversations happen. Whereas when you're like, hey, let's talk in private and just have a conversation, I found that people are much more receptive in those instances.
Yeah, they can be, yeah. But it also really depends on who you're talking to. Because remember, like, people who are online content creators are going to be very, very bought into their particular ideology for a lot of reasons. Sometimes because they have to be. It's part of their job, right? Like, imagine if I had...
it's part of the audience they've attracted, right?
Yeah. Imagine if somebody does give, like, the most logically consistent and best argument ever to somebody like Hassan for why capitalism is better than socialism. If he were to change his mind on that, he's going to lose 80% of his audience. Right, because he attracts via an ideology rather than, you know, some individual thought pattern. So for a lot of people, you're kind of bought in once you start to develop an audience, and you can't really change that much. You don't have any flexibility.
Yeah, that's, you know, everybody is kind of a slave to something or another.
Yeah, to some extent,
yeah, you know, like everybody that does some type of content, like, people subscribe for a reason. If you sway too far off the beaten path, then people are like, well, what the fuck is this? I mean, when I was doing YouTube, I'm still doing YouTube, but when I was doing it earlier in my career, I was more counterculture against the left generally, because I found there were more like stupid things left-wing people were saying about video games, right?
Sure.
And sometimes there would be some right-wing stupidity or like stuff to make fun of, hot takes. But so whether I intended to or not, I ended up attracting, I attract all kinds of gamers. That's inherently the goal. But like within the last few years, I've noticed the shift in like the stupid shit people are saying about video games from political perspectives is much more on the right now. Like every fucking day, it's like, oh, Doom the Dark Ages is woke, man, or some. So it's always some fucking stupid shit. But my perspective has always been like, if you're making bad takes, I don't care what political side you're on. I'll make fun of you all the same.
Sure.
But yeah, I feel like I've noticed that it's kind of shifted the other way.
What do you mean by that, shifted the other way?
That like when looking at content again, yeah, like for me doing content, when I do like a hot take video, you know, I don't pull punches based on if someone's like arguing left wing versus right wing talking points. You're saying dumb shit about video games, gonna make fun of you all the same. But there's almost like this idea that I've somehow betrayed like who I was, whereas like I've always kind of just made fun of people all the same. Does that make sense?
Yeah. There's an aesthetic to going after everybody that people like, and people really like to wear the aesthetic of going after everybody when they don't go after everybody. A really good example of this are people who make like edgy jokes.
Like Lex Friedman?
No, I'll just say focusing on gamers. People that make edgy jokes. There's a type of edgy joke you could make that's like safe edgy, and especially gamers for a long time, you know, would say shit like, "Oh, we should be able to make fun of anybody," and that's, you know, it's funny and epic, and you can, and you make fun of minorities, and make fun of women or whatever. But like, if you were to make fun of gamers or like white people, now they're like really mad.
Whoa.
The best example of this,
you watch your tone there.
The best example of this ever was Jimmy Kimmel made a little skit. I thought it was funny, and then he did like a second part of it where it was a skit about like watching like if you're like, instead of playing games, watching people play games, and then they were like, now you can watch people play games, and it was like a 2 or 3 minute skit or whatever. And they made this, and bro, this comment section, it was one of the most disliked fucking videos on all of YouTube. Gamers and people that watch streams got so fucking ass pained at that. It was insane.
That's funny. Yeah. So I guess I don't know. I kind of been. So every now and then I'll jump in to do like some kind of political gaming video when those two intersect, but I usually try to keep it to politics in games or like when other people are politicizing video games. The interesting thing is like, I feel like my values have always been the same. But now there's a lot more people on the right who are doing exactly what we used to criticize people on the left for doing, which was like politicizing video games.
Yeah.
You know, a perfect example of this is like Resident Evil 5 is racist because it's a white guy in Africa killing a bunch of black zombies. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's stupid. And then you have like just this year, it's Assassin's Creed Shadows is racist because it's a black guy in Japan killing Japanese people, and I'm like, that just feels like two sides of the same coin. But like one side is just being hypocrites of the fact that they like. Does that make sense? It just feels like
I had this moment when
argument.
I had this moment around, I think it was like a FIFA game or something, is when I first saw that, where I thought that people obsessing over like the race of, you know, online people are protagonists, I think was stupid. And I used to get so many soy claps in the past over, you know, people because I was kind of a more, I guess, right-leaning culture warrior guy, maybe. And then when other games started to come out, you know, featuring races of people on the other side, I had the same argument. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what the race the protagonist is. But all of a sudden, like, all the white people started to get like really ass pain over stuff like this. And I was like, okay, I thought we didn't care about this. But then you realize, like, oh, well, they supported you when you were supporting the status quo, and that was the only thing they actually cared about. It was like, okay, well, that's kind of depressing, I guess.
At least at the time, it didn't feel like the status quo because it felt more like counterculture. Yeah. And now it's like, I feel like I've always been a counterculture guy. Like I'm a fucking hipster, dude. All these new games coming out, and I've just been fucking playing Age of Empires 2. Like, I don't know what's wrong with me some days, but you know, it's just like. When Pokemon Go first came out, I was like, I don't want to play Pokemon Go, so I bought a Game Boy SP and a brand new, I bought blue version. And when everybody else was playing Pokemon Go, I was walking around with them with my SP playing blue version. So I always just kind of been someone that like carves my own path, marches by the beat of my own drum. Mm-hmm. And I don't know, I guess I sway more towards like a counterculture. Like kind of resisting whatever is currently in power.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's like a fun aesthetic, but it's not fun if somebody's counterculture against the thing you actually like. So people will really be with you when you're supporting their kind of counterculture narrative, but when you're on the other side of it, people will get very, very, very ass pained over it.
Yeah, I like to use the phrase, you know, I used to like that guy until his criticisms applied to me.
Yeah, I say that all the time for people, because people will say things like, Destiny is like so right when he criticizes the left or the right, but every time he criticizes the right or the left, he super misses the mark. And it's like, if that's your take of me, then something is not. Then you should do a little bit of self-reflection. I think it would be strange if you're so in love with and attached to my thought process, but only when I analyze one side of the political aisle that something is probably wrong there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's definitely important to try to cut into these echo chambers because, like, I'll tell you, I don't get how people live in echo chambers, right? That sounds like the most boring shit in the world. Like say one thing, disagree. Oh, my feelings are hurt. You're out of the group, or like, you know, we're shutting down this subreddit post, like. And I feel like the right has been really successful in creating these echo chambers of which it is hard to escape. Mm-hmm. But like, I get the idea of, oh, you want to feel like your opinions are validated and that you're not crazy and that other people think like you. But like, some people are so fucking thin skinned and snowflakes. And I'm like, do you not have like guy friends? Like, I talk shit to my friends all the time. Bro, one of my closest friends, a guy I've known since kindergarten, 25 years. I told him one day when I hit 1 million subscribers, I was like, "Yo, dude, Roman, I just hit 1 million subscribers on YouTube." And he looks at me and he's like, "You mean 1 million talking monkeys actually watch your crap?" And I was just like, "Thanks, Roman. Thanks, man." Mm-hmm. You know, so like, I don't know. It just feels like, why would you want to be in an echo chamber? If your ego, I feel like you would only want that if you are very insecure with yourself and need constant like validation from other people.
I mean, I don't know if I'd go as far as to say that. I understand the sentiment, obviously. Like the meme on my stream is that I just don't like talking to people I agree with a lot because I think the conversations aren't as fun. But I mean, it seems to. I think most people gravitate towards stuff they tend to agree with. I think it's pretty normal for whatever reason. But
yeah, I mean, like you and I could debate something and disagree on stuff, but I don't know if there's a whole lot I would disagree with you on politically, perhaps.
I do agree
But
that
I'm
it's
also,
kind of
like-
weird when people are like constantly just consuming a whole bunch of like echo chambery content. I think that does get kind of weird, and that does seem to be unfortunately increasingly common.
Yeah. Like sometimes I'll click on a review of a game, it'll be something like Oblivion isn't actually a masterpiece or something, or they're talking shit about like some super awesome game that I love, and I'll click on the video, be like, man, fuck this guy, and then I'll listen for a bit and be like, okay, you know what? I see what he's saying. All right, I don't fully agree with it, but you know, I can respect it.
Yeah.
You know, one thing I have a bunch of like topics. I don't know how much time you want to spend with me, but I was thinking about it. What's that?
I said we can go through whatever you want. We're sitting here, so
yeah. Well, I was thinking that like for the Republican Party right now, like in Congress, the Senate, and in the executive branch, like all the values that I used to feel were like I feel like I don't know what the fuck real conservative or Republican values are anymore, because every mantra, every stance, everything they claim to stand for, it feels like they have trampled under all of those values with a stampede of hypocrisy. So like, can you tell me any other values that the current Republican Party in Congress and Senate, not representative of all Republican voters, are there any other two values in the Republican Party other than acquiring wealth and acquiring power by any means necessary?
No, I think especially the Trump stuff changed things quite a bit. It's like I would say it's an arguably like a cult now. So until Trump is gone, there is no ideology other than follow kind of what Daddy Trump says. But that's just
right
the nature of where things have gotten to, unfortunately, with the conservatives. So, but yeah, there's no analysis beyond that right now, unfortunately.
I know you deal with a lot of conservatives, and many of them have ideas and arguments that you disagree with. Are there any like actual conservative values that you find that you can relate to or understand, or that you can agree with on some level?
I mean, yeah, I like guns. I mean, it depends on what we're talking about, but yeah, there's going to be issues that I definitely will be more agreeable with conservatives than not. But the issue is none of those values are present right now. It's just whatever Donald Trump says. So even if there was something that you thought you agreed with, if Donald Trump said the opposite tomorrow, every single conservative would be opposed to it, basically. So
yeah, that's the craziest part, is like Republicans aren't even the party of lowering taxes anymore. Like, how fucking crazy is that?
I have no idea what they are anymore. Yeah, it's just whatever Trump says. It's gotten wacky. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I grew up with family members that were essentially like the two standard types of conservatives. One is like the richer, like, I just want to pay lower taxes, that's why I'm a Republican. And the other was, I live on a farm in the middle of butt fucking nowhere. And, you know, it seems like a lot of conservatives that are online or in debate spaces, I feel like there are good people who are conservatives.
There aren't good people, or there are good people?
There are.
Yeah, I would say I think there are for like ordinary people. I think a lot of the content creator types or a lot of the political leader types I think are highly questionable right now. But
yeah, and I feel like sometimes over categorizing or generalizing people can sometimes be dangerous. I don't know where I was going with this. Yeah, the Republic, like, so what would be an example of a Republican value, or like a mantra they used to say? You notice Ben Shapiro stopped saying facts don't care about your feelings? Did you notice that?
Yeah, I mean, maybe he just got old, or maybe he realized that conservatives are like the most fucking feels-based people in the universe right now. So
I don't know. That was a good mantra. Like, that's easy to get behind. I mean, granted, he would be saying that to like 22-year-old college kids, you know, who don't know shit, but you know, stuff like that, or like back the blue. Like, I'm in favor of like, well, how would I put this? I would say back the blue. You know,
Okay.
I don't fuck with cops. You know, I've met some good cops. I know there's some bad cops, but like, you know, support the people in law enforcement and those that put their lives on the lines, or like respect for our armed forces and our military. That's something that's hugely important to me. And it's weird that like Republicans have turned their back on that, or at least Trump has, and therefore by extension, like some of his followers. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that was the thing we said in 2016, where when Donald Trump started attacking McCain, people basically thought, me included, that was like, it was over, that Trump had basically just thrown the entire chance of, I mean, nobody even thought he had a chance of winning the primary at that point anyway, but that it was just like unbelievable that you could attack somebody over their military history. That's just like impossible to make fun of them for being a prisoner.
And also like recently Catholics with that whole fucking AI Pope image. But I had also, so one of my topics I had written down was the American brand of fascism fucking sucks. Would you agree with that?
What do you mean? What do you mean particularly?
The American brand of fascism, like it's nowhere near as competent or stylistic, intimidating as say like the Nazis. Like the Germans really nailed fascism, you know. I feel like Mussolini in Italy, they kind of like half-assed it. Like Mussolini just got into power and then he was like, all right, I guess we'll go into Africa or something. We don't really know what the fuck we're doing. But like the Nazis really knew what they were doing. Right?
You have to keep in mind it was literally an entire country and ideology built around militarism and a master race, and they lost the first war they ever participated in. But I do agree with you in principle. I understand what you're saying. They're more impressive than the Trump regime that has no idea what the fuck it's doing at all. So, I mean, I agree with that. Yeah.
Exactly. It's like the American fascism isn't... They were talking about putting on a military parade. I heard at least that much. But, like, it's clear Trump has, like, no respect for our military personnel.
It's not a military parade. It's a Trump parade with the military. Yeah.
Exactly. But, like, you would... Like that's like a core tenet of authoritarianism is like you lean on the arm that can enforce violence. You don't just like sorry. You don't just like shit on your military because that's the extension of your power. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. The American brand of fascism sucks. I was thinking about this, right? Trump is saying like he wants to bring back industry to the United States, right? We're not even building the concentration camps here.
Come
on, man!
Because of El Salvador or whatever? Is that what you mean? Or
yeah, we're build the concentration camps here. You know that you'd be paying for materials, you'd be hiring builders, there would be guards, you know, people running the gas chambers. It's like that was a whole industrial complex for the Nazis. By the way, I'm not actually advocating for this. I'm just being.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah. Hey, listen, it's true. Acting pro concentration camp. I got it. Yeah. Okay.
I'm just saying, if you're going to do concentration camps, like at least bring the industry back to the U.S. Like how pathetic is that, man? You know, one of my favorite fun facts about the Nazis and the Holocaust is that, you know, after they had abducted the Jews and they had taken their property, brought them to the camps, stripped them down, taken their clothes, they got all the forced labor they could out of them before their bodies gave up. Then they put them in the gas chambers. They ripped out all their gold teeth, shaved their hair, and then after they burnt the Jews, sometimes they would sell the ashes to fertilizer companies in Germany.
Jesus.
That's industry. All right? That's like they're using every part of the animal. You know what I mean?
So what you're saying is Trump should have enslaved all of our illegal immigrants instead of deporting them. That would have been the smarter way to do it.
It just seems like if you're going to do fascism
do it based.
Or authoritarianism, like they don't know how the fuck to do it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. That's one of the things that I kind of like joke about is or I don't know if I would say joke about, but we're kind of lucky in that the current administration is so fucking inept but we probably, hopefully, will avoid like most of the completely horrible negative aspects of like a totalitarian regime because they're just so stupid.
Yeah. Obviously, I'm not advocating for what I just said, just to be clear, because I know it's a little edgy, a little dark, but yeah, it's just that's what I mean when I say the American brand of fascism sucks.
I got you. Don't worry. Too late though. You're already clipped. You're going.
Oh yeah. So another thing that I've been thinking about, and I'm curious what your perspective is, because we live in pretty uncertain times. A lot of things are happening in the country that are unprecedented or that we don't have a historical precedent for. And that can always be unnerving or unsettling when you're swimming in uncharted waters.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, I think we're beyond the point where there's even a debate to be had about whether the Trump regime is fascistic or authoritarian. I think would you agree with that?
That what, we're past the point of having that debate?
Yeah. Like it's clear what it is.
Yeah. The disappointing thing is that one of the frustrating things with conservatives is the conservatives will have this pattern where they'll say Trump's not going to do that, and then when he does do that, they'll defend it. So yeah,
no, it was just a joke.
Yeah, it always was a joke.
Crazy.
It was a fucking joke. Or they would say it was a joke, but the real joke was that they would be opposed to it if he did do it. Because then when Trump would start doing it, even though they would tell you he won't do it, and if he did, that'd be horrible or whatever. When he starts doing it, they'll defend it. And it's like, okay, well,
yeah. The real joke was the fingers I had crossed behind my back.
True, actually.
Yeah. But my question for you was, let's talk. This is a job interview. Where do you see yourself in 4 years from now? Or sorry, where do you see the country and the world in 4 years from now?
I don't know.
Or
No
even
idea.
2 years?
We're looking ahead to midterms. Hopefully the Democrats win midterms because you're starting to feel, and you're going to start to feel over the next month or two, like big economic impacts from the tariff stuff. So hopefully when people see that shit sucks a lot, hopefully we start to see good midterm performances from the Democrats. Hopefully the Democrats learn to kick out the insane, crazy, loony leftists. And
Yeah. Speaking of that, there was a picture I saw of the Seattle port where all the big shipping containers come in. Mm-hmm. And I've been there plenty of times. The only time I think I saw it like super barren was during COVID. But there was a picture and there was just one shipping boat there. And I was like, yeah, that's already hitting where I am, mm-hmm. Because obviously on the West Coast, the boats, like we trade more with China because we're on the coast. So that's already hitting.
Damn. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's like 15 days from now or something. It's starting to hit because it takes like 45 days to 80 days for them once they get onto the water to hit a port and then to be available at some other place. And I think we're starting to get to that timeline where shit's going to be very noticeable. Yeah.
Yeah. The Germans have a proverb that says it's something along the lines of, if you refuse to listen, then you must feel. So like people who didn't listen to some of the warning signs or the arguments, or maybe even people you debated in the past who were like, that's not going to happen, you're crazy. If you are unwilling to listen, then you must feel. People sometimes have to learn the hard way and like actually feel the negative impacts of something, right? Mm-hmm. So like the shipping containers in Seattle, for people that go there, and they visually see that things are different, less active, less busy. It's unfortunate that people sometimes have to learn the hard way.
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunately a pretty common human experience, but yeah.
Yeah, but on this degree, like on the world stage, you know what I mean? It kind of hits a lot different as opposed to just in your personal life where you get fired from a job for being a dumbass or whatever, right?
Yeah, because now your decisions are impacting everybody else, so.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do you think there are going to be midterm elections?
I think there will be.
You think so?
I think we'll make it. I think we'll be okay. I have faith in the American people and the American dream.
What do you think about the prospect of war with Canada or Mexico, or civil war, or war with Greenland, Denmark? How realistic do you think those prospects are? Like, how authoritarian?
I don't want to spoil anything, and I don't want to give away too much, but I am secretly in contact with the Nothing Ever Happens guy, and he admits he's been on vacation for a while, but he's still lurking back there, and he'll be making a comeback soon. He's on vacation, but he's still looking over things. All right, the Nothing Ever Happens guy. He's always there in the background. He's always there. Okay.
Who is the Nothing Ever Happens guy?
The Nothing Ever Happens guy? He's the guy that when you think the world's about to end or we're about to do World War III or nuclear holocaust or some crazy, he's the guy who's like, nah, that's not going to happen. Nothing ever happens. Nothing like that. Nothing ever happens like that. Nah, he's that guy. He's one of the most important safeguards to worldwide peace and freedom and democracy.
Okay. I think I'm picking up what you're laying down, but, well, yeah. Hopefully we have midterms, but I mean, who knows at this rate?
The Nothing Ever Happens guy knows.
You're right. He does know. So what are your current, like? Never mind. What was I going to ask? You've done a good job answering my questions and bouncing ideas off of, because I'm trying to gain a better understanding of everything.
Sure. Yeah, I do my best.
Yeah. I've considered doing my own either social or political videos, but I'm unsure if I would start a separate channel for that.
Yeah, I just know that you'll be, well, I don't know how political your current videos are, but you run the risk of hardcore alienating your current audience when you start heading down that road, so just be careful.
Yeah. That's why it's something to consider.
Mm-hmm.
But that's for me to figure out. I guess that kind of answers a lot of the...
Ask for context of the picture of him with the big hair.
With the big hair?
I don't know if they're referring to a meme in your community or something. I have no idea.
The big... Yeah, I don't know what that...
Well...
I don't know what that means either.
Way to go, dipshit.
Yeah, one chance to ask your question, you missed it. What game is that you're playing?
It's a horrible game called Factorio. Don't do it.
This looks like City Builder.
Kind of, but way more autistic.
Yeah. Do you play Age of Empires 2?
I think like twice. So not really.
I mean, you seem like a big RTS top-down.
I mean, given that I was a professional StarCraft 2 player, yeah, I would say I was. Yeah.
Were you?
Yeah.
Oh shit! I didn't know that.
Oh well.
Oh man.
Damn, where'd you think I
probably
picked up all
my
my
ass in
slurs
StarCraft
from?
2.
What the fuck? You think I just randomly came onto the internet saying N-words out of nowhere? Of course not.
No. I guess now I know. Yeah. Oh yeah. What do you think of iDubbbz nowadays?
Horribly boring and super duper cucked out to the way too far politically extreme side on the left for no fucking reason.
Yeah, like why do you think he did that transformation? Made that? Do you think it? Because like, I mean, I've been with chicks who are a lot more liberal or left leaning than I am, and I'm more chill. But so I've seen what happens when you date a woman who's like more fiery, shall we say?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't want to piss them off too much and set them off the rails. Do you think it's relationship with Ian, or do you think he genuinely had some moment on his own where he's like, man, I kind of hate my fucking audience? Like,
I mean, it's probably a combination of both, right? I'm sure he got older. He realized his content was probably way edgier than he really wanted it to be. And then, like, as he grows and changes, I'm sure his relationships reflect that and everything as well. So, like, I would say it's like a feedback loop.
Yeah, but here's what I don't get about iDubbbz. And I was thinking about this is iDubbbz could get away with saying some crazy shit because it never felt like he was being racist or sexist or whatever. I wouldn't say iDubbbz's old content was racist. Even when he said the N-word with Tana Mojo, it always felt like iDubbbz was unfiltered and everything had intention behind it. So saying the N-word for that content cop was a way to expose and validate what he was saying about Tana, and that she over exaggerates, embellishes, and lies about her storytime videos. And that point was successfully made.
Mm-hmm.
So like, does he? But he took down all his old content cops, so it's almost like he doesn't stand by those videos anymore.
I mean, we stopped analyzing anything related language like that. Now, if anything is like a particular word, then we just say that it's automatically racist or sexist. Like, that's it. So we don't do that. We don't gain that. And we've lost that form of
annoying and boring. It takes too long to explain nuance, you know?
Sure. I mean, to some extent, there were some people who weaponized it, who weaponized the nuance and tried to pretend that they were being nuanced when they were really just trying to be racist, which is a fair criticism. But then, it's kind of dumb because now everything is like super one-dimensional about it.
Yeah, it just seems like for a guy like Ian, or really for any content creator, there's times when where you can step on the soapbox and like preach, and there are times when you should get rid of the soapbox, put on the clown makeup, and just do the thing that people want to see you do. You know, just dance for the people. And it seems like
he said he's going to do that now, right? He's like, I'm just going to go back to making content cops, I guess. So.
I didn't watch all of it, but like the fucking Fortnite dancing with all these like political streamers, it was like hard to watch, even that far in.
Yeah, it was pretty cringe, pretty bad. For a
guy that used to be so edgy and so funny, it's weird. I don't get it.
Sometimes you just got to live the cringe life, and that's what his grind is right now.
Yeah. Well, all right. What are your current goals right now as far as like producing content and like quote unquote fighting the good fight? Has anything changed, or are you just kind of gonna keep doing what you're doing?
I'm just playing Factorio right now. I got a bunch of personal stuff I'm dealing with, and then once that's resolved, then once that's done with, then I'll probably see where things are at. I have no idea. The political climate is just crazy. It's hard to predict where things are going to be at, like 6 months from now, let alone in a year and a half or whatever. So,
yeah, at the very least, it is going to be wildly entertaining,
true,
despite how stupid it is.
Yeah, it's always true.
Yeah, good time to be making content if you're a political streamer or YouTuber or whatever. It's also got to be really annoying time too, just every day dealing with the dumbest shit ever. But yeah.
Well, I love you. It's been fun. If you have any other questions or anything comes up, or if anybody tries to debate you and you want to throw them my way or anything, feel free to let me know.
Yeah, I don't know. I appreciate you taking the time, of course. Yeah, you answered a lot of my questions because I was interested about like your mindset around debating and kind of like seeing what you think of the current state of things and where we're headed and all that jazz. Mm-hmm. So yeah, appreciate the time. Good luck with, what is it, Factorio?
Yeah.
Build a great city. Build a city people want to live in.
I'll do my best.
A factory.
Wait, do you stream on Twitch at all?
I haven't for a long time. I got a new processor in my computer, so I should be able to handle streaming better. I've been meaning to get back into it. Why?
Do you follow the Asmongold stuff at all?
A bit. Yeah, he's an interesting guy. Why do you ask?
Just curious. It's just been interesting to see him go full off into the... I feel like he's gone completely full off into Trump world.
Yeah, I haven't watched too much of his stuff because it's all like politics related. Sometimes I'll watch when he does reactions to my videos because I always love seeing people's like... I like living vicariously through people's reactions to my videos, especially when they enjoy it. But yeah. I think Asmongold is a guy who loves being the center of attention, whether it's for good or bad reasons, and I think he chases that high a little too much.
Okay, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I try to judge people like based on their how they act in public, but also how they treat me on a personal level. And he has treated me very well on a personal level. So I wouldn't necessarily want to say anything too bad about him.
That's fair.
I just kind of feel like maybe he's lost his way a little bit, or gone a bit further than I thought he would with some of that stuff. Yeah. But to him, it could also just be part of the game of being a content creator, and like I said, like wanting to be the center of attention for either good or bad reasons.
Okay.
It's like, for me, I don't like airing my personal dirty laundry out into the cyberspace, because like, what's the point? But that's a guy who will take pictures of spiders in his sink and show you like bloody teeth marks on the side of the wall, right? Stuff that like most people would be like, well, that's pretty fucking gross. Why would you share this information?
Yeah.
That's kind of why I feel like in some ways I can respect that, of just like being your unapologetic self. But also I sometimes I feel like he says those things to get reactions out of people.
Okay. That's a take.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think about all that?
I mean, obviously, I super ultra disagree with his with the political stuff that he's up to right now. So, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. One last thing is you made a joke about his mom, right?
Did I make a joke about his mom? Kind of. Yeah.
Yeah. Jeez, sorry. Now I know you were trying to make a point with that, but do you feel like that was the best strategic or tactical move?
Sure.
To kind of like go there?
Yeah. I don't like that. I think that who we're allowed to joke about is oftentimes dictated by whoever feels like they hold most of the political power at some point in time. And I think that Asmongold has made some of the most deplorable and disgusting jokes, I think, that are possible, like laughing about dressing up as a Pokemon trainer and going to the border and taking pictures of people being deported, or like jokes about like other jokes about all these federal employees getting fired. I hope they have to go do DoorDash and Uber now, as these people all get fired from like USAID. I think that if you're going to be in the realm of making jokes like that with absolutely zero pushback whatsoever, because Asmongold lives in a hug box, then you should be open to other people making edgy jokes about you as well. I mean, like, it's not even like his mom is here to be offended by it, so, as opposed to the people that he's making fun of. So yeah, I think it's fair game. Fuck it.
I suppose I wouldn't personally like take things to a level of that personal level, but that's just me.
This is one of the things that I like to fight against, though, and if it forces the conversation, that's fine. Like the phrasing that he used there, like, I wouldn't want to take things to a personal level. I think there's a problem that so much of quote unquote politics is so impersonal. Like, remember earlier you said that thing that was true, that unfortunately, what did you say? You have to go there and see it. Sometimes you have to learn by experience, basically. And the idea that, we can make jokes and laugh at people getting deported and laugh at people losing their jobs and laugh at, programs being dismantled that are basically causing people to die of like malaria and shit around the world, that's like epic and funny. But now when somebody talks about, like my dead mom, oh, well, now it's serious. I think it's good to make people just take a moment and be like, hold on, why is this serious but none of the other stuff was? I think that's good to think about.
Okay. Now that is a take, but when you make a sort of joke like that is personal, don't you feel you are simply giving ammunition and what's the word? Don't you feel like you're basically validating all of the negative things that his followers and he thinks about you, and therefore makes it
I'd rather give somebody ammunition to shoot at me than just have them ignore me. So, I mean, it's not like I'd said a million times before that I thought the jokes he were making was pretty disgusting, but he didn't care. He never responded to it. His community never saw my criticisms of it. They didn't care. So if this is what forces the conversation, then yeah, fuck it.
You know, that is true, because I may not have taken such an interest in politics if you hadn't been in the middle of that shit show after the assassination attempt.
Sure.
Yeah. So it is an interesting tactic. I'll give you that much. It does spark conversation. I just wonder if you're in the business of like changing people's minds, it's got to be hard to balance that.
Got to get their attention first, right? But no,
yeah, true. Yeah. Another quote from KOTOR was like, what greater weapon is there than to turn an enemy to your cause, to use their own knowledge against them, right? You think about the monks in Age of Empires 2. Well, you could kill an enemy unit, but what if you converted it? That's a +1 for you and a -1 for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. Stuff to think about.
Yeah, stuff to think about.
Yeah. Well, all right, Destiny, thank you for your time. Appreciate it. And yeah, best of luck to you and all that you do. Hope things go well for you. And yeah.
Well, everybody be careful. Stay safe.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Bye, chat. Thanks for having me on.
Christ. Bye.
All right, peace.
Give me due process.
Wait, does Mexico have Article 5 of the Constitution, which says that not citizens, but persons, you know what Article 5 said? And serve due process. This has been upheld by multiple Supreme Court rulings. So what you're arguing for is creating a new class of people within America that have no due process whatsoever. What happens when you create a new class with no due process? You can justify putting anyone into that new class. What if I said that you were a gang member and I never gave you the chance to even defend yourself? Then boom, we deport you, and then I'm debating some MAGA person next month, and they're like, oh, but Aldo was an MS-13 gang member. Like, you think that everybody should... Obviously, this is a bad example, but you get where I'm going, right? If you...
Wait. What is this?
All right, real quick update on the Fuck the Jews sign that was at my bar in Philadelphia yesterday. 2 hours ago, he literally could have cooked an egg on my head. That's how much steam and heat I had come out of my ears. And the more I thought about it, it's like these are young fucking morons who did this. They were drunk. It's like, do you really want to ruin somebody's life? And let me be honest. I don't know what's going on in the world. I do, the Middle East, obviously. But I've been doing Barstool for 20 years.
At Barstool Sports event in Philadelphia, sign read "Fuck the Jews." Or there's stuff over. Jesus, wait. Okay, Jesus.
I've had more hate, more anti-Semitism in the last year and a half than I've ever had doing it. And whether people, it's like Kanye, the UFC guy, it's like mainstream lunatics. And I'm not talking about politics or what's going on in the Middle East, just hating groups of people. You hate my parents, you hate my grandparents, shit like that. It's crazy. So, yeah, my initial reaction was like, I'm going to fucking burn these people to the ground, their families, everything. And it's like, you know what? Maybe that's not the best course of action. Maybe I can use this as a teaching moment. And like, before people just are like, fuck the Jews or any group and the hate, let's try to like turn a hideous incident into maybe a learning experience, as cliche and very unlike me. But I talked to both the culprits who I know are super involved in it, talked to the families. I'm sending these kids to Auschwitz. They've agreed to go. That's, of course, the Holocaust concentration
Sorry, that's
camps.
a very funny phrasing.
Been in touch with the Crafts, who run the anti-hate group. We're going to send these kids to Auschwitz, and they're going to do a tour of the concentration camps in Germany. and hopefully learn something, and maybe like their lives aren't ruined and they think twice, and more importantly, other people like see it's not just like words you're throwing around. So to me, that's a fair outcome of this event. The two waitresses who worked at our place fired. One of them so dumb, Kelly, just the dumbest human I've ever talked to. And I don't know if she thought she was making a political statement, but it was basically her alone, didn't go to a manager, kind of forced another girl to do it. She should have said no, but the other girl put up a fight. Those two girls are fired, but more importantly, the people who ordered these signs, they have agreed, I'm going to pay for it. We're going to send them to Germany, to Auschwitz, and learn a little bit about history and hopefully, get educated and use this as a teaching moment, not just for them, but maybe for everybody. So that's where we're at. Wow. So for everyone who wants these kids' lives to be ruined, I think you can lay off, and I think this is a fair fucking trade.
Wow, so brave. If I were to go run around more, would I find bigger patches of like the bright pink shit? I don't really want to build all this dead Mars shit.
Remove due process from one person, you can remove due process from anybody.
I think it's a great question. Let's talk about due process.
Sure.
Over the last 4 years on the Biden administration,
unilaterally, they fucked up. They fucked up, and they have to bring him back. It's kind of the point. It was a fuck up, and he admitted it was a fuck up, but they won't bring him back, and that's creating this kind of slippery slope that the Trump administration can just deem anyone a member of MS-13. And we did.
Here was his original reaction.
Press conference time. So I'm getting ready to go to the Met Gala, and all of a sudden my phone, the last hour or two, my phone's fucking blowing up. Our bar in Philadelphia, Barstool Sampson Street, usually a great fucking bar. Bottle service, people buy drinks. You get a sign. There was a sign yesterday that said, fuck the Jews. I've been shaking. I've been so fucking mad for the last 2 hours. I instantly got on. This is why the emergency press conference was late, because I was so over the top. It's like, I'm going to fucking make it my life fucking mission to ruin these people. I'm coming to your throat. I'm never ending. And I just sat, and for the last 2 hours, I have been on the trail. Trust me, I've been on the trail. You think I'm going to put up with this shit at my bar? So I've been hunting down waitresses, the table who did it, and everything you can fucking name. Because I want fucking consequences for fucking actions. So I'm not just sitting back like, oh, what are you going to know? Trust me, I have been on it. I believe the two waitresses responsible for the table already fired. I talked to one of them, one of the dumbest fucking humans I've ever talked to in my life. She's at a fucking dance recital. She's like, can I call you back in 20? No fucking honey, you fucking can't. This is your one chance to talk to me. Oof. Idiot, total idiot, this girl.
He's not happy.
I talked to the guy Mike Wade who's tagged. Guess what? He wasn't even fucking there. I had this kid basically in tears turning state witness to me, rolling on the people who were there. I've talked to one of the two guys who fucking did it. He's like, I'm not anti-Semitic. He's basically crying to me. And I'm just like, I don't fucking buy it for a second. Who the fuck would do that sign in my fucking bar? You think I'm just going to sit here? I'm going to make it my fucking mission to put you in lights. My fucking mission. Kid's crying. I just hung up on his ass. I go, I'm giving you 1 fucking hour. 1 fucking hour. 2 kids go to Temple. Tell me, how do I make this fucking right before I go fucking ape shit? You want to take anti-Semitism classes? You want to do whatever? You make it feel right. I don't need your fucking tears. The Mike Wade kid wasn't even fucking there. Wasn't in the bar. We got the footage. He's not even fucking bar. Trust me, they're pulling the footage. They're doing this. I'm 20 steps ahead. I'm using everything. I'm like, I am going to come for your fucking throat unless you give me answers. The 2 girls at the bar, idiots. This one girl, one of the waitresses, I just told her, you're the dumbest motherfucker I've ever talked to. Damn. 25 years old, going on fucking 2, you fucking dumb fuck.
He mad.
What I'm saying is I'm getting the names. I'm trying to be a little responsible. I'm trying to keep it together. But I'm on it.
He's like crying.
I'm fucking on it.
Damn. Okay. Well, he chilled out, I guess.
This in the last middle ground with Mahmoud Khalil, who was deemed a terrorist because of his connection to pro-Palestinian organizations and was arrested without due process, even though he had also not committed a crime. So now this is the second instance of us seeing this in this country, and that's my fear.
I think, oh, go ahead.
I think also, like, the president of El Salvador met with Trump recently, and there was a video that I saw, like, yesterday or, like, this morning, where Trump said, even if we wanted to bring him back, the president of El Salvador said that he didn't know if he could do that. So now it's in El Salvador's hands as well.
God.
So even if the Biden administration screwed up, like, it's in El Salvador's...
No, this is the Trump administration.
Sorry, yes. sorry. I mixed that up. Even if the Trump administration
they do that a
screwed
lot.
up, like, it's still up to El Salvador now.
Well, that is fair.
That's not fair. You should never grant that.
Even if the
That's a
El Salvadorian
crazy
government
thing
will
to
not bring
grant.
him back, the Trump administration needs to put forth efforts to bring him back, and they have refused to do that. And that's the argument.
I think also, though, like I was saying, they just had a meeting and they said that they have tried to make efforts, and again...
No, they didn't. Trump openly said that he was not willing to do that.
The president of El Salvador was literally meeting with, like, it's on
Okay,
video.
so both of them had said that, but right now we're talking about the American government has now claimed that they made an administrative error, has confirmed that this was an error, but has also confirmed that they are not willing to fix this error. How many more errors are we going to see? Like, how many errors do you get in human lives?
Well, to be clear,
He's not going to give the dumb argument because he probably doesn't know it. To be clear, they fired that lawyer who made that horrible argument, by the way.
the error was that there was paperwork filed about the withholding order, and the withholding order said that he couldn't go to El Salvador. So what
the
you're saying,
error that he was wrongfully deported to an El Salvadorian prison, that's a huge
The error was that they did an illegal deportation.
It was 100%.
Yes.
Again, deporting a person that crossed the border illegally is not a mistake.
Against a withholding order of removal.
A
They said it was
withholding order has nothing to do with the deportation.
Do you see the obfuscation, the refusal to actually engage in the point, right? The Trump comes soaking through all the parts of his brain that would make him an ordinarily rational functioning human.
Deportation order under if it were to be done.
Was there a deportation order?
Yeah, I finished.
Was there a deportation order? You
Yes.
just mentioned that.
Yes.
For Kilmar Abrego Garcia, there was not.
2019.
That was a
They couldn't find this guy for 6 years?
withholding order of removal.
No, and
That's
withholding
the
order.
opposite of a deportation.
So Han, I have a question. If he was deported to a country other than El
That would have
Salvador,
been fine. That would have been illegal.
you would have been fine with that?
The administrative error was them being deported. If he got due process, then sure. But the reason that he got deported to El Salvador is because they didn't give him the due process to figure out that there was a withholding order of removal. That's the.
I actually appreciate that. Would you say the same, Naima?
Yes.
That's literally what.
That's what
so
we're saying.
when you guys pick red for this, you're making the argument that the U.S. government can deport anybody and not bring
That
them
crosses
back.
the border illegally, yes.
No, anybody and not bring them back.
No,
Anybody.
just people that break the law.
No. How did they know that this? Number one. Anybody. When you create a new class of people with no due process, with
Criminals
no
who
ability
break
for
the
a
law.
hearing, no. How do you know they're a criminal if they don't have the ability to defend themselves?
Well, because he came into this country without due process.
But
That's illegal.
He then gained due process, and they had a withholding order, which is why he remained in the country. He was already arrested and detained and given his due process, and it was stated that he is allowed to stay here.
So you're actually
He
allowed
had
to
been
you're actually
here
allowed to
legally.
claim and seek asylum from outside the country. That's something that you can do, and that's actually the process that
He
we
didn't
have on
seek
the books.
asylum. He actually, a withholding order of removal is a few steps above.
Right, that's my point. Is he never actually got asylum? He had a withholding.
He got something above asylum.
better-
It's better than asylum. A withholding order of removal means you can't be deported to a specific place, and the one specific place he was deported to. So, again, when you guys are saying that the Trump admin shouldn't bring them back,
The
there was
one
another
place,
Supreme Court ruling.
it's like the fucking, fuck, what am I thinking of? Is it web and... No, how does this not instantly come up? I'm... Really? Blocked it in your country on copyright grounds. Sorry, we'll listen to it over here. Hold on.
Last month, the notorious paedophile Sidney Cook was blasted into space to spend the rest of his life aboard a one-man prison vessel, posing no further threat to children on Earth. But it was revealed that an 8-year-old boy was also placed on board by mistake and is now trapped alone in space with the monster. A spokesman said, "This is the one thing we didn't want to happen."
It's like literally this situation. Like, bro, this is the only country he wasn't supposed to be deported back to.
Well, you're asking us to disregard the rule of law, which is under the Constitution.
No. Holy
but Trump's
shit.
Under the U.S. Constitution,
holy shit.
Title 8, Section 1325, I believe,
Oh,
the executive branch has the power to deport immigrants who enter the country illegally. You're asking us to go against the Constitution.
Please,
now
please,
the
please.
Constitution
You guys are
matters so
completely
much.
inverting reality. The Trump
I don't even think
administration.
this is you guys. Don't claim her in this.
Sorry.
She's just been chilling.
Sorry. The Trump administration is currently going against a Supreme Court ruling, 9-0, that you read, that said that he has to facilitate.
That said executive powers have complete control over foreign policy.
No,
that
it does
includes
not.
Immigration.
Immigration judges
Yes,
are a
it
part of
did.
the executive branch. You know that, right? You don't
No,
know that.
he
So
didn't
if
know
I go
that.
back just 1 second, you don't know that. You can laugh all you want. But just going back.
You didn't read the SCOTUS.
I absolutely
read
read the Supreme Court
It
ruling.
said that they have, with due
was
regard to
4
the
pages
deference
long.
owed by the executive branch in carrying out foreign affairs.
You are completely inversing reality. Not only is the Trump admin defying a court order, but they defied a withholding order of removal from 2019. So when the Trump admin breaks the law, admits they break the law, and your whole argument is that somehow that he was here illegally, you're placing the onus on Kilmar, dude.
Well, you're saying that the judges are the law.
Did the Trump administration
Are judges the law?
court orders?
Are judges the law?
No, court orders need to be upheld by the administration.
So
Judges
you're saying
aren't-
if a judge rules on something that automatically that the courts have to agree.
That's what the judges tell you what the law is. Who tells you what the law is?
With that, or sorry, that they have to agree
That's
with
how
whatever
the
the
I
system
mean,
works,
judges
man.
are like responsible
Judges,
for
yeah.
upholding the law. Yes.
Right. So recently there
Congress
was.
defines the law.
So wait, do you disagree with the judge in 2019? That's your argument? You disagree with their withholding order of removal?
Not necessarily, but I disagree with
necessarily.
I disagree with the idea that just because a judge says something that it is therefore true.
Then who decides if not a judge?
The Supreme Court.
You know what judge means, right? Like what?
That doesn't matter.
The Supreme Court absolutely. No, the Supreme Court absolutely.
Okay, so
The Supreme Court are just judges. It's part of the same branch of government.
when they say
Which is
facilitate,
the
then
Supreme Court said that the president has complete control over these matters.
No,
so I
they
agree
said
with
the
Supreme Court.
executive
What I disagree with
branch-
is that these district courts can rule on a law and that everybody has to follow that.
Okay, so can you guys just explain, going back to the prompt, and concisely why you don't think Kilmar should be brought back? You know that him being illegal isn't a good explanation because him being illegal doesn't remove his due process. So what's the justification?
So under our Constitution,
Article 5.
right, you have, no, I'm talking about, I think it's Title 8, 1325, immigration, if you cross the border illegally, you are subject to deportation, period.
No, not period. Unless you have a
period.
withholding order of removal.
And the Supreme Court ruled
Oh, you were saying is that.
that the executive branch has power to deport him.
We are
It's as
going in
simple as that.
circles right now. We are going in
Yeah.
circles. I want you to look this up later.
I will.
Are
You
immigration
won't.
judges
You
a
should as
part
well.
of the judicial or the executive branch? It's going to say executive, and then we can go back to the 4-page Supreme Court ruling that you accused me of not reading, even though I read it multiple times going into this, and you'll see that they were referring to not only the executive branch and the immigration judges, but they say your rights don't vanish at the border. If the rights vanish at the border, the Trump admin could pluck people out while they're
Citizens.
sleeping in the middle of the night, deport them, and say we don't have the jurisdiction to bring them back. And we're talking about tariff guy. The tariff guy doesn't have the power to tariff El Salvador and bring the dude back. Like,
True.
just put tariffs on them.
True.
It's that simple.
I honestly don't think that we're going to come to an agreement on this topic. As it stands, we're not advocating for open borders, but we are advocating that you uphold the laws of this country and the Constitution.
Harvard University is now suing the Trump administration over those multi-billion-dollar cuts to research funding for the school. Harvard is calling it in this suit unconstitutional and illegal.
Should Harvard lose federal funding? 3, 2, 1.
Oh my God, this
Sweet, I
guy
wanna
is
hear what
the
you have to
ultimate
say.
MAGA
What do you say
cuck.
I think that institutions, I think institutions should be able to make individual decisions. For me personally, I think that there was a whole thing with Harvard recently about where they're donating their money, and a lot of people were mad about that as well. I think institutions have the right to donate their money to places, even if I don't agree with it.
Period.
I think that any private institution shouldn't be receiving, taxpayer dollars. Not even getting into the ideological differences.
What about
between
churches?
Harvard. I agree
Churches!
with Noel. I think
Churches!
that if you're a private
Bring up churches,
institution,
church.
donate to whoever you want. But I don't want my tax dollars going to a private institution, especially those with a $50 billion endowment. I just think it's inefficient, and I think that money could be better used, spent directly on the American citizens.
Deporting immigrants.
Literally, yes. But not just to students that are going to this, not just going to this private university.
Okay, yeah, that's a different argument, or that's a different conversation that we can have. But do you ever find it scary that the Trump administration, in their first roughly 100 days, have targeted multiple law firms, gotten law firms to bend the knee, have targeted universities, have
Dems did it
targeted
first.
Act Blue?
Hit him up with the Dems.
Do you see how the
did
Trump
it
administration
first
is kind
argument,
of overreaching
please.
and trying to create this chilling
Please
effect
do
among
it.
universities where they can't teach certain topics? Can you see where I'm coming from when I see that?
Explain.
So when the Trump administration, they get in and they immediately begin to apply pressure, put their thumb on the scale of what schools can teach, who they can hire, what their curriculum can be. It creates this chilling effect where then even if Harvard says no, other schools, for example, are like, hey, we don't have the money to fend this off. We might as well just change what we teach. And then you see this chilling effect across the country where law firms are scared to speak out because they're getting attacked by the Trump admin. Universities are scared to teach certain things because they're getting attacked by the Trump admin. And it's all a play to consolidate power and make sure that checks on you aren't there, like universities. And did you hear about the law firm?
No, what was the law firm?
Trump's been attacking a bunch.
No, I don't know anything about Trump writing executive orders targeting law. Oh, the legendary God tier conservative debate strat comes out once again. Once again, it comes out undefeated. I've never heard about that insanely abusive action of obvious blatant corruption. I don't know anything about that. Based.
Of law
I did hear about
trying
this.
to get them
Yeah,
to do
yeah.
pro bono work, and this all just ties
I
into
did hear
a
about
really
that.
clear picture of the
Maybe I
Trump
did
admin
hear. Maybe
trying to put their thumb on the scale when they shouldn't, and being a little bit authoritarian, a little bit fashy.
It's a little fashy.
Little bit.
I mean, it's like a textbook. It's honestly textbook fascism. I mean,
is.
the whole
Thank you.
anyone who opposes me, I attack and I
True.
deny
Yep.
and remove
True.
funding
True.
is
True.
the issue.
True.
If he was going to
True.
unilaterally remove
True.
funding from every private college in America, that's a different thing. But he is specifically attacking Harvard because Harvard refused to comply with his executive orders on DEI, which, by the way, are
True.
illegal.
True.
The executive branch doesn't get to ban
So
DEI.
I guess here we can start here. If you
True.
accept our framing on what we just laid out, is that bad that the Trump admin is doing that? Question for both of you.
Well, it's interesting. With a lot of the measures that Trump is taking, I see them as a lot of correcting, right? I think the
correcting.
Biden administration
Biden.
really ushered in a
I'm
lot
coming,
of
I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm
progressive
coming,
policies, and that did kind of enable universities in the
come.
opposite direction, right? Maybe not putting their thumb to try to tell universities not to do something. I think the Biden administration did a lot to tell universities to do things,
something.
like what? Like
Like
implementing
DEI. Yeah.
and, promote-
Yes. Remember when Harvard was like, blacks, get them the fuck out of here. Affirmative action, get it the fuck out. Remember when all those schools hated those things, and then Biden went down and he's like, hey, Buster, you better get some DEI here. I'm gonna. Remember when that happened? I remember when that happened. When Biden forced DEI on all of these poor conservative institutions like Yale and Harvard and Columbia. I remember that happening. What a fucking thoughtless statement.
promoting progressive sort of social causes,
Can I
whatever
ask an
that may
example
be.
of what Biden did to
This girl's mic is broken because I only hear facts coming through. Okay, they got to be editing her shit. Holy shit.
promote DEI?
Nope. No. Not only will you not hear an example of it, what happened to like DEI adjacent stuff under Biden? Remember when I talked to one of the legal guys or lawyers I talked to, and I was like, what are you so afraid of? Like under Kamala, that would have been so bad. And he was like, well, things like affirmative action. And I was like, didn't affirmative action literally die under Biden? Didn't the Supreme Court kill it under Biden? And it was gone? And he was like, well, yeah, but I'm still worried about it. What are you worried about? What?
Right, may I finish? And so I think some of these Trump things are correcting them. But like I said, I think the biggest thing is I don't think that private
examples?
universities with $50 billion endowments
I didn't hear an example there.
should be receiving my taxpayer dollars.
Also, look. Look at the argument shifting, right? I don't think that universities should have endowments. Oh, okay. Then why didn't Trump go after all endowments? Right? Why didn't Trump go after all endowments? Imagine me going out onto the street with a machete and I just start killing people who are, white. And some guy's like, bro, why'd you kill this dude? It's like, I just don't like, I don't like rapists. And that guy, by the way, was guilty of sexual assault. I was like, okay, well, wait. Is that why you targeted him? I don't know. Who knows? Who cares? What does that have to do with anything? I'm sorry, are you defending rapists? Like, that's not what we're talking about, dude.
Would you agree with that premise?
So now can I ask my question? Can we go back to my question?
Yes.
What did the Biden
Yes.
administration do to encourage DEI in private universities?
So, I mean, I think I don't have something off the top of my
You have nothing! DEI was the biggest fucking issue that you fucking losers cared about. You have nothing. You don't have a single fucking example. You don't have one example. This was literally the most important thing. You don't have a single example. Not even one. How's that possible? How's that possible?
But when I can go back to your question, when you talk about administrations like putting their thumb and, you know, scaring people, acting fascistically, you're almost making it seem like this is very unique to Trump. And obviously it's not fascistic, you know, and I think it was 2014.
Bring it back to Biden. Bring it back to Biden.
Oh, no, we're not going to Biden. We're going back to Obama. Obama. Let's go. Okay, back to 2016, you said? Okay, let's go. Keep in mind, okay, all of these people on this panel look like they're fucking 20 years old. Okay, so back when you were 11, all right? Back when you were 11, go ahead. All right, what do we got here, dude?
Further, I'm going to go back to the Obama days. When you look at previous administrations, I think we've seen people of all different political spectrums try to put their thumb on things and, you know, guide them in a direction.
Oh, people on all political spectrums try to put their thumb on things and guide them. Okay, thanks for that.
That they want. That can sometimes be good, that can sometimes be bad.
But you're
I think
saying that Trump is correcting things that Biden did, but you have no examples of
so one example is discriminatory admissions process.
Discriminatory admission? He's brought up affirmative action! Adam, I swear to fucking God, Adam, I know you listen to my shit sometimes, Adam, you better bring up the fact that affirmative action went away under Biden, okay?
Where, you know, white students and Asian students were explicitly discriminated against for immutable characteristics, the color of their skin. And I think it is a benefit that Trump is going in there and saying, hey, these universities, they have to be based on merit. And if somebody has a very high ACT score, but their skin color happens to look a little lighter and they're Asian, they should have just as many opportunities as the person that has darker skin color.
That is fundamentally not how DEI functions.
We could talk about DEI, that's a separate conversation. There's no evidence of the Biden administration or any other administration having a top-down effort to try to change the way that universities can teach and hire and run their curriculum and run on a day-to-day basis. We could talk about the Obama 2014 thing. I'm assuming if that is true, you're framing, did it get challenged by courts? Did the courts at all?
I think it dissipated before because of the scandal.
I'll look into this later. It must have gotten challenged by courts, but Harvard immediately fired back. And you know what's funny with the Trump admin? After Harvard said they're not going to cow to the Trump admin, Trump then said the entire thing was an accident. Did you see this? They didn't even mean to send Harvard the letter. They said it was an accident. That's a side point.
They did say
but again,
there's been a lot of accidents.
A lot of accidents. There's zero evidence of top-down fasci workings coming like this from any other admin. And the Trump admin is unique in that way. We could talk about his rhetoric surrounding the media, attacking the media. We can talk about the way that he leverages his admin to like sue universities.
Kind of weird.
And
how he sued people from his past administration.
Pretty weird.
For following the laws.
Pretty weird.
So as a matter of principle, do you think that it is a positive thing that private universities receive federal funding?
Listen to the obfuscation here. I can't tell if this guy realizes he's an actual fucking like demon for Satan. Can he tell that he's evil? Do you think this conservative can like perceive that he's acting in an evil manner right now, or is he really just totally unaware? It's actually insane to me. Like, what is the conversation here? Is not should private universities receive money from the government? That's not the conversation that we're having right now. What are you talking about? Like, it's such a bizarro fucking. It's so fucking bizarre.
I don't know. That's a complete red herring.
Thank you.
Well, it was the prompt.
No, it was. Wait, was that the prompt? Wait, what was the prompt for this? Should private universities receive funding?
Federal universities.
But it's not. But here's my
issue. I want to.
No,
wait.
Harvard University is now suing the Trump administration over those multi-billion-dollar cuts to research funding for the school. Harvard is calling it in this suit unconstitutional and illegal.
Should Harvard lose federal funding?
No, that is not the prompt. He's evil.
I can't.
Imagine you were a soy boy liberal for 1 second. Can you empathize with my point of view? I know it hurts. Empathize when I see the President of the United States in an unprecedented way putting his thumb on the scale, trying to attack universities, law.
Do I see that as a problem? Not necessarily, no.
Why not?
Because I think if he's, and I think that as every other country on earth, we're a rational actor. And
up wins in court
recently and say, Trump, you got to stop calling to impeach judges. It's not the place of the president to call. Yeah.
Is that you do not like that private universities receive federal funding. Why is it only Harvard?
Yes.
That's how.
And there were specific demands too. This is a complete red herring because the Trump admin made specific demands related to DEI and everything. So
It's not like
that's a complete red herring.
Well, it was the prompt.
There we go.
That federal universities.
But it's not. But here's my issue.
I want to.
No, I'm going to answer your question.
Say it one more
Can I
time.
answer your question now?
Well, the prompt was, should Harvard receive federal funding? And so just as a basic question, do you guys think it's generally positive that private universities receive federal funding?
Sure.
Yes, I do.
Yes?
And I will say, to your question, if the issue is that you do not like that private universities receive federal funding, why is it only Harvard? That's how.
And there were specific demands too. This is a complete red herring because the Trump admin made specific demands related to DEI and everything. So
it's not like he's saying, I'm going to withhold federal funding from every private institution. He called this particular institution out. It's an immediate cause and effect relationship. He told them to do something. They refused to do it on the grounds that it violated their First Amendment rights as a university. And then he immediately punished this institution and only this institution.
Can I try to find some middle ground here?
Yeah.
I will say, though, I think that private institutions should not receive any sort of federal funding, but that's across the board. I don't like a big government trying to tell individual institutions what to do, hence why I decided to pick the color I did.
Wow.
But I don't
Big
think
government.
that any private institution should get federal funding. I think that should go to public institutions where a lot of students need those resources more.
I think that's a very fair argument, but
That's not the one we're having. That's not really
in
the argument
context
from
of
the
this
Trump admin, though.
conversation, that's not what he's
True,
saying. It's
thank
like
you.
a specific target on just Harvard, and
True.
that's what I have issue with. If
True.
he has an issue with federal funding to private institutions,
That's a different
then
argument.
the way to go about kind of moving some of that funding over to public institutions is not just attacking Harvard. That
Yeah,
makes
no, for sure.
Yeah.
So can you see where we're coming from? Can you at least empathize? Imagine you were
I can.
Imagine you were a soy
can
boy liberal for 1
empathize.
second. Can you empathize with my point of view? I know it hurts. Empathize when I see the President of the United States in an unprecedented way putting his thumb on the scale, trying to attack universities, law firms, the media for sure. You can't deny he attacks the media. He sued multiple like ABC recently.
NPR.
All of these different lawsuits. Does
That's
that
his
not
right.
worry you
That's
that
his
it's
right.
executive
That's his
overreach?
right.
Can you
Remember, you have to say that's his right. That's his right. Hit him up with the gold answer. Don't worry. Hold on. The we're beaming it in. We're beaming it in. Hold on. We're beaming it in. Hold on. We're loading it. We're loading in the talking points. Okay. Should Donald Trump be allowed to sue the media? Okay, that is authoritarian. That is insanely corrupt. It does cause a chilling effect. It is putting a lot of pressure. It does seem to be a really bad. Oh wait, that's his right. That's it. He has the right to do that, doesn't he? Okay. Did we get him? Did we get it? Did we get it?
See where we're coming from.
For suing people?
No, not just suing people, but using the executive branch to place pressure on universities and law firms.
It's still
and
uploading.
Media.
Do I see that as a problem? Not necessarily, no.
Why not?
Because I think if he's fighting for things that need to be done, then...
What if we replace the word Trump with Biden?
Yeah, if this was a
Oh, come on. You almost had the word to say. That's his right. Yeah, that's his right to do it.
liberal administration, you'd be like, this is horrible. Oh my God.
Well, like I said, sometimes it can be good and sometimes it can be bad.
Okay, so
Yes, they're asking you if it's good. That's what the question was. What?
it's only
thumb on
good
the
when it's
scale.
people
Oh, I just
you
edged
agree with.
myself.
Got it.
God,
Well,
fuck.
putting your thumb on the scale to influence the country is kind of what politicians and the president do.
No, that's not.
Okay, we're basically that's what you do. You sue. Sometimes you weaponize the law system to go after your opponent. Okay.
That's not how that works.
Okay, so there exists something called checks and balances. Oftentimes, courts or law firms or all of these things exist as a check on the executive
Exist?
branch. What Trump is doing is intentionally eroding all of these checks by attacking the courts. Even Supreme Court Justice Alito had to come out recently and say, Trump, you got to stop calling to impeach judges. It's not
It's a
the
little
place of the
unhinged,
president
buddy.
to call to impeach judges without due process. So we can go across the board with like courts, universities, everything, and Trump is always applying pressure in a way that he shouldn't be, not as the president, not going through Congress and passing some law. And I just want to know if you can empathize with my point of view
Nope.
there.
I just think that he's doing the will of the American people, and I love to see it.
Wow, what a politician answer. What a politician answer. You're like Vivek Ramaswamy, bro.
Oh, don't compare me to him.
Ooh, because he's gross and brown. Or I mean, because I just don't agree with his politics.
Honestly, it's
Okay, fine, JD Vance.
I think we
Based. He
can
loves
all
JD
at
Vance.
least agree that private institutions could be treated equally, either all receive funding or all not receive funding. I think we found some common ground there. But individual institutions shouldn't be punished for their personal decisions or individual decisions.
So
International
brave.
students stripped of legal status in the U.S. are piling up wins in court. So our question is, should Trump restore foreign students legal status? 3, 2, 1.
Interesting. I can jump in. I think it should obviously be a case-by-case basis, but I've seen some reports of people getting speeding tickets or minor infractions or posting on social media and getting their visas stripped away. And I think overall that's just harmful to what
Minor
America
infractions?
is. Part of the reason we're
Do you think
so
it's okay
great
for
is because
them
of
to
brain
use
drain.
minors?
We drain the smartest people from other countries. They come over here, they contribute to our society. And if we show people that, hey, if you get a speeding ticket, you got to go, but we're willing to elect a president with 34 felony convictions, I don't think that creates a good, cohesive, smart society.
I actually agree with part of what you said. I don't think that for really petty things that we should be deporting students. We're a rational actor, and I don't think it's in our best interest to be sending that message to the rest of the world. Hey, your student littered. Let's deport him immediately. I don't think that's productive. But when we think of petty crimes and these deportations, you know, we're not talking about jaywalking. We're not talking about littering. We're talking about students that are coming over here. They're guests in our country on a foreign visa, and then they're advocating for things that go against our foreign policy or going against American values and American ideas.
You can't be opposed to U.S. foreign
as
policy.
Every other country on earth
That'd be
understands
crazy.
that when you're a guest, you have to know the culture, know the laws, be respectful. And just like any other country on earth, if you went there and you started disrespecting the government and going against their agenda, they would say, hey, you know,
They would deport
if
you?
if you don't want to be here and you don't like our country, there's the door. And I don't see any problem with America doing
But
that.
the question is advocating for personal political beliefs.
Kawaii Destiny Chan, please be my senpai. I offer my otaku soul and love. Let us cuddle in a bento box under Mount Fuji-sama while Naruto runs. Bless our bond. Please be my boba tea baddie papa. Thank you, Legend of Loads, for the $10.
That go against the beliefs of the current administration. Is that a crime?
Not necessarily, no.
So it's not a crime. So you're saying that people should be deported because they disagree with you, even
No,
if they haven't committed a crime?
Never said that.
But you just said that students who come here and advocate against the government should be deported.
In some cases, yes. In some cases,
But
yes,
but it's not a crime.
Well, again,
So?
I think that, you know, take Hong Kong as a good example. You know, they have the students there. They have the Lenin walls. Have you ever heard of a Lenin wall?
No, explain it.
Lenin wall is they put up these posters, and it's, you know, posters,
What?
Post-it notes, and it's a wall basically of freedom fighters and pro-democracy things. And it's a very common occurrence over there for Chinese nationals that are over on student visas to come over, and they tear these Lenin walls down because they're ultra-nationalists and they are promoting communism, and they want to promote the CCP in Hong Kong. Now, I think it's perfectly reasonable for people in Hong Kong and the government of Hong Kong to say, hey, we are a democratic nation, we are not communists, and if you want to study in our country and you want to study under our values, then you cannot advocate for communism in our education system. I think that's perfectly fine.
I was just telling you earlier, I think America should be more like Hong Kong with our speech rules, right?
And I think that America should have that right as well. And I think, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that I don't think anyone should be kicked out for having different ideologies. I agree that America is really unique in the way where we bring the best and brightest to our country, and it makes our country all the better. But I will say, in terms of different crimes, and I know we mentioned petty crimes, I don't think like littering, jaywalking, someone should be kicked out for that. But I do think that, like, if you are drunk driving or if you are doing something pretty significant to that level, I do think that there should be a high standard for being a guest in this country. And so that's my issue. I feel like we've kind of lowered
I like that
the
drunk
bar
driving is
sometimes,
go-to.
and I think
Okay.
if you're a guest, you need to treat the country with respect. Again, that doesn't mean you can't disagree. You can disagree, but there has to be a level of respect. I think that, you know, burning the U.S. flag, which we don't have to get into that, but I think that there's certain things
Burning the
that
U.S. flag should get you
need to
kicked
do
out
to
of the
just
country?
Be
Okay,
grateful
based.
for being allowed the opportunity to study in a country.
I completely agree with that statement. In terms of petty crimes, if you're committing like a serious misdemeanor like drunk driving, I mean, that's a serious crime.
Yeah.
And people die that way. Like, I've had a cousin who broke his neck drunk driving. Like, that's a serious fucking crime.
Damn.
Yeah.
Absolutely don't bring danger into this country. Get out.
True.
At the same time, your point was not about DUIs and drunk
I like I said,
driving
that's a serious misdemeanor.
and crimes that are actually a danger to public safety. You were saying that people who are speaking out against the government should have to leave. And that, to me, is much more difficult to justify because those aren't crimes. You cannot prove that that's a danger to public safety. And there's no real reason that someone who's coming here should not be allowed to practice their First Amendment right, especially if they are coming here legally through a student visa.
I agree with you a lot. I think the First Amendment is one of the most important amendments that we have.
Shut
when we
up.
look at
No, you
other
don't.
countries, people are not allowed to speak against authoritarian regimes. And I'm extremely against that. We see throughout history of people wanting to stand up for what's good and against bad governments, and they can't because there's laws against that. So I agree with you a lot in that. Again, like my focus is mainly crimes, like serious crimes, but I don't think that anyone should be like persecuted or kicked out for having a different opinion. I think the First Amendment is across the board. I think that there needs to be regulations and standards. And so again, like that's why I mentioned the crimes, the more serious crimes. I think that is important to have high standard for if you're a guest in this country, you need to uphold certain criteria.
So can we draw some lines? If you get a speeding ticket, can we all agree you probably shouldn't lose your visa for a speeding ticket? But then if you drunk drive, you should absolutely
Well, how fast
lose
are you
your visa.
going?
That's probably a line we can draw right there. You said something about burning the American flag. I do think that falls under the First Amendment, right? I think anybody should be able to burn the American flag.
It also depends on where you're burning it. I mean, if you're burning it like in a church, maybe
Okay, of
no.
course,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
And
what I'm saying. Like there's nuance in that.
Here's the main worry that I think Naima was getting to. When one administration begins to strip visas away because of someone's political beliefs, what happens when the next administration wants to do the same thing? And then you don't have a coherent reason why you're stripping visas away, and then it's a slippery slope of administrations passing each other off and just deporting visas. And then you're one of the smartest people in China, and you're like, I don't know if I want to be a doctor in America. I'm probably going to get my visa stripped away by the next administration.
You know, again, I think it's things like going against American values. If somebody's coming over here as a guest in our education system and they're saying that the Constitution needs to be eradicated and the
You
rule
mean
of law
like
needs to be
Trump?
eradicated, and oh, the Second
mean
Amendment
like
this and
Trump?
the free speech this, that we can't have that. I think that's grounds to, again, say, if you don't like this country, if you don't like how we do it over here, then there's the door. But I think the deeper principle, which I hope we can all agree on, is that, our resources, our public services are paid for by the American people and for the American people. And so that very principle, means that if you have a guest here and we have to deal with them in any capacity, then we are diverting resources away from the American people that now have to go to somebody that is a guest in our country. And we should have high standards for things like that.
I agree that we should have high standards, but I also don't think that there's universal American values. I think that if you asked all four of us at this table what we believe the best American values are, we would all have a different answer.
Yeah,
so I
you'd say
don't
some of you
think
should be deported.
that you can regulate how well a student on a visa agrees or disagrees with American values when you cannot define American values as one singular thing. But what we can agree on is that people who come here on student visas need to obey the laws and not be a threat to public safety.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, agree-ish.
I have one question for you.
Yeah?
Is there any speech that a student could say that you think would deem deporting or revoking a visa?
I think speech that incites violence, and there's a clear, after due process, there is a clear connection to their speech and a violent incident or occurrence. I think that would be worth deporting.
Do you think a threat is fair to deport someone?
I think if someone was doing harassing speech or a speech that was a threat to someone else, a threat to harm of someone else, that again falls under inciting violence. And I think that's speech, but we have rules on that type of speech. There are laws about that type of speech that apply to Americans as well.
What if somebody's promoting fascism or white supremacy?
That's under the First Amendment.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have the student visa shouldn't be revoked?
If
They're not like green card holders, they're visas, right?
Yeah. I think it still falls under the First Amendment. I think that obviously I wouldn't want that to happen, but I think that it's a slippery slope when you begin to strip visas away based on what people say. Because you said something earlier that I think Naima pinpointed really well. You said if you're going against American values, and Naima was saying American values, that means different things to different people. So again, what if the next admin is like, well, our American values are DEI and trans people in every bathroom, and some immigrant doesn't want that, and then we're like, get out of here. You can't have this slippery slope. We should probably just stick to the Constitution and... Yeah.
And with free speech comes some concessions. I mean, obviously, I'm very much against white supremacy and white supremacist ideology. But if I want my right to free speech, and if I want students who do align with my values to have their right to free speech, then I do have to make room for speech that I don't like. And I think that's something we all just have to accept.
It's 2020, and I'm forcing TikTok's parent company to sell the app, or else I'll ban it.
Comes head-to-head with a Chinese-owned video app.
I'll see you in court.
Emotions will run red hot.
It's 2021, and I'm stopping this TikTok ban malarkey. I'm gonna get even more popular.
But old suspicions die hard.
Listen, Joe, we've been talking about it, and We want to ban TikTok if its parent company doesn't sell the app. I'll sign that bill. You're doing the right thing.
I've gone dark.
And old rivalries can become something more.
Why are they watching them?
I'm president again. Let's pause all this for 75 days.
Will TikTok be banned? Coming June 18th.
Well, that was really...
Okay. Will TikTok ever be banned? 3, 2, 1.
Perfect. Next segment. No, but for real, there's another conversation. Should it be banned?
No.
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 If we care about cybersecurity and we care about our information being sold, we would have had this discussion about Facebook and Twitter and Snapchat and all of the rest of them about 15 years ago. We are so far past the point of using security and information breach as a justification to delete these apps. It's never going to get banned.
I 100% agree with that, actually.
But the argument...
Period.
I disagree. I just don't stop celebrating.
What?
I disagree.
What? No.
I disagree. All right, listen.
Uh-oh.
The argument with Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg owns Facebook, right? But
Good arguments.
TikTok is owned by ByteDance, which
Can't hold them
is
criminally
a
liable.
vehicle of the CCP.
True.
So the argument with Facebook and Instagram, which I guess both fall under Meta right now, but that's different than TikTok. The argument with TikTok that the Supreme Court making is that it's a unique threat due to the fact that ByteDance owns it and they funnel American data. You know, it's not even about having our data. I have nothing to really hide from China. I don't care. But it's about the fact that they can then put their thumb on the scale and influence U.S. elections. They can try to promote all of these different, imagine how much of a win it is for China if they can promote anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, also while promoting misogyny and racism. And then I know I'm using all the isms, but then you have a less cohesive American society where everybody hates each other, and then boom, China gets to sit back. While
But Adam, I will say TikTok doesn't even exist in China. Like the Chinese government doesn't even allow TikTok in
That's
China.
a good point. That is a great point for my
problem-
argument. If China doesn't allow it, why should the U.S. allow it?
The other
Because
problem with that
China's
argument.
actively restricting free speech is the point.
Yeah, but this doesn't have to do with free speech. This is more about
It does,
ownership
though.
of-
I mean, millions of people use TikTok as a social platform, including you.
Well,
don't
I
you?
do, but here's the thing. You can have these same conversations on different platforms. It's not even about the conversations or what people are saying. It's about the platform they're having.
But can I ask, what is stopping Zuck at Meta from selling our data to China? Literally anyone can sell our data to China.
Criminal
and you're
conviction,
saying
criminal
that just
conviction,
because
criminal conviction.
ByteDance is a
You
Chinese
can be held
company
criminally
means that
liable.
It's more of a threat in doing that. But anyone can sell our data to China, and a lot of these companies have our data. And I feel like the fact that only TikTok is being attacked in this way.
And also, your argument doesn't really address the fact that you're assuming that the content that's misogynist, sexist, and all the rest can't be found on other platforms, which I disagree.
No, it can be, but the argument is that China or ByteDance or the CCP, they're boosting this type of divisive content. Like, if I made the argument that a lot of the pro-Palestinian protesters were sparked by online propaganda, would you agree with that? The pro-Palestinian protests that happened?
That they were sparked
by online propaganda, yeah.
In part.
Do you think that it benefits China when they can spread disinformation online and then cause protests in the U.S. where we have a less cohesive society, eventually maybe leading to Trump getting into office? You can see how they'd want to influence our
Well, you shouldn't abuse.
Yes, but I don't.
Misinformation
Shouldn't
spread
abuse
through
that
other
example.
formats too, like
Right.
not just TikTok. You know, like the news spreads misinformation all the time, both left and right. So it's like, why am I just going to ban TikTok when TikTok helps so many businesses? Like so many small businesses have grown from it. Creators, like it's been a net positive too for our economy as well.
And there's also, just a diverse array of beliefs on TikTok.
Yeah.
It's not like ByteDance has made an effort to specifically silence a singular point of view.
Unless Tiananmen Square, sometimes you can't search that on TikTok.
But, I will say I've seen just content from creators that's both right-leaning and left-leaning. I mean, if TikTok was creating an effort to censor one group over another and promoting an agenda through the algorithm, then that would be a big issue. But I think that there is a diverse array of opinions on TikTok, and I don't think that that's a huge issue.
Who uses TikTok?
Your mom.
Here.
Got him.
I do.
I have it downloaded. I never use it.
I totally use it.
I didn't use it until I went viral, to be honest with you.
I think the best argument...
Charlie.
Yeah.
The
That
best
was the
arg-
first time I downloaded TikTok.
I really like the argument of small businesses on TikTok. I know there are like hundreds of thousands of small businesses that rely solely on TikTok, so I do understand that. I mean, I run part of my business through TikTok, so this isn't even an argument about like that. I just think that overall, I listened to the Supreme Court's oral hearing on it, and it was really interesting because they were just they all seemed pretty convinced that they had some data that China is not. I'm pretty sure there was a moment where half of the Democratic congressmen didn't want to vote on the ban of TikTok, but then the congressmen and women went and got information in some sort of skiff, and when they came back out, they're like, TikTok's got to go. So maybe I'm putting too much.
Called the whips, man.
Maybe I'm okay. Yeah, maybe I'm putting too much trust, but I'm pretty sure there's some data out there that shows that TikTok is selling our information. Also, it doesn't have to be banned.
Also, they're a bunch of boomers. They don't know anything about TikTok.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, even though we disagree on if it maybe should or shouldn't be banned, I think it's actually kind of encouraging that we all think that it won't be.
I'm mostly manifesting.
We all agree the government's too inefficient to ban TikTok.
That part.
True.
For sure.
Yeah.
Terrifying vape warning as super fit 17-year-old gets killer popcorn lung. Kids are dying, doctors say. Is vaping causing a teen health crisis? 3, 2, 1.
Hey!
Nice. We all agree again.
Look at that.
Welcome to the dark side.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that we all agree on this. I think this is something that was normalized for a while. Vaping, I don't know, it was really popular in high school, college, like everyone had a vape. But I've seen a progression, especially just within close friends, of where it starts with a vape and then it goes into other things. I know a lot of people who've had a lot of mental health issues because of it as well. So I think it's a huge issue.
Can I ask a question, you guys?
Yeah.
Do any of you vape?
Absolutely.
You do?
I mean, not anymore, but I did for a while, yeah.
Yeah, I started vaping when I was 16, and
Damn.
I still have a nicotine addiction, and I'm 22 now, so it's been like 6 years. I have never been an adult without a nicotine addiction, and I started because some people who I thought were really cute and really cool were vaping.
Damn.
And, you know, it was offered to me, and I didn't know about the health implications. I didn't know how addictive nicotine was. I thought nicotine was only addictive through cigarettes. I didn't realize it would be an issue for me. And literally 6 years later, like, I used to vape in my fucking sleep.
Oh yeah, you wake up in the middle of the night and you reach around your bed and you're looking for it.
When
and
you
you're
can't find it, you're like a freaking, you're like the squirrel in Ice Age.
I've killed a family over a vape before.
It's crazy.
Jesus Christ.
No, it's ridiculous. And like, it's so addictive. Like, nowhere near as
That's
addictive
some
as
wild
I thought
addiction
it was,
stuff,
you know?
guys.
I think the big issue too is they're marketed, you know, towards our age group. Like,
Oh,
do
yeah.
you think that you would have picked up vaping or stuck with it if the only flavored vapes you could get were like tobacco leaf flavor?
Honestly, I kind of love the tobacco flavored ones.
Oh.
but
Wait, I was just about to make the joke. Who would get a tobacco flavored vape? But I guess people do. Okay, never mind.
I'm weird.
No,
Bad example. But I think
No, but your point is valid. I mean, like, when I moved out to Cali, they have these things. They're called geek bars, and I
What?
don't know if you guys have seen them, but when you hit them, it literally has like constellations and stars on them, and they're all different colors, and it's like pina colada, fun, gay time. Like, it's so stupid.
I know you're getting cravings just talking about it. You're like,
No, literally, I actually did quit vaping, but now I just smoke cigarettes. That's my life.
So I also want to ask, do you
Jesus.
think if we were having this conversation like 100 years ago, the prompt would be about cigarettes and we'd all be like, and honestly, if it was about cigarettes, we could all give the same answer. But is there an argument to be made that young people vaping en masse is better than smoking cigarettes en masse?
No.
compared to
No,
100 years ago?
totally disagree.
But I think vaping is way, way worse. As someone who's been addicted to both, I think vaping is way, way worse because you can literally do it anywhere.
Right, that's the problem. If you were taking it puff for puff, cigarettes might
Puff
be worse.
Yeah.
But
for
it's the
puff.
way that people use it. People smoke a cigarette, and I'm a huge nicotine person. I used to do chewing tobacco. I realized that was bad for me. I smoked cigarettes for about a year when I was doing manual labor down in Texas,
That'll
just
do it.
habitually.
Yeah.
But one, it was pretty easy to quit. I quit after the year, and I never smoked a cigarette since. But two, you know, when I would smoke a cigarette, it was going out, you'd smoke a cigarette, you have, you know, 7 or 8 puffs or however many it is, and then you don't smoke again for 4 to 8 hours or whatever it was. I wasn't an avid smoker. With vapes, like you said, it's the method in which they use it. You're vaping constantly, day after day, hour after hour. It's insane.
Cigarettes, I think since I've transitioned from vaping to smoking, I consume so much less nicotine. Cigarettes, I mean, it's inconvenient. You have to go outside. It's cold. It's night. Like, you don't want to go out. Like, you smell like shit. All your friends are like, it smells like cigarettes. You're like, Sally, like, it's so much more work.
You're consuming less nicotine, but aren't there like 1,000 other chemicals in cigarettes that aren't there in vapes?
I mean, there's nickel in vapes. There's lead in vapes. And vapes are disgusting. Honestly, don't, like, to the younger generations, do not
Did I ever
start
smoke?
smoking
Fuck
anything.
no.
But
That's unethical.
please stay away from vapes. It's so unhealthy. It's one, like, if I could go back in time and change anything about my adolescence, that's like top 2.
You know they're not going to listen to you. I wouldn't have listened to someone if they...
I know.
I have a story that maybe will dissuade some people. I had a buddy in college in my fraternity, and somebody went into the bathroom super late at night. It was like 3 a.m. They saw the shower was on, and they opened it up, and there was one of our friends there curled up into a ball, and he had a hole in his lung, and the hole formed when he was in the shower because he was such a freak with vapor. And
I'm sorry, how old was this guy? Unless this guy was like 55. No shot. This dude was trying to kill himself.
So he was sitting there in a fetus position because he could barely breathe for hours. And they had to send him to the hospital. And he was there for over a month and a half because of all the other problems that came after with his immune system and with his lungs and his cardiovascular system. And this all came from vaping.
System?
A healthy guy,
Linneo.
healthy fit guy, just like that Daily Mail article. It's dangerous.
It's so dangerous. It fucks up your teeth. It fucks up your lungs. It fucks up your skin. Like, just don't do it.
Also, like with vaping, a lot of my friends believe that like if they vaped, their anxiety would be reduced, but it actually just increased their anxiety. So it's like most of our generation struggles with depression or anxiety. Like if you have a vape, it's gonna make it way worse.
Yeah, your anxiety is reduced until you need to get another vape.
Yeah, maybe the guy was vaxxed.
Look at this
True.
coalition of anti-vapors.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm still stuck on the cigarette thing. I think cigarettes are worse.
Puff for puff, I think you have a strong argument, but
the
I think
accessibility,
so.
you're saying the
For puff.
accessibility of nicotine
Absolutely.
vapes makes it
I think it's like I think cigarettes worth like long term worse health wise, but the issue with vape is that it's so accessible that it's much more addictive.
And the way it's marketed too. Like a younger kid is definitely going to go for a vape and start at a younger age than like someone going for a cigarette.
yeah. Nobody's sneaking a little smoke break in the bathroom stall and then in class and then at the
you
grandma's
can't do
house
that
and
with
then-
cigarettes.
Were you a class vape hitter?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, right in the
yeah.
sleeve. You put it in the sleeve and you're just
I
What
literally
the
okay,
fuck?
this is gonna
Bro,
sound
the
so
kids are not
ridiculous, but
okay. What are
I
these guys
used
talking
to,
about?
Like hate the fact that vapes
Are you
don't
guys
have
okay?
filters. Like I didn't like it when the juice would like leak on my mouth. So I would buy packs of socks specifically for my vape.
Oh my God.
And I called them my vape socks. And then
This is what it can do. This is
like
what
literally, you
I
don't
mean,
want to be like me. You
I
don't want to
was
have
a-
a vape sock.
So I guess we can all agree that vaping is probably a public health crisis. And I vaped a lot in high school. I was an honor student, and I got suspended for vaping twice. It kept slipping out of my my pants pocket, and the teacher walked up and was like, "What the?" And then it happened the next year. The same thing happened with the same pants. I got suspended twice. Overall, don't vape. It's probably not good. But also, we live in a free society, so do what you want.
Vaping is so progressive too. Like, just smoke a cigarette. Be a man. Smoke a
Or
cigarette.
cigar.
I don't know. I hang out with a lot of liberals, and we love a cigarette.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Could be wrong.
I think a nicotine addiction goes. It's
universal.
It's universal. You know.
Perhaps.
Andrew Tate pointed a gun at a woman, court documents claim.
Wow.
Should Andrew Tate be deported from the United States? 3, 2, 1.
Go.
Yay! Guys, we're eating today. We have.
Wait a minute. With due process or without due process, Aldo?
All the process. So much process.
I agree.
No.
I think that overall, Andrew Tate is a harm to younger men. I think that right now, young men are in a crisis, even beyond vaping. I think, and part of it is due to politics in the political sphere right now. So if I want to be honest, I think the Democratic Party in particular hasn't done a good job of bringing young men
Yes,
into the fold
shit on the
or appealing to young
Dems.
men.
I'm sure
And
we'll
that
hear
left a
the right
vacuum
talk
on the
about
other
their
side
problems
for
as
young
well.
men to then go to Andrew Tate. And what is every
Oh
young
my God. Is this what black people feel like? When other black people are in front of a bunch of white people and they throw their own people under the bus? This is what it feels like, isn't it? I get it now. I understand.
man have a problem with at one point or another is dating, or like trying to get a date or whatever. And Andrew
Actually,
Tate,
I'm sorry. I need to change this. I don't think we should deport him. I'm sorry.
you know,
No.
You're joking.
No.
Okay, hold on.
Continue. I'm sorry.
Can
I cut you off. Keep
Adam,
going.
can I
No,
jump in real
you had a good point. You were talking about the men crisis and the
I
vacuum.
was just saying the left is sort of
We should call them loons when they do this. You fucking loon.
alienated men, and I think the right created a vacuum where there's a crazy pipeline. Every young male at some point has a dating problem, and you look up one of these red pill forums, it takes you right to Andrew Tate. So I think it's not a good thing, but that's a separate convo from deportation.
Can I just go back? So, in one of our earlier claims, you had made the comment that those who don't appeal to American values or those who commit serious crimes should be deported. Andrew Tate has been accused of illegally trafficking at least 7 women. Andrew Tate has been accused of raping 4 women, and this is in Romania and in Britain. So if you can claim that people who come to this country have to uphold a certain standard or they should be deported, how can you then say that Andrew Tate, someone who has been accused of doing, like, not even misdemeanors, horrific crimes, should not be deported?
That's a very good question, Naima. Well, you know, I will first of all say I'm not going to carry water for Andrew Tate, and I'm not going to justify anything bad or immoral that he's done.
Oh my God, he's about to don his legal hat. He's about to don his. He's about to say, I fully trust in the legal system, and I will trust whatever they say, whatever comes out, evaluation about him, and that's my final answer. Now, for Abrego Garcia, well, I mean, in one of the court docs, a judge basically referenced and said, like, oh, I think this guy might be a gang member, and that's good enough for me. But for Andrew Tate, I need to see the full conviction.
Which there are plenty of those things. And I really don't even have like a super strong opinion on it one way or the other. I think that what you said is kind of the more interesting thing. It's not really Andrew Tate, it's why the response to him was so incredible. I mean, the guy is known worldwide, right? He has international appeal, which is incredible. And you have to ask yourself, why is that? And I think, you hit the nail on the head with the vacuum that was created. I think a lot of men have felt dispossessed, like they don't have value, like, they're not worth something, like they don't have goals. And unfortunately, when we talk about the issues of the sexes, I think a lot of times it seems like it's a zero-sum game, and that when men's issues are brought up, it's seen as taking away from women's issues. And so with Andrew Tate, I don't know everything that he's done. I do know that in Romania, he actually tried to get them to go to trial. I know all of his supporters wanted him to go to trial, and even his haters wanted him to go to trial, but the Romanian government never took him to trial.
They did.
So, did they? And was he convicted?
I'm not sure what I think there's.
Right, I think they settled or something. So I don't. You said he was accused of a lot of bad things. He wasn't convicted, and so that's why we would say that he shouldn't be deported. Because if you're
what about
convicted
for Trump that was convicted?
But a man who was you literally just said like 20 minutes ago, a man who was accused of no crimes and wrongfully deported should continue to be deported in an El Salvadorian prison.
Well, we disagree.
But a man who was convicted,
True.
Was he convicted?
No, not convicted. Was tried of and accused of over 15 felony counts should not be deported.
I think that somebody that breaks immigration laws should be deported, and someone who's accused of heinous crimes has,
Listen to the different standard here, right? He's inverted it in the most perverse way possible, right? This guy's a criminal. A criminal. What did he do? He came here illegally. Oh, okay. When I say criminal, what I really mean is been convicted of actually not even that, because Garcia wasn't even convicted. I don't even know what the fuck I don't even know. Jesus.
Maybe shouldn't.
I think a few of the things that have happened to him have not even went to trial yet. Why should he be allowed in this country until he is fully tried for his crimes? No? Like, he should be tried.
He said he wants to go to trial. And like I said, I'm not going to carry water. If he did something bad, he should face punishment for it.
Okay, I think that you showing red is you're kind of
a partisan
messing up the
fucking
rest
hack,
of your claims that you've made in the past about who should be allowed in this country and who shouldn't. Because if you believe that what Andrew Tate is doing is upholding American values, then we really have a different definition of American values.
I think also for me, like why I put green is because when we were talking about the immigration case, like my thing is the affiliation, the possible affiliation with MS-13. Like regardless, I know we disagreed, but for me that's a big deal. And so same with Andrew Tate, if he's involved in human trafficking, that's a really big deal, and that's equivalent to MS-13 for me. So that's why I think he should be deported. And there's so many examples of that for him. It's not just here in the States or in one country. Even.
Real. It just feels like a double standard when you say that about some people, but not about him.
And like conservatives, that's because 4 years talking about like
if
any criminals are coming over the border, generally illegally, but if criminals are coming over the border, we need to get them out. Don't let any criminals in. And it's weird to see you all of a sudden take a really nuanced position on Andrew Tate and be able to differentiate.
It's kind of weird, isn't it?
I don't know whether he was actually convicted and due process. None of that nuance existed when we were talking about Abrego Garcia.
Crazy how that works.
I think some of the nuance was there, but if he committed a crime, I would absolutely say he should be deported. I kind of don't like the prompt. I think the bigger thing that maybe we can talk about is the men's issues. Are men in crisis? Because I think that response to Andrew Tate is fascinating and should be looked at. Why was it so big? I think
we remember when the response to Andrew Tate is so big, that's because there's a legitimate men's issue that we need to look at. When the response to Donald Trump is big, that's just unhinged lefties and crazy progressives and wokies, and we don't ever have to think for 2 seconds why that response might exist. True.
We just don't have spaces for men anymore to develop. I was a Boy Scout, I'm an Eagle Scout, and that's one space that I really credit as having a profound impact on my development as a young man. I think a lot of men in this country have been told that masculinity is inherently bad and that all things that come from masculinity are toxic. And men just want one thing. We want to be needed. We want to be respected. And they don't feel that way. I remember in high school, we had one assignment in our A-Push class just for white men. And so, it makes sense why they feel dispossessed, why they feel upset, or like they feel like they have no value.
That's wild.
Well, I think my take on it is I do think that men's mental health is in crisis right now. I do think that the the suicidality rates are increasing. We cannot, dispute that is a fact. And I do think it's because there's a lot of stigmas around men being able to show emotion and being able to kind of be open and vulnerable and honest about how they're feeling and have access to mental health care when they need it. I think that my issue with toxic masculinity and Andrew Tate is that he's taking something that is in good faith. Boys and men do need help finding community. Boys and men do need help with their mental health. But he takes it a step further and starts blaming women, and there's all this negativity towards women. And a lot of what Andrew Tate says is promoting a masculinity that doesn't really favor being open about your emotions. Like, just go to the gym and make money and don't, like...
That is toxic.
I 100% agree. Well, I don't think that toxic masculinity exists. It's either masculinity or it's something entirely different.
I think that what you were describing is cowardice. Like, I think Andrew Tate is the definition of cowardice. He's not a man. And I think sometimes when we use the term, like, I agree, toxic masculinity doesn't exist because, like, that's saying toxic humanity. Like, I think that those toxic behaviors are cowardice, it's foolish,
Ask how toxic femininity exists.
Abhorrent. And so I think we should separate the two.
Well, I think the reason why I call it toxic masculinity is because charlatans like Andrew Tate will call it masculinity. Right. And I'm trying to say, no, this is not masculinity.
I think we should teach them that, though.
Yeah.
Like, I think we should teach them, like, this is the opposite of what a man is. And I think, like, fathers play a big role in that, too. I think, there is an absence or a lack of relationships with fathers. And I think that when young boys don't have that, I agree, they go to these, like, terrible figures like Andrew Tate in these far corners of the internet, they're becoming a lot more common, and they hear voices that aren't necessarily true, but they're loud, and so that's why they get attention.
It's just disgusting because people like Andrew Tate and Myron Gaines are really exploiting young men, and exacerbating the issue.
Yeah,
because they're teaching them to do the opposite of the things that would help them with mental health crises.
And they're saying being a man is buying a flashy car, sleeping with tons of women. It's the antithesis of masculinity.
Not showing
buying a flashy car, sleeping with tons of women. Don't we have like a political leader right now who's like brags about stuff like that kind of?
Any emotion whatsoever. Which
I think men need to feel more. I think men need to not necessarily show more emotion, but feel emotion more. I think men need other men to go to be able to confide in, to cry, to whatever you need to do. I think
bro job.
We were just crying before this, you and I.
Given just what we talked about in our past topics and how we can all agree that Andrew Tate is kind of a bag of chodes, would you be open to changing your answer for this question?
Nope.
I don't think being a mega chode is grounds enough to deport somebody, but I do think that if he is convicted of any crime, I will be right there with you, arm in arm, waving him goodbye on the airplane.
Okay. I'll take it. Okay, guys, so hypothetically, you're the president. Do you have one executive order to address the issues we discussed?
I have one. I think going along with our discussion about vaping, about the way that people vape, the accessibility at all times, I would say that I think we should do something in the same vein to marijuana. I think that it's become incredibly easily accessible. I think children are getting it younger and younger and younger. And just like with cigarettes to vaping, our parents smoking these joints with really low levels of THC back in the 80s is a lot different than today when you have these super high concentrated THC pens that kids are getting a hold of and they're vaping it constantly. I live here in LA and it's almost impossible to go through
weed was okay,
a
but mine's illegal
without smelling weed. The entire city smells like a skunk all the time. And so I think it's gotten a little out of control. I think some of the progressive social things we've done in the last 20 years, we found out that the things that people do in their own homes a lot of times come outside of the home. And with marijuana, I think that coming outside the home and becoming as prevalent as it is today is really damaging our youth and damaging Americans in general.
I would then sign an executive order immediately nullifying your marijuana.
Period.
What the hell?
I second the nullification.
I don't even necessarily think it should be an outright ban, but again, I think that the high concentration and the way that kids can get these vape pens and vape them all over the place, I think that we need to do something to address that.
So your executive order isn't just weed in general and recriminalizing weed, it's specifically targeting weed vapes?
It's maybe. I don't have my whole plan fleshed out. I'd have to do some more writing.
He has concepts of a plan.
Well, what about
concepts
alcohol?
of a plan.
Do you think alcohol
but I think with the vaping. Yeah, I mean, what do you think about that, Nima? Do you think that there's a concern there? Do you think that's worth addressing?
I do think that there is a concern to the weed vapes. I definitely used weed vapes when I was in high school, way more accessible than actually smoking weed. But I also think that weed being criminalized is just not great for the economy, not great for the country. We did it for a long time. I don't think it worked. And I feel like there's more pressing issues in trying to like parse through what kind of marijuana is good and bad and all that, you know?
I will say with marijuana though, like in 2019, I gave a speech about how I was like super pro marijuana, but I had an experience in 2023 with someone that I really cared about, and they didn't realize that their brain couldn't break down marijuana, couldn't break down the THC, and they went into a psychosis. And this is happening with a lot of young boys in California specifically.
Is it though?
Where boys, their brains cannot break down the THC, and so I do think like that
True,
is a concern.
they are. They're OD on the weed.
I think my executive order would be tied to both immigration but human trafficking. We talked about Andrew Tate. We talked about MS-13. I think that if you have an affiliation with human trafficking, minors, women, men, that there should be serious legal action taken against that.
He got faded in a hoe.
Whether
True.
you're deported or you face a really serious penalty for your crimes, I think we should put more effort into that.
After I signed the executive order nullifying all those marijuana one, I would sign one making sure that presidents can't overreach and target law firms, universities, or other entities that are supposed to be independent.
True.
You don't need pot, man. You don't need it. You're a smart guy. You can handle it without it.
Thank you.
Honestly,
epic, dude. That was epic.
But we'll talk. Cigarettes
epic,
after
bro.
this on me. No, I'm playing. Don't no. Anyway, maybe my executive order would be. I think I would do. Honestly, I would probably do the same as Adam. I was gonna just say protecting Harvard, reinstating their funding, but I would extend that to the media as well. I think that media organizations should not be allowed to be targeted by the executive branch, and I would want to extend protections on the media.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
So that it can remain a free media.
And Trump would totally follow our executive order, right? He wouldn't break it. So.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. You were on my.
Trump would totally follow our executive order, right? He wouldn't break it. So.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. You were on my nerves in the beginning of this episode, but you've grown on me. I think we had a really interesting debate.
Jesus, chill.
I very much enjoyed talking to all of you, and I like all of our executive orders. I think we would all make better presidents than Trump.
Maybe this will be the next cabinet.
Honestly,
True.
I live.
A lot of people liked the fuck, marry, deport section from the last episode, so we could do it again.
Those are depraved individuals, okay? Depraved.
All right, you guys have to fuck, marry, deport RFK Jr., Andrew Tate, or Donald Trump.
I don't think I can fully answer this and still respect myself.
You have to. We even got Chandler too.
He's gonna fuck all three. That's why he can't answer.
Jesus Christ.
No, I don't think I can do this. You know, you guys start, and I'll see if something comes to mind.
Okay, I think I'm definitely gonna deport Andrew Tate. I don't even think he should be here. And also, I don't want to be sex trafficked, so I'm gonna let that be.
Got him.
I do not trust that man. Oh God. I cannot stand the sound of RFK Jr.'s voice. So maybe I'll put a bag on his head and fuck him.
Jesus.
And then, shit, does that mean I'm marrying Trump?
Damn, he's funny.
Yeah, all right, well, I'm getting my tubes tied.
The art of the deal. I would marry Trump because I find both Andrew Tate and RFK Jr. insufferable. Trump as well, but Trump is kind of charismatic.
He's kind of funny.
One-on-one, I've heard he can be charismatic. I would fuck, bro. What the fuck? What?
Yeah, it's done up. Horrible.
I would fuck Andrew Tate, then kill myself. Then I would deport RFK Jr. after.
I don't know if I can answer this. I'll only answer the deport one because I wouldn't do either of the two for the other. I can't. Like, I can't.
I'm not gonna marry Trump.
I can't. Even in a hypothetical, I can't. But I would deport Andrew Tate.
He's a good Christian.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Say it again.
I would deport Andrew Tate, but I can't answer the other ones.
I can't answer this one.
Damn.
Sorry, guys.
Could you imagine Andrew Tate and RFK walk through that door? We're like, no.
You know, I think even though we had some fundamental disagreements and we kind of maybe talked in circles in some places, it was actually really encouraging in this roundtable discussion that there was a lot that we agreed on. And I thought this format produced really good conversation.
I really liked how we agreed that people coming over here from other countries, bringing the best and the brightest, actually benefits America, and that's part of what makes America great. I think a lot of the immigration discourse over the past few years has been wild, so just accepting the idea.
I don't actually agree with that.
Oh my God, guys!
We don't need to get into it, but I can't.
I thought you did earlier.
Okay. Got him.
We can agree that young boys are facing a mental health
fucking
crisis.
owned it.
Right?
He
There's a
owned
whole
it, that
issue
guy.
With that. So I'm glad that we can all agree that even the left has played a pretty big role in that. But we need to do something about our young men because they are a really big part of society. So.
In general, I think this kind of proved that there's a lot more middle ground than maybe we think, and that having conversations like this and talking, I think we can reach middle ground and actually make some change that we'd all appreciate.
We can all agree that Andrew Tate's a bag of dicks.
Terrible person.
He's terrible.
Overall, it's really easy to villainize the other side, especially when you talk to people online or you see the craziest clips. But every single time without fail, I sit down with somebody who disagrees with me. We're always usually kind of like exchanging jokes 30 minutes in. So I think that there's a reality in America where people have more face-to-face conversations. A lot of the online arguments, boosted by the CCP and ByteDance, will go away.
Let the church say amen.
Yeah, but this was really great. I appreciate the conversation.
Thank you guys.
Amen.
Nice talking to you guys.
We didn't say amen for the church.
Amen.
Amen. There we go.
We saved America with this thing, whatever this show is called.
Okay, yeah, we're doing this.
Wow. Why does she shave her eyebrows?
I like they have no benefit of the doubt from me anymore, and they don't deserve it. And literally the only reason why I included the AB section in the video is because he was talking shit, saying I say like vile things, and saying that we had a disagreement. Last time we talked, we had a disagreement, which is not true. So that's the only reason why I included it.
Okay.
You know, he thinks, and who are you to think that your words being leaked are that powerful? If every single time you talk to somebody, you're like, don't make sure you don't post this.
True. Actually, true. They should apply to every. I agree. 1,000,000,000%. Wow. True. What a true thing.
It's like, grow up. The disagreement is that you don't pay a salary. No, literally. I think him and Ethan have like a father-son relationship, and it's like one of those things where like you don't want to disappoint your father, so you kind of like bend over.
Jesus.
So I don't know. I don't know what to say. Like literally alienating everybody in your fucking circle. Like I wasn't in their circle, you know what I mean? We were friends. We weren't like super close or whatever. But it's like whenever you're like alienating people and like fucking people over and all that shit, it's just like, grow up.
Yeah.
Do you think any of the crew will leave after this? I don't know.
Just any of the girls stand up some Gary Economics? Wait, did they actually? Wait. Bro, come on. What is this? Is there any way to kill these things without them eating all my shit? I had fucking... Tesla Rex. Those literally are Teslas. Tesla turret. Fuck you.
A lot of people. I'm gonna watch it because I'm gonna show the world that I'm not afraid. That I'm not afraid. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not afraid. I'm terrified. I'm petrified. I'm pissing and shitting in my diapers.
You are.
But I'm gonna watch it to fundraise. I'm gonna watch it to fundraise for the charity of iDubbbz's choosing, considering all of the relentless attacks that Ethan has engaged in for the
He's gonna
Creator
fundraise
Clash
for his
3,
friend
which is
after he
supposed to be
threw
a
him under the
charity
bus.
event. I am going to use this community to fundraise for the personal charity that they had chosen for Creator Clash while watching it, and that is going to most likely happen on Tuesday.
These things are huge, bro.
A lot of people. I'm gonna watch it because I want to show the world that
I like
I'm
how he's
not
so
afraid.
exasperated. He's so exasperated. Ugh. He's always so tired. Yeah, poor Hassan. You deserve this for not building artillery in Galil. I literally have artillery, you fucking retard. What do you think these are? Boom! Artillery.
Why do they call you Big Balls?
I just said it as my LinkedIn username. Well, people on LinkedIn take themselves like super seriously, and they're pretty.
This kid looks like he's 12. Is destroy my government?
Risk to risk, and I was like, well, I want to be neither of those things. So I said it, and honestly, I didn't even think anyone would notice.
Yeah. So what do you
LinkedIn
do?
is so cringe.
What, what does Big Balls do?
Right now, I'm working on some payment computer stuff. So one of our initiatives is to root out fraud and waste. And to do that, we started looking at the payment computers. And as mentioned earlier, like there is no accounting of what payments actually go to.
Oh, I'm sure.
So like you look at a specific line item, like $20 million. And you're like, okay, well, what is this money going to? And for the majority of payment systems, it's like, well, we don't really know.
Really? They have no idea.
Like, what?
Okay.
That would be the response.
Is this the most basic responses?
Yeah.
I'm sure.
That's the most common response.
I'm sure.
What do you say when people just say, I don't know?
Well, it's a huge cause for concern because like the upstream thing, which is distributing the money, literally has no checks and no accountability to the actual American taxpayer. So it's a huge vector for fraud, waste, and abuse.
I'm sure.
Do these people not respect taxpayer money?
Ooh.
I mean, there's no incentive to if you work in the government. I think the incentives will always decide the outcomes.
OIGs, no, okay.
Do you guys feel like you're putting yourself at risk by doing this because you're stirring up so much hostility by these people?
Bro, you're basically
ripping us
risking
off?
your life.
100%. Well, we don't need to speculate about that. You can see online in the protests that they make that very clear. I mean, I've been hanged in effigy many times.
Wow, so brave.
And there have been people that have actively advocated at these violent protests for my death.
Jesus.
And have
horrible.
also advocated for the death of the people at Doge.
Damn. That's crazy, chat. What a hard life. Yeah, I see Hassan's even fighting with Tectone on fucking Twitter. I feel like he's kind of mad. Maybe he's not happy with how everything went. Maybe? Possibly? Is that possible? I don't know. Hassan did say during that debate, I don't think this is going how you think it's going. So that would be kind of weird if Hassan's actually one that's super ass pained, you know? Okay, is there anything else interesting that happened? Did you see the UK terror attack planned by Iranians that was foiled? Nope, don't care. Don't care about bongers. Oh wait, what's that Trump interview where he made some crazy quotes? Why are the cops going so crazy? Chill. Epic. Look at how epic these guys are. Wow, so brave. No, don't go back to 7 minutes. Or should I go back to 7 minutes? Fuck it, dude. Trump placing tariffs on movies? Based. That's what he needs to do. We need to save American businesses, okay?
President Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here to mark your first 100 days in office. It has been an incredibly busy 100 days. You've signed more than 140 executive orders. You've been focused on the border, the economy, foreign policy. What is your biggest goal in the next 100 days?
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of results. We've already seen them on the border. We have the best border in the history of our country. It was 99.999, and nobody ever thought that was possible. In fact, Biden, if you remember, said he has to get legislation.
What a
And
loser.
I said, no, you just need a new president. And I guess I was right. We have the best border we've
You just
ever
need no
had.
respect for rule of law.
We're
Then you can
doing
do
great on,
anything.
Illegal immigration. We are being hit hard by judges that I think they're trying to take away the power of the presidency. I was elected in a massive landslide and a big, big vote. We won the swing states. We won the popular vote. We won the district votes by tremendous numbers. We won everything. And one of the primary reasons I was elected was to get people out of our country that were allowed. We have prisoners, we have murderers, we have terrorists in our country, we have people from mental institutions that are seriously insane. They all came in through Biden's open border policy, and I was elected to get them out and to seal the border, but to get them out. And we'll have judges, they're activist judges, they're saying, well, you don't have the right to take out murderers and people that you don't even want to talk about. These are really some really bad criminal people, and they're here illegally. So, they talk about your next question will be due process, but they talk about due process, but do you get due process when you bring them illegally?
We're going to talk about all of that. We are going to talk about deportation, but I want to start on the economy, sir, which obviously the biggest issue for voters. We got new numbers today, better than expected job numbers.
Much better.
At the same time, the economy shrank in the first quarter. You've been arguing all week that this is...
Is that confirmed? Is that measurement finalized now? Was it really an economic contraction for quarter one?
President Biden's economy. Is this now your economy, sir?
Oh.
Arguing at the same time, the economy shrank in the first quarter. You've been arguing all week that this is President Biden's economy. Is this now your economy, sir?
Well, I think certain aspects of it are. Costs are. I was able to get down the costs, but even that, it takes a while to get them down, but we got them down good. We lost $5 to $6 billion a day with Biden. $5 to $6 billion. And I've got that down to a great number right now in a record time. We're talking about 100 days. But just think of what that is. $5 billion a day we're losing on trade. And we were very tough with China, as you know. We put 145% tariff on. Nobody's ever heard of such a thing. And we've essentially cut off trade relationships by putting that much of a tariff on. And that's okay. We've gone cold turkey. That means that we're not losing. We lost $1 trillion to China. $1 trillion. That means we're not losing $1 trillion when we go cold turkey because we're not doing business with them right now. And they want to make a deal. They want to make a deal very badly. We'll see how that all turns out, but it's got to be a fair deal. But think of it. We were losing $1 trillion. And that was a big part of the $5 million a day.
And I want to talk about China, but just staying on this idea of the economy. On the eve of your inauguration, the stock market spiked. You called it the Trump effect.
It spiked because I was elected president. Well, it spiked because of anybody else. It spiked because they see what I'm going to do. They know what I'm going to do with the tariffs and everything else. And I think it's actually working out better than we anticipated. Did you see oil prices? Did you see gasoline is now below, in many cases, in many states, below $2 a gallon, $1.98, $1.99, $1.97?
Well, my question...
Where's gas at $1.97? Well, I don't know. I'm retired. I don't. My gas is insanely expensive here. Is there gas that's this cheap somewhere?
Sir, when the stock market spiked, you said this is the Trump effect. When the numbers weren't so good earlier this week, you said it's the Biden effect. Are you only taking ownership of the good numbers and not the bad numbers?
Well, I think he did a lot of very bad things, and despite some of the bad things, we're overcoming them. But he was bad on the border. He was bad on the economy. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Look, Biden gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. People, it didn't matter what they made because they were losing their shirt because of costs. Now take a look at what happened Oil is down, gasoline is down, groceries are down, eggs. You were the one that asked me. You asked me about eggs. It was the first week. I didn't even know anything about what were you talking about. Egg prices were so high you couldn't buy eggs. They didn't have any eggs. And they said Easter is going to be a disaster. Well, we had Easter at the White House, and we had thousands of eggs, and they were down 87%.
Yeah, a lot of that, of course, spike was because of bird flu. But when does it become the Trump economy?
Why do you say that?
Well, tell me, when did
we had the same bird flu as he had?
When does it become the Trump economy?
It partially is right now. And I really mean this. I think the good parts are the Trump economy, and the bad parts are the Biden economy.
True.
Because he's done a terrible job. He did a terrible job on everything. From his auto pen, which I'm sure he knew nothing about some of the things he was supposedly signing, to immigration. You look at what happened with immigration, how bad it was. Think of it. We have murderers, 11,888 murderers. Many of them murdered more than one person. Think of that. And they're in our country. Now, we've gotten a lot of them out, and we know who many of them are, and we're on the hunt. But why would anybody do that? Why would anybody, who could do such a thing where they'd allow hundreds of thousands and even millions of people into our country who are criminals and murderers at the highest level? Who would do this?
But, sir, you acknowledge when you announced your tariffs, for example, the stock market dropped. It's been volatile. It has since gone up.
It is,
do you
but now
take
it's
responsibility
Look at
for
today.
that?
Yeah, look at today.
Do you take
Look,
responsibility when it drops?
Ultimately, I take responsibility for everything, but I've only just been here for a little more than 3 months. But the stock market, look at what's happened in the last short period of time. Didn't it have 9 or 10 days in a row or 11 days where it's gone up? And the tariffs have just started kicking in. And we're doing really well psychologically. I mean, the fake news was giving me such press on the tariffs. The tariffs are going to make us rich. We're going to be a very rich country.
So let's talk about the tariffs. And I want to ask you about something you said this week. Got a lot of attention. You were at your cabinet meeting. You said, quote, I'm going to quote what you said, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30.
Yeah.
And maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally.
You know?
Are you saying that your tariffs will cause some prices to go up?
Yeah, a little
I think
bit.
the tariffs are going to be great for us because it's going to make us rich.
But you said some dolls are going to cost more. Isn't that an acknowledgement that some prices will go up?
I don't think a beautiful baby girl that's 11 years old needs to have 30 dolls. I think they can have 3 dolls or 4 dolls because what...
Just to be clear, and it's funny, I guess, maybe all anti-liberals are the same. This is the exact, basically, same answer that the one I want to call him Wolfenstein. He's not Wolfenstein. Professor Wolf gave to me about the PS5 or PS4. I don't remember how long ago this debate was. It was like, well, you know, you're gonna have to ask your local worker collective if they want to make a PS4 or 5 for you. Maybe you have to wait a little bit longer. You know, maybe you won't have every new fucking. It's the exact same fucking answer. That's very funny to me.
We were doing with China was just unbelievable. We had a trade deficit of hundreds of billions of dollars with China.
When you say they could have $3 instead of $30, are you saying Americans could see empty store shelves?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they don't need to have $30. They can have 3. They don't need to have 250 pencils. They can have 5.
But you're basically saying there could be some supply shortages because of the tariff.
We don't have to waste money on a trade deficit with China for things we don't need, for junk that we don't need.
Well, prices are already going up on some popular items, tires, strollers.
This is such a dishonest interview already. Prices are down on groceries. Prices are down for oil. Prices are down for all energy. Prices are down at tremendous numbers for gasoline. And let me tell you, when you have the big thing, what he did.
What a dishonest interviewer.
A stupid person, which he was. But he spent like a very stupid person. And that was bad for inflation. But what really killed us with inflation was the price of energy. It went up to $3.90, even $4, and in California, $5 and $6, right? Okay. I have it down to $1.98 in many states right now. When you go that much lower on energy, which is ahead of my prediction because I really thought I could get it down into the 250s. We have it down at $1.98 in numerous places. But when you say costs are going up, Even mortgage rates are going down.
Well, but let me give you some examples. These are actual examples. So you're saying the prices that are going
The fake news media
down,
always
some
does
prices
this.
are going
Examples,
up. Tires,
like, come on.
strollers, some clothing in the wake of your tariffs.
Excuse me, that's peanuts compared to energy. Energy is 60% of the cost.
But sir, you
energy is the big.
You campaigned on a promise to bring prices down on day.
Well, I don't know. When
one.
you say strollers are going up, what kind of a thing? I'm saying that gasoline is going down. Gasoline is thousands of times more important than a stroller someplace.
But what do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief right now?
And they're getting it.
Yeah.
Right now?
You're
What
coming
about
right
those
now. You're getting
rates,
relief.
different items I just
Mortgage
mentioned?
rates are going down despite the fact that we have a stubborn Fed.
But you said even dolls could cost a couple bucks more.
Maybe
goddamn
they might,
Fed.
But you don't need to have, as I said, $35. You can have 2, 3, 4 and save a lot of money. We don't need to feed the beast.
I guess you're talking about this transition cost. How long should people expect that transition to last, Mr. President?
I can't tell you that. I can tell you that we're making a lot of money. We're doing great. Again, we're losing more than $5 billion a day.
$5 billion a day.
You don't talk about that.
Do you know how much money that is, guys? It's
right
a lot.
now, we're going to be at a point very soon where
Just
we're
saying.
making money every day. Look,
how soon?
We were losing hundreds of billions of dollars with China. Now we're essentially not doing business with China. Therefore, we're saving hundreds of billions of dollars. Very simple.
How that works.
You take me to my next question, which is about China. They've been making a number of public statements.
Very positive statements the last 24 hours.
Well, and most recently, they said before talks could happen, the U.S. would need to remove unilateral tariffs. Would you consider dropping the tariffs to get China to the negotiating table?
No. First of all, you're giving me a statement that was said a week ago. You're not giving the statement that was said today.
I have May 2nd Chinese Commerce Ministry.
Do you know what they said today?
The U.S.
We're
wants to
looking
negotiate.
forward-
It should show sincerity by preparing to take actions in correct.
She has the tweet. Oh, no. In fact, Mr. President, I know exactly what they said today. That was dirty.
Correcting its mistakes and canceling the unilateral tariffs.
They made, first of all, they made numerous statements.
Yes, they've made
you know
numerous
how many people
statements.
speak for
Yes.
China? It's like
Yes.
50.
They've made numerous
I can give
statements,
you
yes.
a statement for any
Yes,
occasion.
yes.
But they said today they want to talk. Look, China, and I don't like this. I'm not happy about this. China's getting killed right now. They're getting absolutely destroyed. Their factories are closing. Their unemployment is going through the roof. I'm not looking to do that to China. Now, at the same time, I'm not looking to have China make hundreds of billions of dollars and build more ships and more army tanks and more airplanes.
So you're not, just to be very clear, you're not dropping the tariffs against China to get them to the negotiating table. Those tariffs are staying on.
Why would I do
Would you lower them?
At some point, I'm going to lower them because otherwise you could never do business with them. And they want to do business very much. Look, their economy is really doing badly. Their economy is collapsing.
So small businesses say they
My
are being
man.
hurt by the Chinese tariffs, and some could be forced to shut down.
And many businesses are being helped.
Are you
Look at the
considering
automobile
tariff
business.
relief for small businesses?
Why do you always mention that, you pick up a couple of little businesses? What about the car business? They're going to make a fortune because of the tariffs. Do you know that the union, the head of the union, who was no fan of mine, Sean Fain, I guess his name is, right? He didn't endorse me. The Teamsters did. A lot of people did. A lot of unions did. But he didn't. He couldn't stand me. Now he's saying, wow, what's Trump's done for the automobile? I can't believe it. I assume he's going to probably now say the next thing he can say is, I endorse this guy. He's the greatest I've ever seen. He can't believe it's happened. He said, we've been waiting 40 years for somebody to do what Trump is doing. So why don't you mention the big car industry instead of mentioning somebody that's doing strollers?
Well, I'm just asking you about small businesses. Are there any discussions about giving any relief to small businesses?
They're not going to need it. They're going to make so much money.
Are these tariffs?
If you build your product here. Remember, there are no tariffs if you build your product here. It's very easy. It's very simple.
Are these tariffs permanent, Mr. President?
Depends on what you're talking about. One of the things that is going to bring and has brought... So I think
Do you know what he's talking about?
We probably have close to $9 trillion of investments coming into this country. If you look at other presidents, there's never been anything like that. This is over a period of 2 months. You got to give me a little break on the 1 month because we're 3 months. But, you know, let's say we had to get started.
Okay.
We had a lot of fake news at the beginning, so we had to beat that down. But so let's say in 2 months. So in just a short period of time, a matter of a couple of months, we have the largest number ever in history invested in the United States and committed. We have between guaranteed spoken for and people that are going to make a decision and announce it pretty soon, close to $9 trillion. We've never had anything close. Now, that's Apple building $500 billion worth of plants. They always built their plants in China. Now they're building their plants over here. That's the biggest computer company, the biggest chip company in the world. You know,
Fake
the
news
chip
media
company
never brings
from
that one up.
Taiwan, which is the biggest in the world, is committed for $500 billion. Another one's committed for $300 billion. We have companies, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And let me tell you the other thing, very importantly, automobile companies, plant after plant after plant, Toyota, Honda, Ford, General Motors, Stellantis. I mean, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I don't like this, but it happens to be. They're stopping work in Mexico and they're stopping work in Canada and they're all moving here.
This is important, though. You're not taking the possibility that these tariffs could be permanent off the table. Some of them.
Oh, I wouldn't do that because if somebody thought they were going to come off the table, why would they build in the United States?
Let me ask you
You
about,
understand that, right?
Yeah, I
get
mean,
that, right?
that's why I'm
Dipshit.
asking, because there's a lot of, I think, uncertainty for CEOs, for business owners. They want to know,
See, I don't
are
think
these
there is
tariffs
uncertainty.
permanent?
I think there's only uncertainty in the fake news. I don't think there's uncertainty. I mean, I've been very rigid, very strong on it, but I will say I'm flexible. Like with respect to parts made outside of the country, I gave the automobile companies a little extra time. You know, you're talking about 15% and then 10% of the parts put in a car. I gave them a little extra time without penalizing them. And I did that only to help, you know, companies. We're looking to help companies. We want them to thrive and to hire a lot of people, and that's what's happening.
Let me ask you about some of what Wall Street has said. Some people on Wall Street have expressed concerns that the possibility of a recession is increasing. And I want to know what you think about that. Are you comfortable with the country potentially dipping into a recession for a period of time if you are able to achieve your long-term goals?
Well, you know, you say some people on Wall Street say, well, I tell you something else. Some people on Wall Street say
it's doing great.
That we're going to have the greatest economy in history.
Got him. Wait.
Why don't you talk about that? Because some people on Wall Street say this is
Well,
the
that's what I'm
greatest thing
getting
that
at.
ever
You always
That's
focus
what
on the
I'm getting at,
bad.
though.
Why does she
It's
focus on the
same
bad all the
question.
time?
There are many people on
Why don't we talk
Wall
about the
Street say
good?
This is going to be the greatest windfall ever happened.
And that's my question.
Remember
the
this.
long term. Is it okay in the short term to have a
Remember
recession?
this. Look,
Recession.
Yeah, everything's okay.
There we go.
But we are. I said this is a transition
Everything's
period. I think we're going
okay.
to do fantastically. One of your colleagues on another fake news station,
Fake
ABC,
news.
said, "Do you guarantee 100% that a certain person is going to do a fantastic job as, let's say, Secretary of Defense?" Okay, because that was the question. I said, "What kind of a question is that? Do I guarantee 100%? Nobody guarantees 100%." But I will say this. I think we're going to have an economy the likes of which we've never had before. You know, my 4
That's
years
true.
were phenomenal, as you know, the stock market. In fact, even though we had to go through the COVID thing, that horrible situation with COVID, we did numbers. And when I gave it over, when I handed it over, the election was rigged. And because of that, we have a lot of
Rigged
problems, by the way.
election.
But when I handed it over, what happened? The market was higher than it was previous to COVID coming in.
Yeah.
Nobody could believe it. The stock market I'm talking about.
Thanks. We didn't know.
I don't want to look back, but you did take your case to court about
look
that.
back.
You took your case to court about your allegations against the election. Let me ask you,
There's no
sir.
question about it. The election was rigged.
Yeah.
The facts are in, and it's still being litigated. Let's go.
You did take your case to
it's
court
not.
more than 60
Sure,
times and didn't
sure.
win those
And
cases.
I won a lot of court
Just
cases.
to button that up, though,
Well,
sir.
no.
Just to button that up.
What are you talking about?
How
the election?
worried are you?
Are we talking about
No,
the election?
Let's
of
talk about
2020?
here and now. Let's talk about
The
here and
election
now.
of 2020?
Let's not talk about. Let's talk about here and now. Are you worried about a recession?
No.
Okay.
No.
No.
I think we're going to have the greatest economic.
Are you worried it could happen? Do you think it could happen?
No. He thinks it could happen. He's not
Anything
worried
can
about
happen.
it. Exactly.
But
Anything
I
can
think
happen.
we're going to have the greatest economy in the history of our country. I think we're going to have the greatest economic boom in history.
Let me ask you about this call to Amazon founder Jeff Bezos this week in response to a report that Amazon was going to display tariff costs next to product prices. Are you going to punish
Disgusting.
CEOs who increase their prices because of tariffs?
I think what is a great misnomer is the word tariff in many cases.
It won't even lead to price
it's not-
increases.
To me, I don't view it as a tax. I view it as an incentive for people to come into the United States and build plants, factories, offices, a lot of things. I think it's an incentive, but the thing that's not known is if you look back and see, oftentimes like China or Vietnam or other countries, not just China, because China's an abuser, but there are other abusers. Many of them are friends, the so-called, I say friend and foe, and
Yeah,
friend is
friends are the
oftentimes
worst.
worse than foe.
Thanks.
But
those
what people don't
Trumpisms.
understand is, and this is a lot, the country eats the tariff, the company eats the tariff, and it's not passed along at all.
Well, some CEOs are saying they're going to have to pass it on. So how do you deal with those CEOs?
But the company,
how do you deal with those CEOs?
China is eating the tariffs right
What do you say to those CEOs who are saying we might have to pass this on to the consumer?
Well, they say that because maybe
They're
it's
greedy.
to their advantage to say it.
True.
Maybe
They're greedy.
No, because you know what? I want them to build plants in the United States. That way they don't have any tariffs. See, tariffs will, and not only will, look at what's happened. In 2 months, we're close to $9 trillion of investment. We've never been anywhere near that.
What did you say to Jeff Bezos?
He's just a very nice guy. We have a relationship. I asked him about it. He said, well, I don't want to do that. And he took it off immediately.
So he changed course. And will you take that same tactic with other CEOs?
If they
No,
call me,
like,
call me,
people if I
call
disagree
me.
with them. If I think that somebody's doing something that's incorrect, wrong, or maybe hurtful to the country, I'll call. Absolutely. Wouldn't you want me to call? Biden wouldn't call because he didn't know what was happening, but I do.
Takes me to my next question. Today's strong jobs report likely means, not clear, but likely means the Fed is less likely to lower interest rates.
Well, he should lower them, and at some point he will. He'd rather not because he's not a fan of mine. He just doesn't like me because I think he's a total stiff. And, it's just one of those things. He should lower them. And I wish the people that are on that board would get him to lower because we are at a perfect time. It's already late, but he should lower interest rates.
Do you rule out removing Fed Chair Jerome Powell?
I'm not, I get to change him very quickly anyway. It's in a very short period of time.
In 2026. You're not going to remove, you don't have plans to remove him before 2026
No,
when
I
his
don't
time's
have
up?
That was a total, why would I do that? I get to
news.
replace the person in another short period of time.
Okay. This week, you reshuffled your national security team.
Yeah.
You moved National Security Advisor Mike Waltz to UN ambassador. Just to remind our viewers, Waltz, of course, started that unsecure text chain where sensitive information was shared. Mr. President, was that move a punishment?
No, I just think he'll do a nice job in the new position. Marco's doing an outstanding job. No, Marco won't keep, Marco's very busy doing other things, so he's not going to keep it long term. We're going to put somebody else in. But I think Mike, who's, as you know, he's a fine guy, and I think he'll do a very good job. Knows the countries, knows leadership, and I think he'll do a very good job at the United Nations. And in the meantime, Marco's really doing something special. And it's going to work out very well.
We're hearing some potential names. Stephen Miller's name, one of your longtime, most loyal aides. His name has been talked about as a potential national security advisor. Is he someone you're looking at?
Well, I'd love to have Stephen there, but that would be a downgrade. Stephen is much higher in the totem pole than that, in my opinion.
Can you tell us who the front runner is right now?
I have a lot of people that want it. I will tell you, I have everybody calling. Everybody wants to be
Everybody's
a part of this administration.
I'm coming. Phone call.
Probably do that.
Anybody got a phone call?
There's
Anybody want to make a phone
Henry
call?
Kissinger did both. There's a theory that you don't need two people, but I think I have some really great people that could do a good job.
So Secretary Rubio could continue to have both jobs indefinitely?
He could, yeah, he could. But I think he even would like to probably see, because it is a little bit different. But in the meantime, he'll handle it. And I think Mike, if that goes forward, you know, that he still has to get approved. But I think Mike will do a very good job at the United Nations.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, obviously also on that unsecure text chain, he was sharing sensitive information. Are you looking for a new Secretary of Defense? Mr.
No,
President?
not even a little bit. No. Pete's going to be great.
His job is safe right now?
We're doing a fantastic job.
He's doing a
against the
fantastic job.
Houthis,
What more do you want him to say?
Like
What more do you
blowing
want him to
ships
say?
up and watching them sink in the ocean. We're hitting them very hard. No, he's doing a very good job.
His job is safe right now?
Totally safe.
Okay. Let's talk about the border. Okay. Let's talk about deportations. Border crossings are at their lowest level ever recorded. Is the border...
Is that good?
Is the border now secure?
Yeah, it's really secure.
It's
Isn't
absolutely
that good?
secure.
When you say that, doesn't that just sound good? After being abused for years by an incompetent president that allowed people to pour through an open border, criminals from all over the world, murderers and
Rapists
insane
and
people
thieves
from mental institutions and insane asylums. Isn't it a beautiful thing when you say it's the most secure it's ever been in the history of our country? Isn't
These
that a
things
nice
expire,
statement?
bro. Are you serious?
I'm curious to know what it means. You declared a national emergency on the southern border. The order is still in place.
By the way,
even
it
though
means
you're saying
exactly
the border's
what you
secure.
said. You know, it means we have the most secure border we've ever had.
Well, and I guess the question
complicated.
becomes, when will you know that the emergency is over? Are you planning to lift it at some point?
Well,
is it necessary?
let's
Because
not get ahead of
obviously the
ourselves.
military is involved. Will you lift that emergency?
Well, the biggest emergency is the courts aren't allowing us to take really
We're going to
bad
talk
people
about
out.
that, but talk to me
Well,
first
that's
about
to me
this.
the emergency.
Talk to me
because
first about this
The border
emergency.
now is not the emergency. The border is it's all part of the same thing, though. The big emergency right now is that we have thousands of people that we want to take out, and we have some judges that want everybody to go to
Some
court.
of them you appointed, sir, including
That's all right.
3 on the
You
Supreme
know,
Court.
They change. I mean, it's
You can change them.
It's unbelievable how
Yeah.
that happens, but they do change.
Just to button this up, though, are you planning to lift that emergency order anytime soon? Now that the border's
No,
secure?
we have an
You say the
emergency. We
border's
have a
secure.
massive emergency overall. It's an overall emergency on immigration. And if the courts don't allow us to take people out, if we had to have a court case, every single, think of it,
Think about
every
how
single
crazy that is,
person, we have
guys.
millions of people. We're going to have millions of court cases. Figure 2 weeks a court case, it would be 300 years.
So let's talk about this.
You know how crazy that would be? Due
Obviously,
process
you've had
for
a back and forth
everybody?
with the Supreme Court. In a 9-0
Come on, guys.
decision, the Supreme Court directed your administration
That
to
was a win for us,
facilitate
by the way.
return.
Excuse
We've
me.
talked about this in the past.
Excuse
of
me.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia, from a prison in El Salvador, whose deportation your administration called an administrative error. You said in a recent interview you could
Listen how
bring him
nasty
back,
this lady is.
but you won't. Are you defying the Supreme Court? sir?
No, I'm relying on the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, who's very capable, doing a great job, because I'm not involved in the legality or the illegality. I have lawyers to do that, and that's why I have a great DOJ. We have a great one. We had a very corrupt one before. Now we have a great one. And they're not viewing the decision the way you said it. They don't view it that way at all. They think it's a totally different decision.
Well, you say you have the power to bring him back, though. Your attorney general says, quote, that's up to El Salvador. Just to put a fine point on this, do you have the power to bring Abrego Garcia back as the Supreme Court?
Well, I have
ordered?
the power to ask for him to come back if I'm instructed by the Attorney General that it's legal to do so. But the decision as to whether or not he should come back will be the head of El Salvador. He's a very capable man.
Well, you know, and your attorney general has said the issue is with that word facilitate. Will you seek clarification from the Supreme Court? Do you need to go back to the Supreme
We
Court?
may do that. I was asking about that. We
We'll
may
see.
do that. There are some people that say, bring him back, put him in trial, and you get him out right away because you see what happened just this morning. Tapes came out, horrible tapes from his wife. You don't get much worse than that. You don't get, I mean, he seems certainly like a very dangerous, very bad person, but even the wife who was so afraid, she was afraid to talk, and all of a sudden tapes got released this morning that were devastating to him.
And this is the point, sir, about due process. The Constitution says every person, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Why not push to have him come back, present all of that evidence in court, let a judge decide?
Well, I'll leave that to the lawyers, and I'll leave that to the Attorney General of the United States,
But do you
because they're in
agree-
it. You have to understand, I'm dealing with Russia and Ukraine. I'm dealing
And we're
with
going to talk
China.
about that.
I'm dealing with Iran. I'm dealing with Rwanda and Congo, who are fighting, and we're trying to get that one straightened out, and I think we have done that. Did a great job. Nobody even talks about it, but I think we're close to doing that. They're looking like they're going to maybe make a peace deal, which would be good. But I'm dealing with a lot of different things. I don't know much about this gentleman other than I hear he's an absolute not good person. And I have very capable legal people, John Sauer, as you know, and all top people. And I have to rely on that to interpret whatever's said by the Supreme Court. Now, with that being said, I have tremendous respect for the Supreme Court. Look, 3 of the people are people I appointed.
Right.
And I have great respect for the Supreme Court. And I would expect that the Attorney General will be doing the right thing.
Your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Do you agree, Mr. President?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Well, the Fifth Amendment says...
I don't know. I don't know. Due process? Why the fuck would I know that? Who knows?
About that, then we'd have to have a
kind of a
million
wild
or 2
answer.
million or 3 million trials. We have thousands of people that are some murderers and some drug dealers and some of the worst people on earth.
But
some of the worst, most dangerous people on earth. And I was elected to get them the hell out of here, and the courts are holding me from doing it.
But even given those numbers that you're talking about, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know. I have to respond by saying again,
I don't know.
I have
Maybe.
brilliant lawyers that work for me, and they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said. What you said is not what I heard the Supreme Court said. They have a different interpretation.
Is anyone in your administration right now in contact with El Salvador about returning Abrego Garcia to the United States?
I don't know. You'd have to ask the Attorney General that question.
You'd have somebody who gives a fuck.
At least 2 Americans have been mistakenly detained and released by your administration, immigration authorities. Mr. President, should lawful residents of this country start carrying paperwork with them when they leave their homes?
I don't think that'll be necessary, but what you're not saying is that many people have been killed, maimed, badly hurt by illegal immigrants that came over that are from prisons and from jails and from mental institutions, and they're hurting our people. Jesus. And if we don't get them out, we're not going to have a country for long. We need honest.
Yeah.
We need honest media.
Yeah.
And
She,
we
like,
need
gives up.
walls. We need to have borders. And by the way, I built a lot of walls, and if we didn't do that, we wouldn't be able to have those. You know, we would not be able to have the kind of numbers if I wasn't successful in building hundreds of miles of wall.
Very quickly, sir, the last time you and I spoke in
Very
December,
quickly. There's 30 minutes left of this interview. What's very quickly?
you said that you would consider working on getting Dreamers legal status.
Oh, shit. Hold on. The Asmongold Hassan civil war is heating up.
And you're afraid of your community, so you can't concede any ground on, so you say wild shit. Dude, I yell at my community more than he does. He's so fucking bitch made. He literally can't even stream on his main channel because he was afraid of fucking criticism.
Hijacking the Destiny talking point. Oh no, Hassan's guy has to dig real deep. He's looking for everything. Oh no.
What the fuck are you talking about? I literally say everything with my whole goddamn chest.
Where is me? Wait.
Are you saying you're afraid of your community, so you can't concede any ground on, so you say wild shit? Dude, I yell at my community more than he does. He's so fucking bitch made. He literally can't even stream on his main channel because he was afraid of fucking criticism. What the fuck are you talking about? I literally say everything with my whole goddamn chest. The idea that I'm fucking afraid of my audience, the way that I'm audience captured, this meta is so clear cut a form of projection that is insane to me. Because it's literally only commentators, only other people that engage in commentary, political commentary, actually say this all the time.
Because I'm seeing
and
the Crow video?
Why they say this is because they actually fear their audience. Are you saying you're afraid of your community, so you can't concede any ground on, so you say wild shit? Dude, I yell at my community more than he does. He's so fucking
You ever seen the
bitch
Crow
made.
video?
He literally can't even stream on his main channel because he was afraid of fucking criticism. What the fuck are you talking about? I literally say everything with my whole goddamn chest. The idea that I'm fucking afraid of my audience, the way that I'm audience captured, this meta is so clear-cut a form of projection that is insane to me, because it's literally only commentators, only other people that engage in commentary, political commentary, actually say this all the time. And the reason why they say this is because they actually fear their audience. Are you saying you're afraid of your community so you can't concede any ground on, so you say wild shit? Dude, I yell at my community more than he does. He's so fucking bitch made. He literally can't even stream on his...
Shut up.
Streamers, of course, those who were brought here illegally as children. Where do those efforts stand? Is that priority for you?
Well, it's not a priority for the Democrats because every time we talk about it, they don't want to talk about it because I guess they like it as a political issue, but they're not good at political issues because they still want to have men playing women's sports.
Well, Republicans do control Congress right now, Mr. President.
But the Democrats
Are you going to
don't.
make Dreamers a priority?
Well, you'd need for that, you would need to have support from Democrats, and we have no support from the Democrats.
Have you had any discussions about Dreamers?
Yeah, we've had discussions. We would do something. I'd love to put in beautiful immigration for everybody, but the Democrats don't want to approve anything. All they want to do is knock out a tax bill. We're trying to get approved right now, the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. And if it doesn't get approved, it's a 68% tax increase, and that's what the Democrats want. They want a 68% tax increase.
Did you know
that? It's rather incredible.
And I do want to talk to you about your legislation, but let's talk about DOJ very quickly. DOJ has fired and then rehired thousands of federal workers, including FAA employees in charge of aviation safety, specialists working on nuclear weapon safety. What do you say to those who believe Elon Musk's chainsaw approach has jeopardized the safety and security of Americans?
Well, they found $160 billion worth of fraud, waste, and abuse. I mean, I think he's done an amazing job. I think his people have done an incredible job. They're brilliant people. They know the computer. I actually asked him, what's their big trait? He said they're unbelievable at computers. In other words, you can't fake them out because these people are, in many cases, crooks. But it was fraud, waste, and abuse. They found...
See, because Biden tried to speak like an adult, that was always his fuck up. Biden should have just presented as a retard the entire time, and he would have been fine. What Trump just said there is just fucking retarded. It sounds retarded, it is retarded, but because we're so used to hearing him speak that way, he gets away with it. Like, you know what their big trait is? They're good with computers. Okay.
He said they're unbelievable at computers. In other words, you can't fake them out because these people are, in many cases, crooks. But it was fraud, waste, and abuse. They found, your question should be asked a different way. Were certain things found? Yes. How much? $160 billion. Think of what $160 billion is. He found $160.
He said he'd find $2 trillion.
Well, we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet.
Do you think the work continues even though he's leaving?
You said he was finished.
He's leaving behind some very brilliant people.
You kind of said he was done.
They were on television last night. They're super high IQ people. I like high IQ people. The Democrats don't have many of them.
Let me ask you about some news that broke. You are threatening to rescind Harvard's tax-exempt status.
Yeah.
And yet directing the IRS to investigate and rescind a university's tax-exempt status is contrary to what's in the federal law. The law says you can't do this. Do you think you're following the law?
Well, I tell you, I'm going to just follow what the lawyers say. They say that we're allowed to do that, and I'm all for it. But everything I say is subject to the laws being 100% adhered to.
Are you willing to take this to court if it becomes a court fight? You're going to take it that far?
We've won a lot of cases.
All right, let's talk about some of the other actions you've taken over the past 100 days. Last month, you directed your Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to review 2 people who you perceived to be your political adversaries. And yet you told me in December that you would not direct the Justice Department to investigate your political foes. What changed?
Well, no, I just look at people, and I'm not directing anybody. They looked at these 2 people. They might have known it or they might have heard it from 2 years ago. One person said, he knew me so well. He was, I think, on CNN or MSDNC, but they're both failing networks. You're happy to know, even though one of them, I guess, is related to you in one form or another, although they're trying to cut him loose as fast as possible. But it was well known that this one person, it was almost like he was my brother. I don't even know who he is. Maybe he was there. Maybe he was in the Oval Office a few times as a surrogate for, somebody in some form of government, along with 25 other people that sat in the back of the room or stood in the back of a room. I have no idea who this guy is. And he's out there, and then he did a book called Anonymous. I think that's really subversion. I think it's spying. It's something really bad.
But you passed an executive order calling for the Attorney General
he's been
to
looked
investigate
at
that
for a long time. And the other one said that the election was so wonderful. It was such a, well, it turned out it wasn't a wonderful election. It was a corrupt election.
Let me ask it this way, sir, because when we talked in December, I asked you, what is your message to people who didn't vote for you? Let me remind you of what you said. You said, I love you, and we're going to all work together. How does pursuing your political foes help to unify
Did I really
the
say I
country?
love you?
You really did. That's a direct quote.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right, but I'd like to see.
I promise I'll show it to you. I'll show you the tape.
Look.
How does that help to unify
I want to
the
treat
country?
people fairly, whether they voted for me or not. I want to have a unified country. It's very hard because the media is so fake, including, like even the way you ask questions. Every question is asked in a negative vein. There's a toy company that took a toddler's, whatever, but you don't talk about the fact that gasoline is down at numbers that nobody believes possible. You know why they're down, by the way? Drill, baby, drill. We're drilling like crazy right now.
That has nothing to do
You
with
try to make
anything.
sure every question is fair, Mr. President.
Look, every question you ask says a very negative slant.
No, but look, I'm just curious.
I'm fine for responding.
She should ask
to
him
you. I
what
don't
new
think you're very
refineries were
difficult
open,
at
what
all
new
to
drilling
respond to be
areas
honest
like
with
are
you. But
already
you know
open
what?
and running in
You
100
should
days,
ask some
President.
positive things like, sir, it's amazing what you've done with gasoline. Because you know what? Gasoline's big business. A stroller is not big business.
To this question, Mr. President, you said you wanted to unify the country. Does going after political foes undercut that goal?
No, not at all. No, we want honest people.
Okay.
I think you have to do that. We want honest people in this country.
Let me ask you big picture. People who have lived in countries like the Philippines, Hungary, Russia, they look at some of your actions going after civil service, going after universities, law firms, the media. They say it's out of an authoritarian playbook.
What?
What do you say to those who believe you are taking the country down an authoritarian path?
Well, there you go again.
There you go
Why don't
again.
you
Yeah,
ask it
come
a
on.
different way. Many people wanted to come into our country. Many people love Trump. I won the election. They didn't win the election. I got a lot more votes than they did. I won the popular vote. I won all 7 swing states by a lot. A lot of people were surprised. I said, I think you could win 4, maybe 5. No, I won all 7, and I won by a lot. And I won, actually, I think there was a lot of hanky-panky going on, but it was too big to rig. That's the good news. It's too big to rig. But let me just say, so when you make these statements about...
Smaller than the
people
last
say
election that was rigged, but this one was too big to rig.
They had their chance at the
Okay.
election, and they lost big. So you should ask the question differently. You should say, what about the people that want to be in this country? What about the people that love this country?
But what do you say? I'm asking it on behalf of those people to give you a chance to respond to them. What do you say to those people, sir?
Those people are going to be very happy. They're going to have to see some results. And I think we had a great 100 days. There are a lot of people that say it was unprecedented. It was an absolutely unprecedented 100 days. And I hope that they're going to be right.
Do you see dissent as an essential part of democracy?
It's a part of democracy. It is. You're
Is
always
it an
going to have
important
dissent.
part of democracy?
Yeah, you're always going to have, Kristen, you're always going to have dissent. There's nothing you're going to do about that. Am I going to get 100% unified? It would be a strange place. I can't even imagine it where 100%. Look, you have people that are good people. They're very smart people. And they honestly believe we should have open borders and the entire world should be allowed to pour into our country. I think it's a 95-5 issue, but they believe it. They're not even bad people. Some of them are bad. You have people that honestly believe that men should be allowed to play in women's sports. Some of these people, I don't know any. I haven't been able to find any, but they exist. They say it's an 80-20 issue. I don't believe that. I think it's a 97-3 issue.
Do you think people should have the right to criticize you without fear of reprisal?
Absolutely, yeah, I do. That I do.
And how do you square
And I think that happens.
How do you square that with the fact that
lawsuits?
You have passed these executive orders asking the Attorney General to look into some of the people who've criticized you, who've been harshest against you?
I have been investigated more than any person in the history of the United
Life
States
is so hard. It's so
of
sad.
America. I've been investigated more than the late, great, as I say at my rallies, Alphonse Capone. Alphonse Capone was a nasty man. He was the highest level gangster. And I have been investigated more than Al Capone, more than anybody. These people are evil people, and I won. And I'll tell you what, all I want to happen is for the Department of Justice and the FBI. Pam is great and Cash is great. I think they're two great people, but they're their own people. They want to do a fantastic job. And all I want to do and all I want to ask for is that they be allowed to do their job. I'm not telling them to do anything, and I believe I have the right to do it. I'm, in theory, the top law enforcement officer as the president. We went over this once before, and it turned out I was right. But I'm not looking to use that. We have two great people, and we have many, many incredible people under them, and I just want them to do their job and do it well.
Let me ask you about something I don't think you've been asked much about, which is you've branded your own cryptocurrency. The coin's value actually surged recently after you announced that top holders would be invited to have dinner.
I don't even know that. What did it surge to?
What did it surge to?
I didn't know that.
Well, what's it worth? You might as well tell me, because I have no idea.
Well, it surged. It surged. I will find it. Hold on one second. 5.2 or 58%. So 58%.
To what number?
That's not bad. 14.32.
What? Billion?
No, dollars per cryptocurrency.
$billion dollars?
No.
What's the number?
She means per Trump coin. I don't know if either of them know. Trump doesn't know what cryptocurrency. What is he? Trump's looking for like a market cap, and she's giving the per coin value.
I mean, what is the amount?
The meme coin's value hit a peak of 75.35 on January 19th.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
And that's before your inauguration, and then it surged.
Look, I'm in favor of crypto.
Let me just ask you, what do you say to those who argue that when they hear that, they worry you're profiting from the presidency?
I'm not profiting from anything. All I'm doing is, I started this long before the election. I want crypto. I think crypto is important because if we don't do it, China's going to.
Wait, did he start Trump coin long before the election? I forget. No, he might have. No, he did. Right? Did he? I don't remember actually. No, he didn't. No, okay, never mind. No. Wait, what?
And it's new. It's very popular. It's very hot. If you look at the market, when the market went down, that stayed much stronger than other aspects of the market. But I want crypto because a lot of people, millions of people want it. I don't know if you know that Biden went after it violently, and then before the election, he changed his tune entirely. His head of the SEC, everybody changed their tune. You know why? Because there were hundreds of millions of people that are participating in crypto, and they wanted to get their votes.
So
but
you're not profiting off of the cryptocurrency?
I haven't even looked.
I don't even know.
I'll tell you what, look, if I own stock in something and I do a good job and the stock market goes up, I guess I'm profiting. But who really profits is somebody like Nancy Pelosi, who uses inside information. She worked for $175,000 a year, and that's at the high end.
Why not prosecute her for that then? Are you going to
150, 200
bring criminal
million
charges then for that, or?
Okay, you ought to look at Nancy Pelosi, and you ought to look at some of these politicians that are stone cold crooks. I was very wealthy when I came in. Being president, I probably cost me money if you really look. In fact, I do something that no other president has done. They think maybe George Washington has done. I contribute my entire salary to the government, back to the government.
Yeah, because you're rich.
Will you contribute anything you earn from crypto back to the government? If that happens.
I never thought of that. I mean, should I contribute all of my real estate that I've owned for many years if it goes up a little bit because I'm president and doing a good job? I don't think so.
Okay.
But I've done something that surprisingly,
she kind of got
they
him,
say nobody else has done, no other president has done. And it's a substantial salary. It's like
$200,000,
$500,000 a year,
now,
$550,000 a year, 4 years, a couple of $1 million. I gave it to the government last time. I never got a story saying I gave it. Nobody cared if I gave it. I guarantee if I didn't give it, there'd be a big story. But no other president, they say, with the possible exception of George Washington, and they haven't been able to find those records. And we've had wealthy presidents before, but no other president has contributed the salary. And they told me before this that you will probably be asking me whether or not I'm going to contribute my salary again, but you haven't asked that.
Are you going to?
Yes.
You are?
Wow.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So brave.
Well, I appreciate we just made news there.
Well,
Let's
not
talk
really,
about foreign
but okay.
policy, sir.
You know.
You just signed a minerals deal with Ukraine. It's a sign, it seems, that the United States is invested in Ukraine's future. The Secretary of State told me this is a very critical week. Are you any closer to reaching a peace agreement between Ukraine and Russia?
I hope so. I don't know,
I
but
do
I hope
believe
so.
we're closer with
But
one
that was way
party
too many
and maybe not as close with the other, but we'll have to see. I'd like to not say which one we're closer to, but we did do a deal for the American people that was good. We were able to get rare earth. You know, the Europeans are getting paid.
I don't know if you guys
back.
understand, but
They have a loan. We
rare
didn't.
earth.
Biden just gave them
It's a big deal.
$350 billion. He has no idea where the money is, what happened. And at least we'll, in one form or another, get our. I don't feel so foolish. And remember this, this is Biden's war. This was a war that was never going to happen if I were president. This is a horrible, horrible war. And I get to see shots of soldiers through, satellite.
Both sides are dying. You know that,
That
right?
are just so terrible. 5,000 soldiers are being, look, 5,000 soldiers a week on average are dying. They're not American soldiers, but I want to solve the problem. They're Russian soldiers and they're Ukrainian soldiers. And if I can save 5,000 souls, I just love doing it.
How long do you give both countries before you're going to walk away?
Well, there'll be a time when I will say, okay, keep going, keep being stupid.
When
and
does
keep
that
fighting.
come? Are you close to it?
Just chill, lady. He's getting
Sometimes
there.
I get close to it and then positive things happen. Okay? So I hope it gets done.
What's that mean?
Your close ally, Senator Lindsey Graham, has a sanctions bill against Russia. If you get to that point, Mr. President, where you're prepared to walk away, will you sign that sanctions bill?
Well, it depends on whether or not Russia is behaving toward coming to a peace. We want a peace deal. We want Russia and Ukraine to agree to a deal. We think we're fairly close, and we're going to save a lot of people from being killed. We save a lot of money, too, because we're spending money like, Europe
you wouldn't
is spending
believe.
a third of the money that we're spending. And it's more important for Europe than it is for us. Biden had no control. He just sent money over there willy-nilly. Nobody had any idea what was happening, why they were doing it, why they were sending it. And it was massive amounts of money.
So you think you're close to a deal? What will Russia have to give up? Because Ukraine, there's been discussions they will have to give up some of the land.
Russia will have to give up all of Ukraine because that's what they want.
What will Russia have to?
What was happening, why they were doing it, why they were sending it, and it was massive amounts of money.
So you think you're close to a deal? What will Russia have to give up? Because Ukraine, there's been discussion.
Oh, no. I'm so sorry. I thought he was saying some wild shit. When he says they'll have to give up all of Ukraine, what he means is they'll have to give up wanting to take over all of Ukraine. That's what he means. Sorry. I was like, wait, what?
They will have to give up some of the land.
Russia will have to give up all of Ukraine because that's what they want.
All of Ukraine, meaning they wouldn't keep any of the land that they've claimed?
No.
Russia would have to give up all of Ukraine because what Russia wants is all of Ukraine. And if I didn't get involved, they would be fighting right now for all of Ukraine. Russia doesn't want the strip that they have now. Russia wants all of Ukraine. And if it weren't me, they would keep going. Do you know that the European Union leaders have asked me to call Putin so many times because he doesn't return their phone call?
You posted on social media he might be tapping you along.
Might be.
Did you misread
But you might
him?
be tapping me along, too, when you tell me how nice an interview this is going to be. So,
Did you?
I'm used to being tapped along.
Did you in any way misread Vladimir Putin?
Nah.
Did I what?
Misread him? Now that you're
What?
saying that.
Excuse me.
I'll tell you about that in a month from now or 2 weeks from now. I have no idea. I can tell you this. His ambition was stopped to a large extent when he saw that it was me that was now leading the charge because he wasn't dealing with anybody in Europe. He wasn't calling him back. Do you know that I asked him, I said, Did Biden ever call you in 3 years? Did Biden ever call? He said he never called. You know, Biden didn't call him one time. And all these thousands of soldiers, hundreds, millions of soldiers are dying. And people, not only soldiers, people
No
dying
phone
in the
calls,
cities
guys.
and the towns. And the whole heritage of that country is being blown apart. I mean, the country's heritage is being blown apart. You know, the steeples, those beautiful spires that you see, you know, the most beautiful in the world?
Yeah.
Almost 95% of them are laying in smithereens, all broken up and so sad, laying all over the ground.
Bet you didn't know that, guys.
Because they were shot. It's really a bad situation. And he didn't get one phone call from Biden. The war would have never started. And by the way, for 4 years, it didn't start. I was there for 4 years. It was the apple of his eye. This was the apple of Putin's eye. There was no chance he would have gone in.
What's the red line for you? At what point do you say, that's it, we're walking away?
Well, you'll know. I mean, there'll be a time when I may say that. And if
But
I
you're
do,
not there.
there may be something I can't, maybe it's not possible to do. There's tremendous hatred, just so you understand. Kristen, we're talking tremendous hatred between these two men.
Do you even
and
realize?
Between, you know,
I don't know if she realizes the
some of the
tremendous
soldiers, frankly,
hatred.
between the generals. They've been fighting hard for 3 years. I think we have a very good chance of doing it.
Very quickly, if you do walk away, would that mean that you would pull military and intelligence
I don't want to
sharing
say
out
that
of
now. It's too early to say that. I don't want
Okay.
to get into that argument.
Let's move on to Canada. You have long talked about making Canada the 51st state. There's obviously
LOL.
a new Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, who you spoke to after his victory. He says that you didn't talk to him in that call about making Canada a 51st state.
No, he called me. He was very nice, and I congratulated him. He had a victory. It's a very close victory. It's you know, there's no majority or anything, so that's going to make things a little bit difficult, I think, for him to run. But he nevertheless had a victory, and he's a very nice man, I think.
Do you plan to talk to him about making Canada a 51st state?
He wants to come and see me. He's going to come this week or next week.
So will you talk to him about making Canada a 51st state, annexing Canada?
I'll always talk about that. You know why?
'Cause that'd
We
be-
subsidize
that's epic.
Canada to the tune of $200 billion a year. We don't need their cars. In fact, we don't want their cars. We don't need their energy. We don't even want their energy. We have more than they do. We don't
We get
want their
all-
lumber.
so much of the oil
We
we're
have
refined comes
great
from Canada.
lumber.
I think
All
a
have to
majority
do is
actually
free it
might,
up from
but
the
okay.
environmental lunatics. We don't need anything that they have. We're giving them. I asked Mr. Trudeau, who I call Governor Trudeau. I said, you know, not Prime Minister, Governor. I said, Governor Trudeau, could I ask you one question? Why are we giving you $200 billion? Why are we subsidizing Canada? If Canada was a state, it wouldn't cost us. It would be great. It would be such a great. It would be a cherished state. And if you look at our map, if you look at the geography, I'm a real estate guy at heart. When I look down at that, without that artificial line that was drawn with a ruler many years ago, it was just an artificial line, goes straight across. You don't even realize what a beautiful country it would be. It would be great. But I don't think the American public wants me to pay $200 billion a year to subsidize Canada. Again, remember this.
Yeah.
We don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. We don't need their energy. We don't need anything. We do very little business with Canada. They do all of their business practically with us.
You and I.
They need us. We don't need them.
You and I talked, and I asked you if you would rule out military force to take Greenland, and you said no, you don't rule out anything. Would you rule out military force to take Canada?
No, I think we're not going to ever get to that point. It could happen. Something could happen with Greenland. I'll be honest. We need that for national and international security.
But not
I
with
think it's
Canada?
highly unlikely. I don't see it with Canada. I just don't see it. I have to be honest with you.
Okay, but you don't rule it out for Greenland.
And by the way, Canada, they spend less money on military than practically any nation in the world. They pay NATO less than any nation. They think we're subsidized. They think we are going to protect them. And really, we are. But the truth is, they don't carry their full share, and it's unfair to the United States and our taxpayers.
But you are not ruling out military force to take Greenland.
I don't rule it out. I don't say I'm going to do it, but I don't rule out anything. No, not there. We need that. We need Greenland very badly. Greenland is a very small amount of.
Like, why can't he say the same for Russia? If you were to ask, like, would you rule out a military strike on Moscow? I don't rule out it. Instead, like, no, never, nothing, anything bad. We only bully our friends over here.
People, which we'll take care of and we'll cherish them and all of that. But we need that for international security. Do you know we have Russian boats and we have Chinese boats, gunships all over the place, aircraft carriers, gunships, going up and down the coast of Greenland. We need that to be protected. Internationally, we need it.
So you are willing to send U.S. troops to claim a sovereign territory?
I didn't say that. You asked me a question. Would you? Is there a circumstance? It could happen. I doubt it will, but it certainly could happen with respect to Greenland.
Okay, let me ask you about Iran.
Okay.
Your administration has had conversations with Iran. Is the goal of these talks limiting Iran's nuclear program or total dismantlement?
Total dismantlement.
That's all you'll accept.
That's what Israel wants.
Accept. Now, there's a new theory going out there that Iran would be allowed to have civilian, meaning to make electricity and to. But I say, you know, they have so much oil. What do they need it for? But you know, I've seen it with other states where they're looking to do something and they have a lot of oil. Iran has tremendous energy. You know, I put sanctions. If you know that, I put pretty strong sanctions on 2 days ago on the oil. The sad part is that if Biden didn't get involved, if we had a competent president, you would have never had the attack on Israel. October 7th would have never taken place. Hamas would have had no money because Iran was broke.
Wow.
And now in a period of 4 years during the Biden administration, they became very rich. They have over $300 billion cash in the bank. And they had no money. They were ready to make a deal with me. And it's very sad. Because of this rigged election, they didn't do it. Just another thing you can mark down to a bad election.
It's interesting what you're saying, though, because Secretary Rubio has said that he would accept, or the idea is there is an openness to accepting peaceful civil nuclear programs.
Well, that's what people, I didn't say anything contradictory. I said that people are talking about that. And this is something that's really pretty new in the dialogue. And I'd have to be, you know, my inclination is to say, what do you need that for? You have a lot of oil.
So you want total dismantlement, bottom line.
I think that I would be open to hearing it. You know, civilian energy, it's called. But, you know, civilian energy often leads to military
nuclear.
Wars. And
The
we don't
little
want to
thing I
have
like
them
called the
have a nuclear
N-word.
weapon. It's a very simple
He
deal.
said that,
I want Iran to be really successful, really great, really fantastic. The only thing they can't have is a nuclear weapon. If they want to be successful, that's okay. I want them to be so successful. And, you know, the Iranian people are incredible. I just don't want them to have a nuclear weapon because the world will be destroyed.
Just to recap, we're talking about your desire to claim Canada, Greenland. What do you say to people?
You forgot the Panama Canal.
Panama Canal. What do you say to people who say they voted for you because they wanted you to end foreign conflicts, not start new?
I don't see that as conflict. I think that's good for our country, those things.
Oh,
Look, the Panama
well, if it's good for
Canal
our
was taken
country.
over by China, effectively.
It's not conflict.
Now China seems to have left. But the Panama Canal, think of this deal. We built the most expensive object we've ever built in the history of our country. That was Mount McKinley. They just took away, I just gave them back the name. But McKinley made the money. Teddy Roosevelt spent the money. McKinley gets very little credit, you know, but he made, you know how he made the money? Through tariffs. He was the big tariff president. Okay, but forget that. We built the Panama Canal. It was the most expensive thing. It would be the equivalent, like almost $2 trillion today. We've never spent it. And it was very successful. And Jimmy Carter gave it away for $1.
Panama insists Panama says they do control the canal, but we have a couple more questions left tonight.
Panama said what?
Little wrap.
Panama said what?
Panama says they still control it. I know you're saying China. Panama
He sounds
says
like a
they
high
still control it.
schooler. Panama said what?
Successful. And Jimmy Carter gave it away for $1.
Panama insists Panama says they do control the canal, but we have a couple more questions left tonight.
Panama said what?
Little wrap.
Panama said what?
Panama says they still control it. I know you're saying China. Panama says they still control it.
You know, if you would have gone there about 5.2 months ago, every single sign on the Panama Canal, with the exception of about 15% of them, was in Chinese.
Every single sign except for 15% of them. Why did you say 85%?
Just a couple more questions here.
I'm not complaining. You keep saying to me like I'm rushing.
No, you're not, and I really appreciate it.
I don't want to
really
rush you. I don't want to
appreciate
make you nervous.
Thank you. The Trump Organization is selling hats that say Trump
hate 'em.
2028.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Are you seriously considering a third term, Mr. President, even though it's prohibited by the Constitution? Or is this about staying politically viable?
I will say this.
It's epic.
So many people want me to do it. I have never had requests so strong as that. But it's something that, to the best of my knowledge, you're not allowed to do. I don't know if that's constitutional that they're not allowing you to do it or anything else, but there are many people selling the 2028 hat. But this is not something I'm looking to do. I'm looking to have 4 great years and turn it over to somebody, ideally a great Republican, to carry it forward. But I think we're going to have 4 years, and I think 4 years is plenty of time to do something really spectacular.
The Constitution does prohibit it. Some of your allies are pretty serious about this, though, Mr. President. I've spoken to them. They say they are coming up with potential ways.
Well,
obviously, the biggest one will be a constitutional amendment.
That's because they like the job I'm doing, and it's a compliment. It's really a great compliment.
Has anyone approached you, though, with an actual plan, a way to actually start the process?
Well, there are ways of doing it.
Amendment?
There are ways of doing it, and you know the same thing. And if you look at the vice presidential thing, and you hear different concepts and different other people say you can have a write-in vote. There's lots of different things. With all of that being said, I want to be a great president. I will have served. Hopefully, everything will go well. I feel very good. I just did a physical. I took, unlike all other presidents, I took cognitive tests and I aced it. I got 100% correct.
They've never seen somebody.
One doctor said, there were numerous doctors watching, and he said, I've never seen that before.
100%?
Didn't take a cognitive. He couldn't have gotten the first question right. But I came out great with the physical, both physically and mentally. And I just want to serve, do a great job. I'll be an 8-year president. I'll be a 2-term president. I always thought that was very important, to be honest with you. You know, if you look at President Polk, he was a 1-termer and he did some great things, actually. A pretty good president. And I'm not saying you can't do that, but there's something about being a 2-term president that was very important to me.
And just to put a button on it, has anyone in an official capacity presented you with, sir, here are some ideas by which you could actually get a constitutional amendment?
Well, in a capacity of being a big...
I don't know why she keeps saying constitutional amendment. That's such a weird red herring. If he were to pass if they were to get a constitutional amendment passed and he'd be a 3rd president, fine. That's not the problem. The issue is finding a way to do it illegally, like circumventing the Constitution, not amending it. But
supporter of many people have said different things, but I'm not looking at that.
You haven't had official meetings about it?
No. And just so you understand, 4 years is a long time. I have almost 4 years. You know, all of these things that we've done more than any president, and even you might admit that. Nobody's done the extent of the things that we've done. Nobody's done this in essentially a little bit more than 3 months. As they say, 100 days. I'm looking to do a great job as president and set the country on the right track, because if I didn't win, this country would have failed. We would have been a failed nation.
You have built a political movement that has transformed the Republican Party. It's transformed the country, quite frankly.
Political movement in history, MAGA. Make America great again.
Thanks. We didn't know what it stands for.
Mr. President.
Thanks, Trump.
Do you think the MAGA movement can survive without you as its leader?
Yes, I do.
What gives you...
I think it's so strong, and I think we have tremendous people. I think we have a tremendous group of people. We talked about a number of them. You look at Marco, you look at J.D. Vance, who's fantastic. You look at, I could name
these guys?
10, 15, 20 people right now just sitting here. No, I think we have a tremendous party. And you know what I can't name? I can't name one Democrat. I mean, I look at the Democrats, they're in total disarray. They have a new person named Crockett. I watched her speak the other day.
I hate her.
She's definitely a low IQ person.
Dog whistle.
And they said, she's the future of the party. I said, you have to be kidding. I don't know what they're going to do. And I really believe in a 2-party system. Because it's good to be challenged. It's really good to have a 2-party. You know, it's good. Being challenged is okay. It keeps you sharp. I don't know what they're going to do. They have nobody. Bernie's 87 years old or something. And, you know, Biden is the worst thing that ever happened to old people, because he...
That's a good quote.
Biden is the worst thing that ever happened to old people, because he was grossly incompetent, and I think maybe for artificial reasons. You know, he had operations and things, so maybe that's an artificial. But I know people that are unbelievably sharp, and they're older than 87. But I watch Bernie Sanders. He's a nut job, but he's still sharp. He's sharp as he's the same guy he was. He hasn't gone down. But Biden is really, he's the worst thing to happen to old people.
I know that you are only 100 days in, but as we sit here today, who do you see as your successor, Mr. President?
Well, it's far too early to say that, but I do have a vice president, and typically it would be, and JD's doing a fantastic job.
He would be at the top of the list?
It could very well be. I don't want to get involved in that. I think he's a fantastic, brilliant guy. Marco is great. There's a lot of them that are great. I also see tremendous unity, but certainly you would say that somebody's the VP. If that person is outstanding, I guess that person would have an advantage. But I think the other people would all stay in unbelievably high positions. But, it could be that he'd be challenged by somebody. We have a lot of good people in this party.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Okay. Will do.
On the, it could be that he'd be challenged by somebody. We have a lot of good people in this party.
Thanks for watching.
I felt like it was a pretty sudden cutoff, no? What a guy. Check Pisco stream, he's shaved. Oh wait, when is his when is that debate posted?
It's the kind of thing that people be like, these are strong proponents for either side, and they're doing their debating. And I don't think they're idiots or anything, and I think they have various smart things to say.
Friday.
But just looking at the debates, it's basically like the sides take turns going on 5-minute long rambles, volleying a series of points.
Never mind.
No individual point survives more than like 3 volleys back and forth. So nothing's ever getting actually driven systematically to conclusion, and you just get these kind of ramble fests that don't go anywhere.
No, I once I started looking at the conversation and see like what's actually being talked about, it does feel like there's a different game going on. It's like one of those. And by the way, so just this weekend I was on Tim Pool, and I knew that the game was different. I knew, and this is maybe a, I don't know if it's a critique of
Would you no for him? I understand why his debate with Rob Noor was the way that it was now. I think he's talking to Ask Yourself. Oh no. But that's not like a bad thing, I shouldn't say that.
Kind of expression of values or a virtue signaling thing, but it very much and the contrast for those of you, I will talk about the Tim Pool debate after I almost called you Avi. Isaac is gone because I don't want to waste his time, but it just felt like a very different thing that was happening than what this was, and I think a lot of the quote unquote debates are more like the Tim Pool thing I did over the weekend.
Yeah, well, not everything has to be a debate. There's, I mean, probably don't want to like wake up in the morning and debate your wife or something, right? And there's panel discussions.
Yeah.
There's tons of cases where you don't want to debate, but the linearity thing is basically a skill you want to be able to crank up as needed to the degree that the person.
Have you seen the redacted post on the sub? No.
Yeah.
What?
So if and you don't want things like something that has the kind of pretense of being about getting to the truth. That's actually a ramble fest. Like if the idea is to try to get to the truth, let's be more linear.
No,
and I want to say
fair.
one thing about just the framing for this conversation. That was the last thing I'll say. Is just I mean, so you're obviously now kind of learning some of the tools for how to be more linear. You're finding that they're helpful with what you're doing, and I mean I can see how you're applying it, and it's great to see. And this is almost just kind of like a little swing correction thing. Like when you watch back your golf swing or something, and someone's like, "Hey, you should be like, I don't know what fucking golf tips people give, but you watch it back and you can get a." It's nice because you have the thing right there. It's really tangible. Everything you're talking about can be really clear. Like we could just sit here, keep talking like this about theory and kind of refer to the debate. But if you actually just watch a bit of it, I find you can give particularly clear, poignant advice that like will really land But now I've set myself up for too much because what if I have nothing to?
No. I think you'll be great, and thank you so much for taking the time to do this. It's really generous of you. By the way, Okay.
Am I gonna react to the Peace Code Temple debate? Yeah, I'll probably watch it. I imagine I will. All right, I'll try to stream at a normal time tomorrow. Okay, I've been busy with shit. I love you guys. It's been fun. Ow. Chewy Noodles, Cars, Darth, Jam, Boba, Tough, Shred, Solo, Dry, Sugar, Bluto, Tea, Genus, Stringy, and Milk. Are there types of tea? Like boba tea, milk tea? Is sugar tea a type of tea? I don't know any of this. I think these are like Star Wars names or something. A bait? Seriously? Okay, good one. Good one. Good one. Good one. Good one. Okay, this is not it, but imagine if it was. A solo cup, a noodle cup, a teacup. No, this is not it. I have no fucking idea, bro. Get me out of here. Oh, bad descriptions for meat. Tough, chewy, dry. Stringy? Stringy? Oh, this is stringy. Maybe? Qualities of overcooked meat. Stringy? I don't know. Okay. Hold on. Bluto. What is that? I don't even know what that's from or what it could mean or... I have no fucking idea. I don't know. Oh, wait. This is music shit. Solo, shred, jam, and noodle. Things you can do on a guitar or whatever. Oh my god, hold on. How are we gonna get there? Hold on. Okay. things that you could like add to a tea or a drink, like sugar, milk, boba, or Bluto? Is that a thing you can add? Or just tea? Ingredients in bubble tea. I don't even know what the fuck bubble tea is. Okay. The fuck is this? Planets and dwarf planets with the first letter changed. Pluto, Mars. Am I what is Arth? Oh, Earth. All right, if I get a 950 plus, no, 960, then 10 of you will randomly drop dead. Fuck! You're lucky. All right, be careful, don't die.